onto the ground while flinging Morena on top of it would likely not have saved her from being bitten, but where snakes were concerned, people often made hurried decisions. She closed her eyes and covered them with both hands. Dr. Swenson would have thought she was thinking of the snake, but she was thinking of her father. No one said anything for a while, and then she felt something very cold tapping against her shoulder. "Sit up," Dr. Swenson said. "Drink a bottle of water. Sit up now. There's ice on the boat. Do you want any ice?" Morena shook her head. "Ice is a luxury confined to this moment. If you want any ice, this is your chance. Sit up now, Dr. Singh. I can't stand to see a person lying on this deck. It's vile. You had a dream. Now sit up and drink your water." Morena sat up, and then, remembering the cockroaches, she pulled herself back onto the box of grapefruit juice. Her head hurt. Then she noticed that the box she was sitting on was covered in letters. Letters she was sure hadn't been there earlier. It was a printed uppercase alphabet of an irregular size, or most of the alphabet. The letter K was gone, and when she moved her thigh, she saw the Q was missing as well. Some letters, like the A, were perfectly rendered, while others, R and Z, were backwards. At the end of the string of letters were two words, Easter and Anders, followed by a rudimentary drawing of a snail. Morena touched her fingers to Anders' name. "What's this about?" "That is one of the many legacies left by your friend Dr. Ekman. I'm sure there are more I have yet to come across. In the brief amount of time he was with us, he managed to teach Easter the fundamentals of table manners, as well as the alphabet, or most of the alphabet. I see the K is missing." "And he can write their names." "I thought it was interesting that those were the two words he chose to teach the boy. Easter, well, that makes sense, but Anders? Still, he was very sick at the end. Maybe he felt it was a way to be remembered." Morena could see him sitting on a log, a pad of paper out across his knees, Easter pressed in close beside him. Of course he could teach a boy how to make his letters. He'd done it 3 times before. It wouldn't make any difference to him that Easter couldn't hear. "This is who you are," Anders tells him, pointing to Easter's name. Then he points to his own. "This is who I am." Dr. Ekman wrote everything out for him, a sort of study chart. Easter practices constantly. I let him keep Dr. Ekman's pens when he died. For a while he was making letters all over his arms and legs, but I put a stop to that. I don't know how much of the ink is absorbed through the skin, but it can't be good for a child. It's a bad habit when there's plenty of perfectly usable paper. I don't know what he thinks the letters are exactly, but he remembers them, most of them. He gets them in the right order. Maybe he thinks of them as something that belonged to Anders. Dr. Swenson nodded. She watched the boy watch the river. "Easter cries out in his sleep. It's the only time I've heard his voice, but he has one. Months go by and I don't hear him, but since Dr. Ekman died, he's had nightmares every night. It's a terrible sound he makes." Dr. Swenson turned then and let her eyes stay on Morena's. "It's a shame you can't talk to him about it. It's something that the two of you have in common. I will assume that the issue for you is mefloquine, and that Mr. Fox did not send me a doctor with a debilitating mental illness." "I'm taking Lariam." She wished she could bring back the box of grapefruit juice for Karen. It was, all things considered, a remarkable achievement. "I've seen my share of screamers down here, but when it happens I never think of Lariam. In the moment I always think it's a snake." "Better to be safe." Dr. Swenson nodded. "Lariam is for tourists, Dr. Singh. I sincerely hope you are a tourist, out of here in the next canoe. But short of that, I suggest you throw those pills in the river. Do you think I take Lariam? A person can't live here having screaming nightmares and paranoia and suicidal fantasies. The jungle is hard enough without that." "I haven't been suicidal." "Well, good for you. It can still come. I knew a young man who walked into the river one night and didn't walk out. The natives saw him, thought he was going for a swim." "I don't take it because I enjoy it, believe me." "Ever more the reason not to take it. It affects certain people quite seriously. I would say, given this display, that you're one of them." Morena drew a slow breath in, held it, let it out. She could feel herself coming back even as the fire was raised in her arm. All the same, though, I'd rather not get malaria. Well, I wouldn't say it's rampant. I haven't gotten it, or I got it once, but it wasn't here. And there is, after all, a cure. Was Anders taking Lariam? Dr. Swenson put her hands in her hair and gave her scalp an aggressive scratch. He didn't scream in his sleep, so we never had the opportunity to discuss it. Are you asking me if Dr. Ekman died of malaria? It hadn't been what she was asking, though it was a perfectly reasonable question. It seems possible. Malaria is something of a specialty of mine, Dr. Swenson said. So I can tell you no, not unless it was P. falciparum that turned cerebral. That would be a true rarity, of course. There isn't a great deal of P. falciparum in these parts. P. falciparum, P. vivax, P. malariae, and there was one more. When was the last time Morena needed to know the strains of malaria? P. ovale, Dr. Swenson said. You think he might have had P. ovale? No, that's the one you can't remember. Mention a strain of malaria to any doctor and they try to remember the other three, but no one remembers P. ovale. You see very little of it outside West Africa. Do you have the same dream every time? Morena had been too recently asleep to understand everything, too recently on this boat, too recently discussing snakes, too recently in Calcutta, too recently with Anders. P. ovale? More or less. I find mefloquine interesting in that way, how it taps into a single pocket of the subconscious. You could just as easily use it as a treatment as you could a preventative medicine. There's no sense suffering in advance. It wouldn't do you much good with cerebral malaria, but, as I said, that would be an extremely rare presentation in Brazil. What are your dreams about, Dr. Singh? What are your dreams about? Her mother asked her when she was a child screaming in her bed. What did you dream? Mr. Fox asked, his hands holding the tops of her arms. My father, Morena said. I'm with my father, and then we're separated. Somehow I can't find him. Dr. Swenson stood up with some difficulty. The interview had reached its conclusion. Well, that doesn't sound too bad. Morena would concede the point. When presented as a single sentence without embellishment, it didn't sound bad at all. Chapter 7. At dusk, the insects came down in a storm. The hard-shelled and soft-sided, the biting and stinging, the chirping and buzzing and droning. Every last one unfolded its paper wings and flew with unimaginable velocity into the eyes and mouths and noses of the only 3 humans they could find. Easter slipped back inside his shirt while Dr. Swenson and Morena wrapped their heads like Bedouins in a storm. When it was fully dark, only the misguided insects pelted themselves into the people on board, while the rest chose to end their lives against the 2 bright, hot lights on either side of the boat. The night was filled with the relentless ping of their bodies hitting the glass. Dr. Rapp used to say how easy it was for the entomologists, Dr. Swenson said, turning her back to the onslaught. They only had to switch on a light and all their specimens came running. Morena was less comfortable in the jungle now that she couldn't see it. She felt the plant life pressing against the edges of the water, straining towards them, every root and tendril reaching. Not only do the specimens come to you, they then have the decency to kill themselves. This is worse than a hailstorm, Dr. Swenson said, spitting a small winged beetle onto the deck. We can do without the lights. And then she turned off the lights. In an instant, the veil of insects lifted, and Morena saw nothing as she had never seen nothing before. It was as if God himself had turned out the lights, every last one, and left them in the gaping darkness of his abandonment. Shouldn't Easter be able to see where he's going? She asked. She could barely hear the sound of her own voice over the engine. A boy who could find a single branch in 1,000 miles of uninterrupted trees could surely find his way home in the dark. She was the one who wanted the lights back on. Open your eyes, Dr. Singh, Dr. Swenson said. Look at the stars. Morena put her hands out in front of her and batted at the air until she found the rope at the edge of the boat. She held tightly to it when she leaned to the side. Beyond the spectrum of darkness, she saw the bright stars scattered across the table of the night sky and felt as if she had never seen such things as stars before. She did not know enough numbers to count them, and even if she did, the stars could not be separated one from the other. The whole was so much greater than the sum of its parts. She saw the textbook of constellations, the heroes of mythology posing on fields of ink. She could see the milkiness in everything now, the way the sky was spread over with light, and when, finally, she could tear herself away from the theater above them to look forward again, she saw yet another light blinking like a mirage on the horizon. It was small and orange, and as they came towards it, the light appeared to stretch into a single line, and when she thought she had the line fixed in her vision, it broke apart. It scattered and spread, bits of it popping on and off. "There's something up there," she said to Dr. Swenson, and in another minute she said, "It's fire." What she meant to say was, "Turn the boat around." "Indeed," Dr. Swenson said. It was a dozen fires. And then the fires tripled, and then Morena could no longer count them. What had been a line had spread into layers, and in those layers the circles of light lifted and fell. Was the fire in the tops of trees? Was it somehow burning in the water? Easter turned the lights of the boat back on, and instantly the fire began to leap. An ululation of voices exploded the night, the ringing sound of countless tongues hitting the roofs of countless mouths. It filled the entire jungle and poured up the river in a wave. There were people on the banks of the river. They were going to meet the tribe. That had always been the point of the expedition, so why hadn't Morena thought of it before now? What had made the jungle so uncomfortable all this time was its absence of people. All the jungle had offered thus far were plants and insects, clinging vines and unseen animals, and that was bad enough. But now Morena realized that people were truly the worst-case scenario. It was like being alone on a dark city street and suddenly turning a corner to find a group of young men staring menacingly from a doorway. "Lakashi?" Morena asked, hoping they were, at the very least, facing a known factor. "Yes," Dr. Swenson said. Morena waited for a moment, hoping for more than a one-word affirmation. She was on an unnamed river in the middle of nowhere in the middle of the night, feeling very much the same way she always felt with Dr. Swenson, like Oliver Twist holding up his empty bowl. Would it have been too much to ask for the simple acknowledgement that these were no doubt unfamiliar circumstances? Dr. Swenson could have even extended herself enough to tell the story of the first time she had encountered the Lakashi. "Lucky for me it was daylight then," or "I certainly was grateful that Dr. Rapp knew what to do," but that, of course, would require Dr. Swenson to be someone else entirely. The boat crept its way towards the waving, spinning flames until they were close enough that Morena could just make out the shape of heads behind each of the fires, every man and woman waving a burning stick, children holding slim burning branches, jumping and calling. She could see the trails of sparks as they splintered off and flew in every direction, extinguishing themselves before they touched the ground. In their magnitude, those sparks were reminiscent of stars. The sound was also more nuanced the closer they came to it. Too forceful for any flock of birds, too rhythmic for any animal. Morena remembered a funeral her father had taken her to as a child. Thousands of lights in paper cups floating down the Ganges, the people crowded onto the banks, walking into the water, cutting through the night air filled with incense and smoke. She could smell the rot of the water beneath the blanket of flowers. At the time, the spectacle had frightened her so badly she buried her face in her father's shirt and kept it there for the rest of the night. But now she was grateful for the little she had seen. It didn't explain what was spread out before her, but it reminded her of all the things she didn't understand. "What do you think has happened?" Morena asked. Some of the people on the shore were dropping their fire now. They were walking into the water and swimming towards the boat. It was quite clear to Marina how people could get on the boat, but she wasn't able to see how she could get off. "What do you mean?" Dr. Swenson said. "What do you mean, Dr. Singh, when you say stage 2 cervical cancer?" Marina, beyond words, extended her open arms to the shore ahead. Dr. Swenson looked down at the men who swam towards them. They kept their long throats stretched up like turtles so that they could avoid getting water in their open mouths as they called and cried. Then she looked back at her guest as if she could not believe she was yet again being bothered by the timid rabbits and their foolish questions. "We've come back," she said. Marina turned away from the ebullient welcome, the burning and hopping and splashing, the never-ending sound of la 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 la, and turned back to Dr. Swenson, who was nodding her head towards the masses with a sort of weary acceptance. "You were only gone for a night." "They never believe it. It doesn't matter how many times I tell them, their sense of time lacks—" But she didn't finish her sentence. The boat had sharply listed to the right, as the men began to hang on to the pontoon on one side and then push themselves up. The case of grapefruit juice slid abruptly, hitting Marina in the ankles and very nearly throwing her into the ones who were just now pulling themselves out of the water. She caught a pole and righted herself. This was the reason Marina's father always insisted on renting a pontoon boat in those early summers. Not only was it easier to navigate and impossible to sink, it would have been very easy to reboard if one of them had fallen over. But no one ever did fall over. The theory was not put to the test. Dripping, the men hoisted themselves onto the deck and stood. They were considerably smaller than Marina, though taller than Dr. Swenson, wearing nylon running shorts and sopping T-shirts that advertised American products, Nike and Mr. Bubble. One of them wore a Peterbilt hat. They slapped their open hands against Easter, his arms and shoulders and back, as if he were a fire that they were putting out. Easter, clearly pleased, slapped them away. There were 7 men on the boat, and then there were 9, all of them crying out with piercing intent. The black water was churning with swimmers, and from time to time, Easter would swing down the light and shine it into the water, which served to consolidate the men like tarpon. They looked up and waved. No one could fault Easter for driving over them. They were swarming. But when the slow-moving pontoon pressed against a shoulder or head, the man simply sank beneath it and then popped up again later, assuming it was the same man popping up there. How many boats throughout history had been met by such enthusiastic locals? On the deck, a man was looking up at Marina now, and he touched her cheek with a wet hand without making eye contact. 2 men behind her petted her hair. A 4th man ran his fingers down her forearm in a way that was almost too gentle to be endured. It was as if she were being greeted in a school for the blind. When a 5th reached up and cupped her breast, Dr. Swenson clapped her hands together sharply. "Enough of that," she said, and the men with their hands on Marina jumped back onto the toes of ones standing behind them who were waiting their turn, which caused all of them to still their tongues in their mouths and look at Dr. Swenson with expectation. In that moment, Marina knew 2 things for certain. The Lakashi did not speak English, did not know the word enough, and that despite this minor hindrance, they would do whatever Dr. Swenson told them. The snap in Dr. Swenson's voice had driven Marina's pulse higher than the men with their wet fingers. They, after all, seemed more curious than menacing. In this hierarchy, Dr. Swenson was the uncontested kingpin, and Marina felt herself to be closer to the natives than to their ruler. "Go on," Dr. Swenson said, and pointed to the side of the boat, where one by one they walked obediently off the edge, often landing on some unfortunate in the water. "They are an extremely tactile people," Dr. Swenson said when the last one had disappeared with a splash. "They don't mean anything by it. If they can't touch it, it doesn't exist." "They don't touch you," Marina said, running her sleeve over her face. Dr. Swenson nodded. "At this point, they know I exist. I've been able to do away with the rest of it." There was a narrow dock sticking out of the bank, A single beckoning finger, and Easter brought up the boat snug alongside it, at which point the men handed their burning sticks to the women and boarded the boat in an orderly fashion, picking up boxes and baggage and carrying them off into the night. Most of them gave Morena a tap on the shoulder or stopped to touch the side of her head. But there was work to be done, and no one lingered. Now it was the women who were singing out, and as Morena left the boat with Easter and Dr. Swenson, they raised their torches overhead to cast a wider band of light. They wore homemade shift dresses in dull colors and kept their hair in long braids down their backs. There were children tied across their chests in slings, children holding on to their ankles, children balanced on hips, their dark, round eyes reflecting the fire all around them. Dr. Swenson trudged up the dirt path into the jungle, nodding from time to time at the women who trilled their vowels in rapture. The children on the ground reached out and touched Morena's pants. Women ran their fingers around her ears and tapped at her collarbone. Occasionally a child, a very small one, would extend a hand to Dr. Swenson, and the mother would snatch it back. "They didn't know you were coming tonight," Morena said, hurrying a bit to be closer to Dr. Swenson. She even went so far as to put a hand on her arm. "Sometimes you stay longer in Manaus, 2 nights, 3 nights?" "Sometimes I stay a week," Dr. Swenson said, looking forward. "I don't enjoy it, but it happens." A pregnant woman reached into the path in front of them and pulled back a low-hanging branch from a tree. "But if they have no sense of time, and you have no means of contacting them, how do they know when you're coming back?" "They don't." "Then how do they know to stage all of this tonight?" Dr. Swenson stopped and turned to Morena. The terrible darkness was broken apart by so many separate fires that the shadows, like the voices, came at them from every direction. From time to time, a chunk of burning stick would fall into a pile of leaves. It was hard to understand how the entire forest had not been reduced to a pile of smoldering ash. "I suppose they do it every night when I'm gone. I don't actually know. You can ask Dr. Nkomo in the morning. I'm going to say good night, Dr. Singh. Easter will get you settled from here. I'm tired now." As she spoke the words, Dr. Swenson began to weave a bit from side to side, and Morena took a firmer hold on her arm. Dr. Swenson closed her eyes. "I'm all right," she said, and then she looked at Morena. She seemed to struggle for her breath. "Sometimes this is more difficult than I had imagined." Dr. Swenson held out her hand, and a woman standing beside the path, a woman with one sleeping child tied across her chest and 2 more children, twins perhaps, holding either calf, took that hand and led her forward into the night. As Dr. Swenson walked away, all the light and sound went with her. The crowd formed itself around the fire she was holding. It should have been Morena who asked for a torch, because before very long she was standing alone in the dark. She would have worried about Dr. Swenson then, how the Amazon appeared to be defeating her, but instead thought of the lance heads. She wondered if they slept on the ground or in the trees, and, if it was in the trees, did their coils ever loosen in the night? Her best bet was to follow the crowd, to stay within the light, but after taking a few steps she felt uncertain as to where she should put her feet. There was so much crackling and breaking all around her. Small thorns tugged at her clothes, and she was certain something was crawling on her neck. Just as she was about to call out, she saw a light coming up from the direction of the dock, a light that formed itself in a long, steady beam, a flashlight. She felt as if she had never seen anything so modern in her life. Clearly, it was Easter who was coming for her. Easter didn't use a flashlight like a boy. He kept the light focused on the path. He didn't shine it in Morena's eyes or illuminate the tops of trees. When he got to her, he took her hand, and together they walked further into the jungle. There was a sort of narrow path, although it could have been nothing more than a random break in the growth of underbrush. Morena stayed 1 step behind Easter, putting down her feet in the places from which his feet had been lifted, while Easter cleared everything in their way, low-hanging vines and spiderwebs of such size and strength they could have easily ensnared a small pig. Morena's attention was so wholly focused on her feet that she didn't see where they were going until they stopped. The place that Easter brought her to was a tin box built onto stilts. He leaned over and lifted up a rock, took out a key, and unlocked the door. Morena had not expected a door in the jungle, much less a lock. Inside the room, Easter swept the flashlight over a table and some chairs, stacks of boxes, some of which she thought she recognized, the juice, the hash. They were in the storage room. Easter, who kept hold of her hand even now, led her to the back of the room where they went through a second door and out onto a wide porch, or maybe it was a room as well. It was hard to tell. There was no breeze other than what was stirred up by 100,000 wings of flying insects. Easter pointed the light to a long column of mosquito netting that was suspended from the ceiling and fanned out over a cot. He pointed to her, to the cot. All of this would be different in the daylight. Nothing would feel so daunting once she could properly see. When she sat down on the edge of her bed, Morena realized that in her concern about fire and snakes and the wandering hands of the natives, she had walked off and left her suitcase on the boat. And while she would have liked to change out of her clothes and brush her teeth, she wasn't even sure where she could find a basin of water. She could imagine no pantomime for Easter that would express her desire to be accompanied back to the boat, and she wasn't about to make the trip on her own. And so she decided to forget about the whole business. What she would have liked was the telephone. She should have called Mr. Fox before they left Manaus. She knew by now he would have left a dozen messages, and that when she listened to them in the morning she would be able to chart the panic mounting in his voice. It had been nothing but petulance on her part, his punishment to spend the day not knowing where she was. And now that it was too dark to try and find the phone, there was no way to comfort him. Or maybe he would think she was halfway to Miami now, coming home on the next flight the way she had told him she would, although Morena didn't think he had ever really believed her. She took off her shoes and pointed to Easter. "You sleep?" He turned the flashlight to a wall 6 feet from the foot of her bed and showed her a hammock, an empty casing waiting for a boy. Then, handing her the flashlight, he pulled off his shirt and climbed inside while she stood there shining the light in his direction, dumbstruck by the little hanging cocoon he made. By her good fortune, she was sleeping in Easter's room. She tried to imagine it was a stroke of extraordinary kindness on Dr. Swenson's part, when in fact it was probably the only bit of available space covered by a roof. It didn't matter. She realized now she could never have slept there without him. In her cot, beneath her net, Morena could easily calculate the ways in which her circumstances could have been worse. She stretched out and clicked off the light, listening to the steady breathing of the jungle. This was better than the Hotel Indira. The cot was no less comfortable than that bed. Clearly the Lakashi were prepared for guests, no matter how insistently Dr. Swenson claimed to dislike them. People had come and stayed here before, and probably they had all lain beneath this mosquito net, thanking God that Easter's hammock was 6 feet away. Morena opened her eyes. In the dim light of the moon, she looked into the white cloud of her net. Anders would have slept here. Easter was with him when he died. That's what Dr. Swenson had said. She sat up. Anders. It came over her. This dark, this porch, this cot. In his fever, he looked through this net. Morena got up, put her feet back in her shoes. There had to be a pen somewhere. She got the flashlight, checked the small figure of Easter, supine in his cloth. She had nothing. Not a handbag, a rucksack. She went back into the storage room. Now that she held the light, she could see that it functioned as nothing more than an outsized closet. Boxes and boxes, plastic bins, plastic tubs, boxes of food, bottles of water, smaller boxes of test tubes and slides. She found a broom, a pile of clothes, a giant spool of twine. There was not a drawer or a shelf. There was not a logical place to put a pen. There was no logic to any of it. And then she remembered that Anders' pens had gone to Easter when he died. That was the boy's legacy, a handful of Bics. She went back to the sleeping porch, shined the light on some buckets, traced the beam of light around the line where the wall met the floor, and there, just beneath the hammock, she saw a metal box, bigger than the kind used for documents and smaller than the kind used for tackle or tools. She went down on her knees and reached beneath the boy, slid the metal over the rough-hewn planks of flooring. There was no lock, just a fold-over hasp that kept the box shut. On the top was a small metal tray full of feathers, and she held them up in groups of 2 and 3 and 4. More than 24 feathers in colors Morena had never realized feathers came in. Lavender and iridescent yellow, each one perfectly clean, the barb zipped up tight. In the tray, there was a rock that in its size and marking looked startlingly like a human eyeball. There was a perfect fossil of a prehistoric fish, pressed into shale and rolled up red silk ribbon. Beneath the tray was a blue aerogram envelope with the word Easter written on the front, and when unfolded read, "Please do all that is within your power to help this boy reach the United States, and you will be rewarded. Take him to Karen Ekman." There was his address, his phone number. "All expenses will be reimbursed. Reward. Thank you, Anders Ekman." Beneath that, the note was written out again in Anders' college Spanish. He did not speak Portuguese, and so the Spanish was his best chance. Morena sat back on her heels. There was a pocket-sized spiral notebook that contained the alphabet, a letter on each page, each of them printed in uppercase, and at the end, the word Easter, and then the word Anders, and then the word Minnesota. Anders' driver's license was in the bottom of the box along with his passport. Maybe Easter had wanted his picture, or Anders wanted him to have it. There were 3 $20 bills. There were 5 rubber bands, a half-dozen pens, a handful of coins, American and Brazilian. Morena was dizzy. She had meant to wake the boy up, to write the word Anders, one of the 3 words he knew. She would point to the word and then point to her bed. Did Anders sleep here? But she didn't have to ask the question now. She put everything back the way she had found it. She arranged the feathers, closed the lid, and slid the box to the wall. She turned off the flashlight and followed the moon back to Anders' bed and crawled inside. He had shown her his passport the day it came in the mail. The cardboard cover was stiff. His picture captured nothing of him. Even the color was off. The picture on his driver's license was better. "You didn't have a passport?" she asked him. "I did," he said, sitting on her desk and looking over her shoulder so he could see it again. "My junior year of college." Morena looked up at him then. "Where did you go?" Morena regretted that she had never spent a year abroad. She could never bear the thought of being so far from home. "Barcelona," he said, lisping shamelessly. "My parents wanted me to go to Norway, but who leaves Minnesota for a semester abroad in Norway? When I was there, I never thought I'd go home. I used to write the letter in my head to my parents, explaining that I was meant for sun and sangria and siestas. I was the happiest American in Spain." "So what are you doing here?" Anders shrugged. "My time was up. Somehow I wound up going home. I went to medical school. I never went back." He took the passport from her and looked at it again. "Don't you think the picture is good? I look so serious. I could be a spy." Morena didn't dream that night. Whatever price the Lariam exacted on her subconscious had been paid that afternoon on the boat. But at some point when she was asleep and dreaming of nothing, she was awakened by a breathless cry, the high, hopeless call of an animal in a trap. Morena sat up. "Easter?" she said. She turned on the flashlight and saw such a struggle in his hammock that her immediate thought was a snake. She leapt to her feet, meaning to grab the edges of the fabric and flip it over, to save the boy from what was devouring him. But by the time she had made it out of her net, she understood what was happening, and she took just a second longer to listen to the sound of his voice. Then she reached inside and put her hands on his shoulders. She knew how to wake a person from a dream, how no one ever did it, and how it should be done. She shook him gently, letting him flail beneath her hands. He was sweating, shaking, his eyes rolled back. She made all the appropriate sounds he couldn't hear. She whispered, "Okay, it's all right now." She could not have stopped herself. She took him in her arms and let him cry against her neck while she made him promises, her hand tracing circles in the narrow space between his shoulder blades. And when he could breathe easily again and was falling back into sleep, she straightened his hair with her fingers and turned to go back to her bed, and he followed her there and climbed beneath the net. Morena had never slept with a child before, not since she was a child herself and had slumber parties with other girls, but it wasn't a science. She made a space for him beneath her arm and pulled his back against her chest, and before there was another thought, they were both asleep, safe in the white tunnel of net. At some point during the night, the fire-juggling, fiercely screaming Lakashi had been replaced by a working-class tribe, a sober group of people who went about the business of their day without fanfare or flame. Morena found them by following a path to a clearing on the banks of the river, although when she had walked through this spot the night before, she would have sworn it was solid jungle. There were women washing clothes in the river and washing children, women gathering sticks into baskets and braiding the hair of girls, every movement they made exposed to the merciless sunshine. There was a large assortment of naked toddlers slapping the water with their hands and stamping in puddles, so many toddlers and crawling babies that Morena wondered if she had wandered into the tribal daycare. There were fewer men in evidence, but still there were a handful of them carving down the inside of a very large log. They were shirtless, shoeless, and when Morena walked by them they gave her a brief, disinterested glance as if she were a tourist and they had seen her kind before. Boats, of course, were key to river life, and other logs carved into boats were jumbled together on the shore, and in the water a man was paddling away. 2 small girls came by wearing shorts and no shirts, each of them with a tiny monkey round her neck that held onto its own prehensile tail with its hands to form a clasp. The monkeys both swiveled their heads towards Morena and showed her their pointy yellow teeth in extravagant smiles. The monkeys alone looked her in the eye. Then one of the monkeys caught sight of some infinitesimal life form in the hair of his little girl and reached up and snatched it off her scalp and swallowed it. Morena had not as yet been able to locate the 2 people she knew on this river. Easter was not in her bed when she woke up this morning, not in his hammock, and she marveled at the thought that anyone could be quiet enough not to wake her, especially a child who was himself unacquainted with sound. She hadn't found Dr. Swenson yet either, but that, she imagined, would be more of a challenge. Dr. Swenson was either standing right in front of you, or she could not be located. And in this case, there was no waiting outside her office door, hoping she would turn up. The pontoon boat swayed lightly on its rope at the edge of the dock, exactly where it had been left the night before, and Morena took this as a sign that for the moment all was well. When she went on board, the men who had been scraping at the log stopped what they were doing and stood straight up to stare at her, their curved knives tapping against their thighs. It was a matter of seconds before she established her bag was not on board. The deck was empty, and there was no place a piece of luggage could be hidden away. Morena ran her tongue over her teeth and thought again of her toothbrush. The morning was already hot, and the air was thick with the smell of leaves rotting and leaves unfolding. Down by the water, the mosquitoes helped themselves to her ankles and dug a well into the nape of her neck. One flew down the back of her shirt to bite beneath her shoulder blade in a place she would never be able to scratch. She wanted this suitcase much more than she had wanted the one that never arrived in Manaus. She wondered if somewhere in the storage shed where she was sleeping there might be a case of insect repellent. And for the first time, she considered the word insecticide in relation to the word homicide. Suddenly she felt a shift among the Lakashi, a collective straightening of spines that was followed by an animated chatter she could not parse into any words she knew. Then she saw a very tall black man as thin as a drinking straw emerge from the jungle, his small wire glasses glinting sunlight. He dipped his head in every direction in a gesture that was less than a bow but considerably more than a nod, and from every corner the people stood and dipped their heads in return. A few of them called out a phrase of greeting, and he repeated it back to them, capturing perfectly the same rhythmic swing at the end of the sentence that threw the crowd into raptures. The women held up their babies and wagged them towards him. The men laid down their knives. They proceeded then to engage in a sort of call and response, a person in the tribe throwing out a phrase and the tall man repeating it. No matter how complicated a sentence they served, he managed to volley it back. The Lakashi were rocking side to side in complete satisfaction, at which point the man gave a much lower bow that seemed to indicate it had all been great fun, but now was the time to return to work. "Dr. Singh, I presume?" he said, walking around a fire to offer his hand to Morena. He wore khaki pants and a blue cotton shirt that looked as if they had been banged out repeatedly on rocks. "Thomas Nkomo, it is a pleasure." His English was so musical and so clearly not his first language that Morena wondered if he had learned to speak it through singing. "A pleasure," she said, taking his long, thin hand. "Dr. Swenson told us you would be returning with her. I had wanted to meet you last night to say welcome, but with everyone turning out to greet you, I could not even get close." "I don't think it was me they were coming to greet." Dr. Swenson told him she would be returning with her? "The Lakashi like to make things happen. They are always looking for reasons to celebrate." Morena nodded to the crowd behind them who had sat down to watch their conversation as if it were a theater piece. "You speak their language beautifully." Thomas Nkomo laughed. "I'm a parrot. What they give me I can return to them. It is the way I learn. They know some Portuguese, the traitors come through, or they go to Manaus, but I make an attempt to speak Lakashi. One must not be shy where language is concerned." "I wouldn't know how to start with this one." "You must first open your mouth." "Do you understand Lakashi?" He shrugged. "I know more than I think I do. I have been here 2 years now. That's time enough to pick up something." 2 years. Just behind the thick scrim of leaves, Morena could make out the shape of some huts, a vague outline of civilization. Was there a sort of suburb in the trees that she couldn't see, a place where people could bear to live for years at a time? "So you're working with Dr. Swenson?" Surely Vogel knew and failed to mention to her that they were paying other doctors to work on site. "I am working with Dr. Swenson," he said, but he sounded like he was parroting again, that he either didn't believe what he was saying or he hadn't understood the question. Then he added, "Our fields of research overlap. And you, Dr. Singh? Dr. Swenson tells us you are employed by Vogel. What is your field?" "Cholesterol," Morena said, thinking that in all probability no one in the rainforest had ever considered their cholesterol, nor did they need to. There were so many lanceheads to step on. "I work as a part of a group that does long-range tests with statins." With that, Thomas Nkomo put his long, elegant hands together and pressed the tips of his fingers to his lips, his head moving sadly, slowly from side to side. She saw his gold wedding band bright as a beacon against his skin. The Lakashi, who never stopped watching him, were leaning forward now, concerned to see the distressed look on his face. It was a very long time before he said anything at all. "You are here about our friend, then?" Morena blinked. Of all the other doctors who had come here before her, the chances were good that only one of them was interested in cholesterol. "Yes." He sighed, his chin down. "I had not put this together, but of course. Poor Anders. We have missed him very much. How is his wife? How are Caron and the boys?" It had never been feasible for Karen to make this trip, and yet Morena wanted her there to see the suffering on Thomas Nkomo's face, to be the recipient of such gracious sympathy. "She wants me to find out what happened to him. There has been very little information." Thomas Nkomo's shoulders slumped forward. "I don't know what to say. How can we explain this to her? We thought he would recover. People in the jungle get extremely sick. Fevers are common things. I am from Dakar. In West Africa, I can tell you that the very young will die suddenly, and the very old will die slowly. But the people in the middle, healthy men like Anders Ekman, they pass through these illnesses in time. We are doctors here." He covered his heart with his hand. "I am a doctor. I was not expecting this." As if in response to this show of emotion, the Lakashi stood abruptly and gathered their children and their knives. They made quick work of putting twigs and clothing into baskets, and in less than a minute, every last one of them had retreated into the jungle. Thomas and Nkomo glanced nervously at the sky. "We should go now, Dr. Singh. The storm will be heavy. The Lakashi have the most uncanny meteorological abilities. Come with me, then, yes? I will show you the lab. You will be impressed by what we have made in our primitive circumstances." To the west, she could see the storm heading up the river and feel the sudden shift in the texture of the air. Dr. Nkomo put his hand against her back. "Now, please," he said, and they began to walk quickly in a direction Marina had not been in before. Birds came reeling past the water and dived straight into the canopy overhead, while other things that Marina couldn't make out exactly, darted up trees. Then there was a single nuclear flash of lightning that was followed some milliseconds later by a clap of thunder that could have cracked the world in half, and then, because these things come in threes, there was rain. Marina, half blinded by the light and deafened by the boom, suddenly thought she would drown standing up. There had been many occasions in Manaus when Marina had outrun a storm or outrun the worst of it. She had pounded up the street in her flip-flops, finding shelter beneath an awning before the sky broke apart. But to run in a jungle, one must have been born in a jungle, otherwise the roots and vines are snares, leg breakers, with mud that slicks the landscape into oil. The Lakashi had long since vanished with the birds and those other skittering unknowns, all of them back to home and nest and hole, leaving the place empty for Marina and Dr. Nkomo, who made slow progress on the uneven path. Every drop of rain hit the ground with such force it bounced back up again, giving the earth the appearance of something boiling. Marina moved her hands from tree to tree, steadying herself on branches, trying to regulate her breath in the flow of water. Dr. Nkomo tapped one of his long fingers against her fingers. "Excuse me, but it is not the best idea," he said loudly. "You never know when there is something hiding in the bark you shouldn't touch." Marina pulled her fingers back quickly and nodded. Then she turned her palms up and washed her hands in the rain. Dr. Nkomo went on, more or less shouting to pitch his voice above the roar of the storm. "I leaned against a tree once, and a bullet ant bit through my shirt, bit into my shoulder. You may know it by the genus Paraponera." He removed his glasses, which the rain had rendered useless, and put them in his shirt pocket. "It was only one ant, as long as my thumbnail, and I was in bed for a week. No one likes to complain of such things, but the pain was memorable. No bullet ants where you are from, is that correct?" Marina thought of the crickets and the meadowlarks, the rabbits and the deer, the Disney book of wildlife that slept in the wide green meadows of her home state. "No bullet ants," she said. Her scalp was soaked, her underwear, the ground beneath her feet loosened as streams of water sluiced between the trees. They heard a high whistle piercing through the thunder and wondered if it was their imagination. Imagination played a major role in the jungle, especially during the storm. They stopped and waited until the whistle came again, and then a silence. Marina turned her head and saw that what she had taken for a tree to her left was actually a pole. There were 4 poles, and 5 feet above her head there was a platform, and above that a palm roof. 4 Lakashi leaned over the edge, watching. Dr. Nkomo looked up, waved, and the 4 waved back. "It is an invitation," he said to Marina. "We should go up, yes?" Marina, who could barely hear for the water building up inside her ears, climbed the ladder first. The single wide-open room that was the house was miraculously dry given the absence of side walls, but the roof was several feet wider than the floor in every direction and dipped down low on the sides. Morena and Dr. Nkomo both looked up instinctively to admire this barrier between the rain and their heads, while one of the women sat on the floor intricately knotting 3 very long palm fronds together into shingles, as if to demonstrate how such things were possible. She was so taken with her work that she seemed not to notice the arrival of the guests, and yet Morena was certain she had been leaning over the edge of the floor and staring at them 30 seconds before. The sound of water pummeling palm fronds was infinitely more gentle than the sound of water beating against her skull, and she was grateful to this woman for the work she did. 2 men, who may have been 30 or 50, came over to slap their hands against Dr. Nkomo's chest and back, though the slaps were more respectful and restrained than the ones that had been meted out to Easter the night before. Then, chatting endlessly with one another, they picked up pieces of Morena's sopping hair, examined her ears briefly, and let the hair drop. A much heavier woman in her 60s or 70s was chopping up a pile of whitish roots, using the floor as her cutting board and the same knife that had recently been in the employ of the boat builders. Because there were 2 men in the room, there was a second similar knife on the ground behind her. There was a teenage daughter, replete with pimpled skin and bitten nails, who cast her gaze aimlessly around the room as if she were hoping to catch sight of a telephone, a sprinting toddler of 2 or 3 who wore a very small version of the crude shift dress that all the Kashi women seemed to wear, and a naked boy baby crawling at a good clip across the splintered planks. Morena quickly calculated the speed at which the baby was traveling and the remaining length of the floorboards and immediately leapt across the room, catching the boy by his small brown foot just as his left hand had reached into the empty air in front of him. "Ah," the crowd said and laughed. Morena, breathless, looked over the edge where the water from the roof churned into a pit of mud and vines like it was pouring off Niagara Falls. She dipped an arm beneath the child's midsection and carried him back to the center of the room again. The baby was laughing too. What was the joke exactly? That she really thought he was going to go over the same way she had thought that Easter would not break the surface of the water again? That this was how they ensured an intelligent race? By letting the careless babies fall like ripe fruit from the trees? She held the child beneath his arms to face her. He was no doubt thinner than the average American model, but very healthy, kicking and gurgling with pleasure. The toddler stopped her running for a minute to pick up the unemployed knife and began to knock it against the floor behind the older woman. The baby then urinated on Morena, a long, exuberant stream against the front of her already soaking shirt. The men laughed harder now, and the women laughed more sedately, shaking their heads at all the silly foreigners in the world who don't know enough to hold a baby in the right direction. The toddler's knife got stuck in the floorboards, and after a momentary wail, she pulled it out and plunged it back again, missing the old woman's back by 6 inches. "Could you pick up that knife?" Morena said to Dr. Nkomo. Dr. Swenson would no doubt have argued for respecting the natural order in which babies sailed off the edge of a flat earth, and toddlers played with the knives they would one day need to understand in order to feed themselves. These children had escaped without major injury before Morena arrived, and chances were no doubt good that they would continue to exist after the company departed. But still, Dr. Nkomo was willing to pry the knife from the unwilling hands of the little girl, and when he had handed it to one of the men, she put her face down on the floor and wept. The woman weaving shingles stood up and said something to Dr. Nkomo, pointing at Morena, pointing at him. The teenage girl came and took the baby away. "Have I done something already?" Morena asked. "It is something about your clothes," he said. "Clothes is the only word I recognized, and maybe I am not sure of that." The older woman now got up stiffly from the floor and began to unbutton Morena's shirt. Morena caught the woman's fingers and shook her head, but the woman simply waited until Morena let her hands go, and then she started again. Her touch was both patient and persistent. It made no difference to Morena that there was urine on her filthy soaking clothes, but there was no way to explain that. When Morena stepped away, the woman followed her, She was considerably shorter than Morena, they all were, and so Morena was left to look at the part in her gray hair, the long braid that went down her back. Her dress pulled against her belly, and her belly pressed against Morena's groin. The woman's belly was high and hard, and suddenly Morena saw the woman's arms were thin, her face and legs were thin. Only her stomach protruded. Morena considered this as she stepped away from her again and again, until it seemed possible that they might both go over the edge. Morena stopped, considering the ways to extricate herself, while the woman resumed the work with the buttons, her stomach pressed against her. And then she felt the baby kick. "My God," Morena said. "I think she wants to wash your shirt," Dr. Nkomo said, seeming deeply embarrassed. "Once they are onto an idea, it is very difficult to dissuade them." "She's pregnant. I felt the baby kick," Morena said. "It kicked me." The baby kicked again, as if grateful for the recognition, and the woman lifted her face and shook her head at Morena as if to say, "Kids, what can you do?" Her forehead was deeply creased and her neck was waddled. There was a dark, flat mole of an irregular shape on the side of her nose near the eye that could have been a melanoma. Buttons undone, she helped Morena out of her shirt, and Morena let her take it. What was it that Anders had said? Lost horizon for ovaries? How many children had this woman undressed? And how many of the people in this treehouse were her children? The toddler weeping for her knife? The woman weaving the roof? The men waiting to get back to carving their boat? The other woman came with a rag that was small and not particularly clean, and rubbed down Morena's arms and back, rubbed her stomach and neck. She touched Morena's bra and said something to the older woman, who leaned her nose between Morena's breasts to inspect the lace edge of the white cups more closely. Dr. Nkomo busied himself with the toddler, his back decisively pointed in her direction, but the other two men folded their arms across their chests, watching the show with interest. And Morena was not bothered by any of this. She had been kicked by a fetus whose mother was at the very least 60, and could easily have been more than 70. The teenage girl stood in front of Morena and held up her arms until Morena understood that this was an instruction and not a game. She held up her arms as well. It was the girl's clear intention to drop a shift dress over Morena's head, but the height discrepancy between them did not allow for it, and so Morena pulled it on herself. No sooner was it covering her head and somewhat twisted than one of them pulled down her pants and began to rub her legs with the cloth as well. She stepped up obediently, one foot and then the other, and the pants were taken away. Morena stood there like the others now in her loose trapeze dress full enough to take her through an entire pregnancy, because among the female Lakashi all clothes were maternity clothes, without zippers or buttons. Morena saw the way in which they looked like candidates for a rustic insane asylum. The outfit was considerably shorter on her, and the women poked at her knees and laughed, as if there was something vaguely scandalous about knees. The women sat down on the floor, and Morena sat with them and put her hands back on the woman's stomach, waiting for the baby to move again, while the one who made shingles pulled back Morena's hair with a carved comb and braided it more tightly than her own mother had ever managed to braid it when she was a child. The teenage girl bit off a single piece of the palm frond with her teeth and tied off the end of her braid while the baby swam beneath Morena's hands. She would say 6 months along. Morena realized that she had not touched a single pregnant woman since it stopped being her business to touch them. How could that be possible? After all the countless bellies she had run her hands over in her training, how had she let them all go? "You knew, didn't you, about the Lakashi, about why Dr. Swenson is here, Anders told you?" Dr. Nkomo asked, the little girl in his lap playing with his glasses. She was gentle as she folded the arms in and out. "I'd been told, but I can't say I necessarily believed it. It's something altogether different to see things for myself." "It's true," Dr. Nkomo said, nodding. I had read Dr. Swenson's papers, but I was still very surprised. I have thought too much about the fertility and reproduction of mosquitoes, and not enough about the fertility and reproduction of women. That's what my wife would say. She says if we wait much longer for a baby, she will have to come and live among the Lakashi in order to get pregnant. Morena reached back and moved the base of her braid back and forth, trying to loosen it before it gave her a headache. I thought your research was in fertility with Dr. Swenson. Ah, Dr. Nkomo said, taking his glasses back from the little girl, and in doing so, breaking her heart all over again. We work together, we are colleagues, but we do not share the same field of study. Our fields overlap. Their hosts followed the conversation intently, their faces turning from speaker to speaker as if they were watching a tennis match. What is your field of study, Dr. Nkomo? Please, he said, call me Thomas. I suppose you would say I focus on the drug's off-target toxicity, except in this case it isn't toxic. The drug has exhibited benefits unrelated to fertility. There were questions to ask, namely, what the benefits were and who was paying for his research, but at that moment Easter appeared over the top of the ladder, every bit as wet as he had been coming up out of the river and over the side of the boat. Morena understood the look of panic on his face. He was sure she was dead, as she had been sure he was dead. His eyes went quickly around the room, passing over her and stopping only briefly on Thomas and Nkomo. He started to go down the ladder again, but she stood up quickly, and when he realized it was her in that dress, with her hair braided, he bounded up the last few rungs of the ladder, his T-shirt stretched out by the rain, the mud making a solid cake up to his knees. He began slapping his open hands against her arms, her hips, her back. He could not stop himself. She was his responsibility, and he had lost her. The Lakashi nodded and clucked their tongues and pointed at him, but Easter would not look in their direction, and so they gave up. There was no teasing the deaf if they refused to look at you. The rain is letting up, Thomas said, craning his head to look beyond the edges of the roof. Or maybe it's stopped now and the trees are just dripping. It's very difficult for me to tell the difference between the current rain and the continued falling of the rain we've already had. I don't mind getting wet again. Morena put her arm around Easter's shoulders. She was thinking about his box, the pens and the feathers, Anders' open letter to the world on his behalf. Then we should go. Thomas began a series of deep nods around the room. How do you say thank you? To the best of my knowledge, the word doesn't exist in Lakashi. I've asked other people that question, and no one comes up with anything. Morena looked at her hosts, who stared expectantly as if they were hoping she would figure it out. What about in Portuguese? Obrigado. Obrigado, Morena said to the pregnant woman, but there was no change in expression. She put her hand on the woman's belly again, but the baby was quiet. Easter tugged at the cloth of Morena's dress, then he held out his shirt, pointed at his shirt, and then pointed at her. Morena looked around the room. There were a few hammocks strung between poles, some piles of blankets and clothes on the floor, some baskets with roots and some baskets with twigs. But she did not see her shirt and pants. In truth, if he hadn't mentioned her clothes, she probably would have gone right down the ladder without them. She was so distracted by what she had seen. She shook her head. Easter then went to the pregnant woman and held out his shirt to her between two fingers and pointed to Morena. The woman seemed to have no idea what he was getting at. Morena did a pantomime of unbuttoning her shirt, taking her fingers down the front of her dress where the buttons would have been. But again, the woman shrugged. Thomas then said a word, basa or basi, which was probably the word he believed meant clothes, but it was met with the same blank expression as the Portuguese word for thanks. He held out his own shirt and pointed to Morena. The younger woman took her place on the floor and resumed the twisting and knotting of palm fronds as if there had never been visitors at all, and then, in what seemed like the most damning gesture of false innocence, the teenage girl sat down to help her. The baby was settled on the floor and given a palm frond to play with, and he put the tip of it in his mouth and sucked contentedly. I believe you've been scammed, Thomas said. Out of my clothes? Morena couldn't quite imagine such a thing was possible, even as she stood there in a smock. Easter crossed the room and started digging through a pile on the floor, and one of the men came over and smacked him on the side of the head with the flat of his hand. "This isn't good," Morena said. "I don't know where my luggage is." "The bag you came with from Manaus?" Thomas said. "Wasn't it on the boat with you?" She turned to him. Suddenly, the dress felt very small. "Of course it was on the boat with me, but, my God, coming into all that fire and screaming, all these men climbing on board from the water, and then the next thing I knew, Dr. Swenson was going up the dock. I wasn't going to stay there and find my luggage." "Of course," Thomas said. He did not offer her a single word of encouragement. He did not tell her, as anyone would, that this was a very small village and surely there was no place for her bag to go. The teenage girl was up now, slapping at Easter's hands, and then the littlest girl, the toddler, came over and she hit him as well. "We should go now, Dr. Singh," Thomas said. "Please," she said, surprisingly heartbroken over such a small loss. "Call me Morena." Chapter 8. Morena had been in the jungle for a week before Dr. Alan Saturn, whom she thought of as the first Dr. Saturn, said he would borrow Easter and the boat and make a trip to the trading post 2 hours away to mail some letters. The trading post was not a trading post at all, but a larger village downriver, where the more advanced Jinta Indians had their camp. They were, for a small price, willing to hold letters and money until a trader passed through from Manaus, which they did with some frequency. For a larger price, the traders would then take the letters back with them to mail, no small request as the mail was going to Java and Dakar and Michigan, and they themselves were not men born with a natural inclination to stand in long post-office lines. Once the trip was established, everyone save Dr. Swenson broke from work to sit down for some time after lunch to commit themselves to paper. Dr. Booty gave Morena 3 blue tissue aerograms from her considerable stack, and Alan Saturn said he would stand her for the stamps. Morena, whose luggage had yet to be recovered, had spent the past 7 days in her Lakashi dress, though she had been given an identical spare out of either guilt or compassion by an anonymous tribe member. Nancy Saturn, the second Dr. Saturn, had given her 2 extra pairs of underwear, and Thomas and Como had a toothbrush still in the plastic wrap. He put it in her hand very discreetly. It seemed to Morena that these were among the kindest gifts of her existence. "This is why I don't loan out the boat," Dr. Swenson said, looking around the lab as the doctors scattered with paper and pens, those charming dinosaurs of communication. "Once you say it's leaving, no one seems to think there's any work to do." But work was all there was to do. Morena had been set up in the corner of the lab and been given the job of running tests on the compound for stability to see whether it was degrading with heat and exposure. Like Anders, she was a small molecule person. Their work had been in pills, and while it wasn't an exact match for the task at hand, it was comfortably within her realm of experience. There was enough data piled up to keep her busy for years, and she wondered if that wasn't Dr. Swenson's objective, to keep her busy. It was possible that they were feeding her problems they had already solved as a means of placating her or testing her competence. They had mice, after all. They were clearly already on to testing the concentration of the compound in blood levels. Still, she knew that if she stayed in her corner looking over what they had given her, she would be much more able to make a realistic assessment of how far they were from a first efficacious dose. She could sidle over to Dr. Booty from time to time. Booty was in charge of clinical research organization, and ask her questions about the Lakashi blood work. She could see now how ridiculous it had been to simply ask Dr. Swenson over dinner what her progress was. Working here, she had the chance to make her own assessment, and that was what Mr. Fox had wanted all along. Morena understood the look of panic on his face, and besides, if she wasn't working, what was she going to do with her days? The jungle, with its screeching cries of death and slithering piles of leaves, was hardly a place to go walking alone in the afternoons. 2 of the young men from the tribe had dreams of learning English and German and becoming tour guides at one of the eco-lodges hundreds of miles away. They had seen the great white hope of the cruise ships while riding bundles of trees to Manaus. They had met the naturalists when visiting the Jinta. Because they were always looking to practice, they were willing to take a restless doctor into that deeper place off the available paths where the afternoon light was filtered out by leaves. With a great deal of hand gesturing, a few common words in 4 different languages, and a couple of glossy field guides with the name Anders Ekman printed inside the front cover, they would endeavor to give jungle tours, pointing out the neon-colored frogs the size of dimes that contained enough poison in their clammy skins to take down 20 men. The scientists all agreed that they had never been deep into the jungle for more than 8 minutes without thinking they would give everything they owned to be led safely out. Sometimes, in the late afternoons when the generator stumbled from the burdens of overuse, and the scant electricity in the lab clicked off altogether, save the backup generators that kept the blood samples in the freezers flash frozen to Arctic levels. The heat drove the doctors, save Dr. Swenson, into the river to swim, though the river was even worse than the jungle because in that murky soup there was no telling what was coming at you. As they treaded the water slowly, hoping not to kick up an attractive splash, the conversation turned not to the spectacular moth with wings the size of handkerchiefs that for a moment hovered over their heads, but to the microscopic kangaroo fish that were capable of swimming up the urethra with catastrophic results. Morena, who had no alternative, swam in her dress and hoped that in the slow agitation of her strokes she was washing it. They kept an eye out for water snakes, whose heads rode the surface of the river like tiny periscopes, and reminisced about the vampire bats that had tangled their claws in the mosquito nets over their beds. No one stayed long in the water, not even Dr. Booty, who apparently had been something of a swimming star in Indonesia when she was a girl. For entertainment not reliant on nature, there were outdated scientific journals and old New Yorkers, but invariably something had eaten through the most interesting paragraphs. Dr. Swenson had a complete set of hardbacked Dickens, and she kept the books wrapped separately in heavy pieces of plastic tarp and tied with twine. She would loan them out, and then do spot checks to make sure they were being read with clean hands. A cinnamon stick was lodged in the plastic wrap of each volume, as ants, Dr. Rapp had once told her, would always avoid the scent of cinnamon. Dr. Swenson believed that ants would be the standard bearers for the end of civilization. Other than the brief and unsatisfying diversions of walking and swimming and reading, all that was left for Dr. Swenson and Dr. Singh, Dr. Nkomo and Dr. Booty and the 2 Drs. Saturn, was the lab, and the lab was not unlike a Las Vegas casino. They existed there without calendar or clock. They worked until they were hungry, and then they stopped and ate, opening a can of apricots and another can of tuna. They worked until they were tired, and then they went back to their cots in the small ring of huts that sat behind the lab, like the bungalows at the Spira Wigwam summer camp for girls at Mill Lacs. They read some Dickens before they went to sleep. At the end of her first week, Morena was halfway through Little Dorrit. Of all her possessions lost and gone, she was particularly sorry to be without her James novel. As for the Lakashi, they were patient subjects, submitting themselves to constant weighing and measurement, allowing their menstrual cycles to be charted and their children to be pricked for blood samples. Dr. Swenson deserved the credit for that, and she accepted it readily, telling stories about the tireless cajoling and gift-giving that had once been required for even the most basic examinations. "I tamed them," she said, not taking the least discomfort in the word. "It was our life's work, Dr. Rapp's and mine, earning their trust." But if she taught them to tolerate her research, she had not made them good company. They rarely offered to share their dried fish and regurgitated manioc root, not that anyone wanted it, but it was the most basic lesson in any introduction to anthropology class. The sharing of food was the primary symbol of harmonious communal living. Then again, Dr. Swenson strictly forbade the sharing of the scientist food among members of the tribe, as she believed that a jar of peanut butter was more corrupting to indigenous ways than a television set. So it was possible that the Lakashis' unwillingness to offer up their bread was only a matter of passive retaliation. It was Easter alone who ate from both tables, or, more accurately, both pots. The Lakashi didn't knock on the door of the lab to extend an invitation on the nights they decided for no discernible reason to dance until 3 in the morning, and they left no note when they cleared out, all of them together, which they did from time to time, leaving behind the most unnerving silence. When they came back 12 hours later, they were red-eyed and quiet, walking on their toes in their collective indigenous hangover. Even the children smelled of a peculiar smoke and sat like stumps on the bank of the river, an entire line of them staring straight ahead without scratching their insect bites. "We used to call it a vision quest in honor of the indigenous Americans," Dr. Swenson had said when Morena ran to the lab in a sweat-soaked panic, asking what had happened to everyone. She had been in camp 3 days when, in the manner of a horrible scene from a science fiction movie, they all disappeared. "That was the perfect name for what they were doing until it also became the name of a video game and the rallying cry for every pack of middle-aged New Agers who were looking to legitimize their interest in psychedelics. I don't have a name for it anymore. I wake up and see they're gone and I think, oh, it's time for that again." "Have you ever gone with them?" Morena asked. Dr. Swenson was working through a complicated-looking equation in a spiral notebook, but she didn't seem to mind carrying on the conversation while she wrote down strings of numbers. There were computers in the lab, but between the undependable electricity and the overpowering humidity that from time to time seized the generators like a fever, everyone was more inclined to do their important calculations by hand, proving legions of math teachers correct. "No one goes with them now. In retrospect, I think it was only Dr. Rapp they were inviting, and the rest of us held his coattails. Once he stopped coming on expeditions, the Lakashi simply went out in the middle of the night while we were sleeping. Never have I known a people who could 1 hour be as loud as a blitzkrieg and the next hour maintain perfect silence while walking through dried leaves. They can move their entire operation out of here without breaking a twig." Morena waited for an answer to the question she had asked, but Dr. Swenson's attention had fallen back to the math before her. It occurred to Morena that these sorts of conversations were exactly the reason the bow vendors worked so hard to keep Dr. Swenson separated from society. Society was nothing but a long, dull dinner-party conversation in which one was forced to speak to one's partner on both the left and the right. "But you did go." Dr. Swenson glanced up for a moment, as if surprised to see Morena was still there. "Of course, when I was younger, it seemed fascinating at the time, as if we had discovered something central to the identity of the people. It was very important to Dr. Rapp. It was important to the entire field of mycology. I picture all those students now, boys from Park Avenue and Hyde Park and Back Bay, who had spent their previous summers in the Hamptons scooping ice cream, all marching off into the jungle ready to ingest anything that was given to them. The way they opened their mouths and closed their eyes, you would have thought the Lakashi were distributing communion. Actually, the ceremony would have made a striking program for interdisciplinary studies: biology, anthropology, world religion. I certainly found it compelling as a medical student to see how long a person could sustain such a low heart rate. In the whole lot of them, there wasn't a pulse over 24. I once brought a cuff with me and monitored the Lakashi and the students every 20 minutes for 5 hours after they had reached a state of unconsciousness. Their diastolic pressure ticked in slightly above dead. I was only testing for my own interest, but if I could have put together a committed control group, it could have been an important study over time. "Did you—" Morena wasn't exactly sure how to phrase the question. "I did, of course, but mycology was never my field. I was more interested in recording the subjects. Let the botanist take notes on his own trip, I say. I was of great assistance to Dr. Rapp in this way. He never had a graduate student who was willing to abstain for purposes of observation. I didn't mind that, of course. I was glad to help the science. The real problem was the Lakashi themselves. Once the women realized I wasn't going on the trip anymore, they started piling all the babies around me, all the children. I put a quick stop to that." "The children were participating?" "I suppose that conflicts with your ideas of good parenting. In retrospect, I can see how you would have preferred me to stop them, but I didn't know you at the time." "That's fine. I'm not interested in the children," Morena said, and in fact, she was telling the truth. From what she could tell, the Lakashi children were constructed out of titanium. They ate random berries, and were bitten by spiders and fell out of trees and swam with piranha, and they were fine. She could hardly see how a regular dosing of hallucinogens could make a difference. "But when you did go on the trip, as you say, did you enjoy it?" Morena had given her youth to studying, believing all the propaganda of the dangers of drugs, while her worshipped professor was spending her weekends in the Amazon eating mushrooms. She felt she deserved to know, at least second-hand, if it had been any fun. Dr. Swenson took off her reading glasses and pressed her fingertips hard against the bridge of her nose. "I keep hoping that you are more than you show yourself to be, Dr. Singh. I am just on the verge of liking you, but you dwell on the most mundane points. Yes, of course it was interesting to take part in the ritual. That was what we had come here to do. It was slightly terrifying the first time, all of the screaming and the smoke. In that way, it was a little like your experience coming up the river at night, except that you are all very close together in one giant enclosed hut. Seeing God was worthwhile, of course. I doubt seriously that anything in our Western tradition would have shown him to me so personally. I remember Dr. Rapp would feel quite humbled for several days after the experience and would continue to see a great deal of purple. We all would. But in the final assessment, I am a person who loathes vomiting. And there is a great deal of vomiting involved in the Lakashi ritual. It is an unavoidable part of the program. The body isn't capable of processing that amount of poison without... Dr. Swenson, who was sitting on a low stool in front of a table she used for her desk, closed her eyes as if she were remembering the experience. She kept her eyes closed for entirely too long. "Dr. Swenson?" She held up her hand and shook her head almost imperceptibly, warding off further questions. Then she stood up, looking watery and pale, and going quickly out the door, vomited next to the front steps. Dear Jim, it is true that no one here has a telephone. I believe it has something to do with the humidity, which is the enemy of all machines. While I am told there is an internet connection in a village several hours west of Manaus, which is nowhere near us anyway, it only works when there have been 2 entire weeks without rain, which means de facto no connection. The second phone you gave me, along with my second suitcase, disappeared after my arrival in the Lakashi village. I have been a poor steward of my belongings. It has been so long since I've been able to tell you where I am that I worry by now you must think I'm dead. I am hoping the mail service comes through for me and you get this letter quickly. I've been here a week, and this is my first hope of getting a letter out of the village, though Dr. Nkomo told me that when Anders was here, he would stand on the banks of the river with a letter in his hand and watch for any passing dugout canoe. What I most want to say is that you shouldn't worry about me. Life among the Lakashi has been better than expected. I have a small job in the lab, and over time I feel I will be able to discern how much real progress has been made on the drug. While everyone is friendly, no one is particularly forthcoming as to what aspects of the research they are responsible for. I will tell you that the pregnancies are astonishing. Ages are difficult to document in the older members of the tribe. Dr. Swenson began to document the children when she first arrived 50 years ago. But there are pregnant women here who seem clearly to be in their 70s. The more I see, the more I understand your commitment to this drug, no matter how much time it takes to reach the first human dose. Morena was at the end of her fold-over sheet, and she hesitated at her closing. Love was not a word that had made its way into their parlance, and yet she was certain it was implicitly true. She couldn't see how, given all that had happened, that there would be anything shocking about its introduction here. And so she wrote it in ink. Love, Morena. She followed this letter with very brief notes to her mother and Karen, in which she used most of her paper explaining why the note was so short. After all, the boat was leaving soon, and she didn't want to keep anyone waiting. She promised to start longer letters immediately and save them for the next departure. It was true that Anders had been impatient with the mail system. Several people had commented on that. He would take Easter to the river, and they would stand for hours waiting for anyone to paddle past. Then, when finally someone did, he would have the boy swim out with the letter and the money. Dr. Booty said he tried to get a letter in every boat that went by, just to increase his chances, that one or two might actually find their way home to his wife. But after a while, he was too sick to go down to the water himself, too sick to spend so many hours in the sun, and so he sent Easter alone. It did not require a great deal of inquiry on Marina's part to put this together, nor much conjecture to fill in the missing pieces. Anders, sick, wrote letters to his wife. Easter, worried, did not want to leave Anders for the amount of time it would have taken to find a boat going past. The traffic on their little tributary was thin at best, and on some days not a single person floated by. While Easter would have understood the ritual of giving the blue envelopes to someone in a boat, he could not have understood what a letter was or what it represented, only that Anders wrote and wrote. He would have only just come back to the sleeping porch, and his friend would want to send him out again with another envelope. The first time Morena found one of those blue paper rectangles in her bed, perfectly sealed and addressed to Karen Ekman in Eden Prairie, she froze as solidly as a blood sample in the very bottom of the freezer. She leaned over the railing and shined the flashlight into the night jungle looking for a flash of Anders running away, her heart in full arrhythmia, but it didn't take her long to figure out who had delivered it. For Easter, these envelopes were his most precious possessions and therefore his best gifts. And because he knew he had come to them through a direct act of disobedience, they carry the added enticement of guilt. The letters were so secret he would not keep them in his lockbox with the feathers. Wherever they came from, he doled them out slowly, one every other day, every third day, beneath the sheet, beneath the pillow, folded in her extra dress. Let me tell you the virtue of fever. It brings you here. I would have preferred it to take me home, and once or twice that's happened, but for the most part you arrive at 4 o'clock and take me out of this bed, and we walk through the jungle, and Karen, you know everything about the jungle. You know the names of all the spiders. You are afraid of nothing. I am afraid of nothing when you are here. Let me live in this fever. It is so much worse now, the hours I am well. Then nothing. Maybe these were the letters Anders didn't finish, the ones he started and forgot, and Easter picked them up off the floor while Anders slept and tucked them away. Of the 3 she had received so far, 2 were only paragraphs, and the third was a scant 2 sentences. What was the name of the couple who lived next door to us in the apartment building on Petite Court? I see them here constantly, and I cannot think of their names. Dr. Swenson had gone to her room at the back of the lab after being sick, and by the time she returned, everyone had finished his or her letter except for Dr. Booty, who seemed to approach the question of what to say as a spatial problem. She would stare for a long time at her paper, and then turn her eyes up to the ceiling as if trying to calculate exactly how many words she needed to express her feelings, and how many inches there were left on the paper for those words. Dr. Swenson returned after lunch looking like nothing had happened, and when Morena started to ask her how she was feeling, Dr. Swenson waved her away. Fine, she said without waiting for the question. Alan Saturn stood in front of Dr. Booty and tapped the table with his fingers. Give it up, he said. You could have told me last night that you meant to go today. She was a fine-boned woman of indeterminate age who wore her black hair in a single braid in the manner of the Lakashi. She folded her letter into thirds and ran her tongue along the glue strip. "Nothing happens here," Alan said. "No one needs that much time to write a letter." Dr. Booty reached into the pocket of the cotton smock she wore and pulled out several small bills, which she handed over to Dr. Saturn along with the envelope. Then, without further conversation, she returned her attention to her work. In her devotion to her task, Dr. Booty was an archetype of a particular sort in the medical community, as much as the ill-tempered surgeon or the addicted anesthesiologist. Any time a group of doctors came together, there was always the one whose car would be in the parking lot when the others arrived at dawn, and whose car would still be there when the others pulled away after midnight. The one who was standing at the nurse's station at 4 a.m., reviewing the chart when it wasn't her weekend on call. The one the other doctors privately ridiculed for having no life, and yet with whom they felt a gnawing and irrational sense of competition. What was remarkable was how ably Dr. Booty filled this role even when there was no hospital, no parking lot, and no patients. When all they did was work, Dr. Booty worked more. She claimed that she had already read all the Dickens. "Have you ever been to Java?" Alan Saturn asked Morena. "Anywhere in Indonesia?" She had followed him down to the dock with the Lakashi, not even asking herself why she was doing it. A departure, an arrival. She was beginning to see their appeal as a diversion. She was certain one of the men was wearing a pair of her pants rolled up at the cuffs. Pieces of her clothing walked by her from time to time, and there was nothing to do but watch them pass. She shook her head. "It's my theory that Booty is more suited to the tropics than the rest of us. This air, these smells, they must be second nature to her. She looks up so seldom I imagine she thinks she's home." Dr. Saturn was working to loosen a knot in a rope that held the pontoon boat to the shore, and in his struggles he made the knot more intractable. Easter came down the dock and thumped him on the shoulder. His point was clear. "Now take Nancy and me coming from Michigan," he said. "Well, that's going to be harder. It doesn't matter how long we're here or how often we come, we never fully acclimate. The foreignness of the place is always going to be a distraction for us." "Dr. Swenson was born in Maine, and she doesn't seem distracted." "Dr. Swenson may never be cited in conversations about how normal people respond to their environment." Some freakish brand of great white bird with the wingspan of a pterodactyl flapped down the river towards them. It had a bare black head, a long black bill, and a red ring around its skinny neck. They all stood, paralyzed by the sight of it, watching until it took a hard left into the foliage and vanished. Dr. Saturn formed his hand into a visor against the afternoon sun. "Anders would have known what that was." After a flurry of turning pages, Benoit held up the picture of the bird in Anders' book, thrilled to have found it so fast. He showed it to Dr. Saturn, who nodded approvingly at the correct match. "Jaribu stork," Dr. Saturn said. Benoit, one of those young men who hoped for a career in tourism, had as a child been collected for a missionary school that had popped up briefly several tributaries away. Thanks to a group of Baptists from Alabama, he could read and write in Portuguese and had memorized Bible verses which he could recite at will, skills that had made him one of the least contented members of his tribe. Morena came over to look at the picture. "I've brought hats," Nancy Saturn said, coming down to the water. "I have too. Now you can come with us." She handed Morena a wide-brimmed hat, and when Morena hesitated, Dr. Saturn took it from his wife and put it on Morena's head. The age spans between the Doctors Saturn was greater than the span between Mr. Fox and Morena. One could imagine, though it had not been said, that he had once been her teacher. Morena recognized the way the wife leaned towards the husband when he spoke, as it was not unlike the way she had often leaned towards Dr. Swenson. In one late-night conversation over a bottle of pisco brandy, in which the first Dr. Saturn was holding forth on matters of tropical medicine, the second Dr. Saturn actually took a notebook out of her pocket to write down something he had said. She was discreet, and the paper might have gone unnoticed had Dr. Swenson not asked her rather loudly if she wasn't capable of simply relying on her memory. Dr. Swenson leaned decisively away from the female Dr. Saturn, whom she clearly regarded as a gate-crasher, a hanger-on, though the younger woman, a botanist with a degree in public health, was probably best qualified to be of assistance. Certainly her credentials were closest to Dr. Rapp's. "I never rely on my memory when I'm drinking," was what Nancy Saturn had said. Easter turned the key, and the motor of the pontoon boat began to spit and cough. All of the Lakashi pressed forward now, and Morena felt herself jostled from side to side by the shirtless men in running shorts and the women with their pregnant bellies. She found herself looking at their ears and the strings of seeds and animal teeth around their necks, and suddenly she realized she had not dreamed of India all week. Her father, who had been missing from her life for so many years, was gone again, and for an instant she had a vivid recreation of that hollow, hopeless feeling of having lost him in the crowd. As she wondered if the lariam was out of her system now, a mosquito bit the back of her knee. "Jump!" Alan said, jumping onto the boat himself with the rope in his hand. Immediately the current caught the boat and pulled it away from the shore. He turned around and reached his hand to Morena. "The entire tribe is going to be on board in 5 seconds, he called. "Hesitation is the same thing as a straight-up invitation around here." It was true. The Lakashi were poised to begin boarding, all of them. Benoit pushed ahead of the pack and jumped without solicitation. He clearly meant to go somewhere, and Nancy followed him. 2 more Lakashi leapt onto the boat, but before they had gotten their balance, Benoit tipped them back into the water, and then Morena jumped without ever meaning to go. Easter laughed at her flat-footed landing, and she went and stood behind him, both of her hands on his shoulders. Every night they went to sleep separately, he in his hammock and she in her cot beneath the netting, and every night his dreams woke them both. His dreams, not hers, and she would go and scoop him up, bring him back in with her where they would sleep out the rest of the night in her little bed. They had gotten good at it. In only a week, they had learned how to stretch and turn in unison. The Lakashi were wading into the river, and with the cross of breaststroke and dog paddle they favored, they swam. Morena looked at their dark heads in the water and wondered if she would have swum out too, just to have something to do. Nancy Saturn removed her hat and waved it at them, showing the short auburn hair she cropped herself. She called out an enthusiastic series of farewells, goodbye in English and ciao in Portuguese, and then some sort of humming sound, followed by a high-pitched cry that essentially meant, "I am gone from you," in Lakashi. After her 4th or 5th repetition, they finally turned around and swam back to shore. It wasn't as if they ever would have caught the boat. Easter was gunning the engine now that Dr. Swenson wasn't on board. "They only want a little recognition," Nancy said, watching and waving as they fell farther and farther behind. "If you don't acknowledge what they're doing, they just keep doing it. Frankly, I don't think they're such good swimmers. You can't have half the tribe drowning on the way to the trading post." "Nancy would have made a great social behaviorist," Alan Saturn said, dropping a very tan arm over his wife's shoulders. "Dr. Rapp would have loved her. There were so many things we missed back then that Nancy picked up on the very first time she came out here." "You knew Dr. Rapp?" Morena asked. Nancy raised her eyebrows briefly and then sighed with the recognition of what was to come. "How in the world did you miss that lecture?" she said, stepping out from under her husband's arm and rifling through her bag for sunblock and bug gel. She handed one tube to Morena and began to use the other on herself. Alan Saturn lifted his sunglasses to better show the delight in his eyes. "I was his student at Harvard. I was actually enrolled in that famous mycology class the year he broke his ankle in New Guinea and wound up coming back to teach for the entire semester. Those were the lectures that were published by Oxford University Press, and there have been no end of papers written on them. I'm sure you must have read some of them. There were a great many legends built up around that class. It was listed in the catalog every year, but Dr. Rapp virtually never made his way back to the classroom for more than a day or two. In reality, it was taught by some graduate student who had been in the field himself and was qualified to do no more than read the notes and mark the tests. So, While studies in mycology was considered to be one of the seminal classes at the university, no one but rubes actually signed up for it. Signing up for the class was as good as admitting you had no idea what was going on, so who better than me to enroll? When people realized what had happened, that the great man himself was coming back to teach, you had a situation where seniors and graduate students, and in some cases faculty members, were making cash offers to freshmen to give up their seats. I, for one, stood firm and was rewarded fortunes beyond that $50 I turned down. I got to know Dr. Rapp that semester, I made sure of it, and so I was asked to travel with him in the Amazon for the next 3 summers in a row. Is that how you met Dr. Swenson? Morena thought of her teacher taking the trouble to catch the red-eye back from Manaus. To the best of her memory, Dr. Swenson hadn't missed a single class. Nancy Saturn smeared a great handful of white paste across her face and began to rub it in. To know Martin Rapp was to know Onyx Swenson. "Don't ruin the story," Alan said to her. He turned his attention back to Morena, that untapped source of listening pleasure. "Onyx is several years older than I am, of course." This news was delivered for his own vanity, as Alan Saturn, with his thinning white hair, enormous white eyebrows, and perilously slender ankles, could easily have been taken as older than Dr. Swenson. The only thing that made Dr. Saturn seem younger was his younger wife. She was coming down here years before me. They were, shall we say, quite inseparable in the field. "She picked the boys who went on the trips," Nancy said. "Only boys. She held interviews in his office at Harvard. She was the one who picked Alan. Dr. Rapp didn't have the time to fill the rosters himself." Morena could see him then, a tall and lanky undergraduate, a canvas rucksack on his back. "You knew him too?" she asked Nancy. Nancy gave a small, snorting laugh and applied a layer of sunblock to her breastbone, reaching into the collar of her shirt to do the job right. "I came after Dr. Rapp." Alan Saturn was ignoring her now. He was launched. A giant tree had fallen into the river, and the roots and branches reached up through the water as if begging to be saved. A bright yellow bird with a long, slender neck sat on one of those branches and watched the boat as it passed. Benoit, having spotted the bird, began his frantic turning of pages. "Martin Rapp was more than my teacher. He was the man I wanted to be. He was fully engaged with his life every minute that he lived it. He didn't trudge along doing what someone else told him to do. He was never a cog in the wheel. He held his head up and looked at the world around him. Now, my father was a very decent man, worked as a tailor in Detroit back when there were men in Detroit who had their suits made. He worked until his hands were so twisted with arthritis he couldn't hold a needle. If a man came into the store and told my father what he wanted, the only word my father had for him was yes. It didn't matter if it was a ridiculous order. Didn't matter if this guy showed up on Saturday morning and wanted his suit for Saturday night, and there was already work piled to the rafters. My father said yes. And once my father said yes, it was as good as done because that word was all he had in the world. He spent his life in the back room of a store, and the only thing he knew about his environment was that needle going in and out of the cloth. He did all this so my brothers and I could go to college and not be tailors and have the luxury of telling somebody no someday. So off I went to Harvard, the tailor's boy from Michigan. The next thing I knew, I was sitting in a lecture hall, and in walked the great Martin Rapp. His ankles sunk in a plaster boot, his crutches swinging forward. He came up to the lectern and he said, "Gentlemen, close your books and listen. We have nothing less than the world to consider." We were awestruck, every last one of us. We would have sat there for the full 4 years of college. I remember everything about that day. That room, the giant blackboards, the light coming in those leaded glass windows. What I saw in front of me was the character of a man. It was the most remarkable thing, and I've never had that experience before or since. It was some sort of aura he had. From 10 rows away, I knew exactly who he was, and I knew I would follow him anywhere. "Here," Nancy said to Marina, "take the sunblock and give me the bug gel." Marina took the sunblock, but there was only so much sunblock could do. As careful as she had tried to be, she was as dark as the natives now. Her own mother wouldn't recognize her. "Listen to her," Alan said, declining to take the paste himself. "We didn't have sunblock back then. It was a melanoma that killed Dr. Rapp in the end. By the time they found it, it had spread everywhere there was for a melanoma to go. I cannot imagine all the years he spent in an open boat with no more than a straw hat and a white shirt for protection. It's amazing he lasted as long as he did. I came back to Cambridge to see him in the end, and he was every bit himself. He was interested in his own death, fascinated by it. He was taking notes. He was in his 80s then. He couldn't go out to the sights anymore. When I asked him if he still did his meditation, he said to me, 'Why would this time be any different?' That was the thing most people never knew about him. If he was in his house in Cambridge, or he was in a tent in the driving rain outside Iquitos, he always meditated. And that's back in the days when only a handful of Indians and maybe a few Tibetans had even heard the word. He used to say, we all had a compass inside of us, and what we needed to do was to find it and to follow it. But we were undergraduates, and for the most part we couldn't find our asses with our hands, and so we followed his compass instead. Until we knew how to be men by our own standards, we tried to be men like Dr. Rapp. We never would be, of course, but it was still a noble goal. I look out over this river now, and I can see him, paddling the canoe along with the rest of us. In fact, we would have stopped paddling, crying like children about our blisters and our splinters, and he would just keep on. He wouldn't say a word, and then all of a sudden, he would turn the boat so hard we would nearly capsize. He would take it to the shore, and the next thing we knew, he was in the water and then into the jungle, gone, gone. And there we were, alone. 10 minutes later, he'd walk back out with a mushroom in a bag, a specimen that had never been recorded before. He'd be writing up the coordinates and taking pictures of the site, and then he was cleaning off the knife he'd used to cut the mushrooms from the tree on his handkerchief, the surest sign that the discovery was now complete. Everything he did was orchestrated. Every movement was beautiful. We boys would scramble into the jungle trying to figure out what he'd seen and how he'd known those mushrooms were there. And when we'd ask him, he would say, "I keep my eyes open." Alan Saturn was moved by the memory. I keep my eyes open. That was the lesson. I have to tell you, those were the happiest summers of my life. Looking along the edges of the river in the blinding daylight, the mesh of the jungle as tight as 20 chain-link fences stacked together, Marina could imagine that reaching in to pluck a single mushroom from the forest floor must have been an act akin to pulling a full-grown sheep from a top hat, at once dazzling and pointless. Easter turned back from the steering wheel of the boat and waved to her. Benoit looked for birds in the trees. "So why didn't you go back with him after that?" "Malaria," Alan said, and gave a sigh for the memory of what he had lost. "I got it in Peru the summer after my junior year. Dr. Rapp had had malaria who knows how many times. He said I'd pull through it fine, but I didn't do so well. After I got home, I ended up having to sit out the first semester of my senior year. By the time summer came around again and Dr. Rapp was putting his crew together, I was probably back to 95%. But my father wouldn't let me go. I shouldn't blame him, I suppose. He thought he was protecting me, and I couldn't make him understand. My father had never seen the world, so he didn't think it was much of a crime to keep me from it." Nancy Saturn looked at her husband, great streaks of unabsorbed white paste still standing on her chin and around her ears. She waited for another minute to see if there was anything else forthcoming, and then she asked him, "Finished?" "Those are some highlights," he said. "As many times as I've heard this story, there are 2 things that never sit well with me," she said. "Tell me," Alan said. "Well, first, your poor father. Why must he always be made the drudge in opposition to the free spirit of Martin Rapp? He didn't want his son, who still had occasional relapses of malaria, to return to the jungle where he'd gotten it in the first place. That doesn't seem so criminal to me." Alan Saturn considered his wife thoughtfully for some time, chewing over her criticism. He brushed some sort of leggy cricket out of his hair. "You have a valid point," he said finally. "But this is the story of my life, the story of how I related to my father and then later to my mentor, who, it is obvious enough, was a father figure to me. I am not misrepresenting my father. I say he's a hard worker, a provider. But if I lean towards Dr. Rapp as a role model, then that's my choice to make." Nancy waited a long time before shrugging her shoulders. The shrug appeared to cost her something. "I can see that." "I hear you, though," he said, "and I appreciate what you're saying." Morena wondered if they had been through a great deal of marriage counseling, or if it was possible that this was the way they had spoken to each other all along. It was such a long time ago that she had been married. She couldn't imagine she and Josh Sue had, in their 20s, ever had such an exchange. "You said there were two things," Alan said. "Annick Swenson." "She isn't in the story." "She is implicit in every story about Dr. Rapp. Your story tells as much by what you leave out as what you put in." "I leave out what was private in his life. Those matters didn't concern me, and they didn't concern science." "Listen to him," the second Dr. Saturn said, turning to Morena. "What is this, Meet the Press?" She pivoted back to her husband. "It absolutely did concern you. When one's role model brings his mistress along trip after trip with a dozen boys, and you are one of those boys, then it concerns you. It concerns you when you later go to his house and have dinner with your mentor and his wife." "Dr. Swenson was his mistress?" Morena said. Just saying it brought a sour taste to her mouth. It was, she thought, a terrible word, and in no way representative. A mistress was a woman who waited in a hotel room. "This is what I meant by private," Alan said pointedly to his wife. "Mrs. Rapp lives in Cambridge and has 3 daughters. She is 92. We send her grapefruit at Christmas. I'm not saying people don't have affairs, even very decent people. Let us be so lucky as to fall into that category. But we cannot unbraid the story of another person's life and take out all the parts that don't suit our purposes and put forth only the ones that do. He was a great scientist, I will grant you that, and by all accounts a true charismatic. But he was also deeply unfaithful to 2 women, and frankly, that bothers me. It bothers me that the man you say you wanted to become was a lifelong philanderer." "When did this start?" Morena asked. "We can take the life apart. We do it all the time." The veins on Alan Saturn's temples were pressing forward with their new influx of blood. "Picasso put his cigarettes out on his girlfriends, and we don't love the paintings any less for it. Wagner was a fascist, and I can hum you every bar in the opening of Die Valkyrie. I don't know Picasso, and I don't know Wagner. And you didn't know Dr. Rapp." The shouting caused Benoit to raise his eyes from the field guide he was studying. He pointed to the top of a tree and said in English, "Look!" But neither of the doctors Saturn looked. Nor did Morena, and of course Easter missed it completely. "I know his wife," Nancy said, her voice high. "I know his mistress. If I didn't know those 2 women, I feel certain you'd be right. It would be just another bit of gossip from the annals of history, but that isn't the case. You can't separate it out when it's someone you know. I can tell you he wasn't a good man." "He was the greatest man I ever knew." "He left you with a tribe of Indians in Peru when you had a fever of 105. And they took me to Iquitos, and eventually I got to Lima. It wasn't as if he stretched me out next to a log in the jungle and walked away. We all understood the terms of the agreement going in. Anyone who slowed down the group would be cut from the group. Dr. Rapp was there to work, and we were there to learn." "You were 19 years old, and he was picking mushrooms." Nancy Saturn had a wild look in her eyes, as if she were telling the story of what had happened to her child and not her husband. His mistress must have been through medical school by then. At the very least, you would think she could have stayed with you. Alan Saturn would have stormed away at this point. The desire to leave her was plainly twitching in his muscles, working through his jaw, but they were on a boat, on a river, in the jungle. The incident you are referring to happened a very long time ago. His voice was steady and low. I clearly made a mistake in confiding it to you. I'm your wife. It would have come out eventually. Nancy Saturn was not in the least bit ready to break away. She saw she had a game advantage and did not blink. You knew nothing about Anik and Dr. Rapp? Alan said to Morena finally. There were still sparks of rage in his voice, even when it was directed to her. Not a clue, Morena said. She would have liked to separate herself from the Saturns now, to find a place on the boat without roaches where she could sit down, because even though she could say that based on the information that had been presented, Alan Saturn was wrong, Dr. Rapp had behaved badly, and Nancy Saturn was right, such matters were worthy of judgment, she found herself siding with Alan, because there was much in his single-minded devotion to a mentor that sounded a familiar note. In this life, we love who we love. There were some stories in which facts were very nearly irrelevant. Yes, he said, trying to slow his breathing, perhaps another learned technique. Well, a private matter. Nancy opened her mouth, but he put his hand gently on her forehead and used his thumb to rub in a clot of sunblock that was clinging to the roots of her hair. He cleared his throat. He was trying very hard to settle them both. You see that river there? He was speaking to Morena. He nodded towards a tributary. It would have been easily missed, the small opening folded into the jungle so discreetly. You follow that river to the Homoka tribe. It's 2 or 3 hours from here. They are the closest tribe to the Lakashi, and yet, in all the times I've been here, I've never seen them. It was his one heroic attempt to change the subject. He took his hand from his wife's head, and there passed between them a tacit agreement. They were on a boat. They were not alone. They would find a way to stop this. Dr. Swenson said that Easter was Homoka, Morena said, understanding that her part in the play was to pretend that nothing had happened. No one really knows, Nancy said, weighing her words out carefully. But it's the only logical explanation. The Jinta wouldn't have left him. Did anyone try and take him back? See if they were missing a boy? Morena looked over at Easter, but he did not turn his head in the direction of the smaller river. Benoit was showing him a picture. He was steering with one hand. Tribes are like countries, Alan Saturn said. They each have their own national characters. Tribes like the Jinta are essentially Canadian. Other tribes, like the Homoka, are more North Korean. Because we have no direct contact with them, we have very little information about what they do, and the information we do have keeps us away. Dr. Swenson has seen them, Morena said. She told me so when we were coming in. And that's all she's told you, Alan said. The story doesn't go any farther than that one piece of information. She's seen them, and they frightened her. Just the idea of Anik being frightened of something is enough to keep me away. They're cannibals, Nancy said. They were cannibals, Alan said, which is only to say a small part of the meat was eaten in rituals, not that they subsisted on a regular diet of human flesh, and there haven't been any reports of it happening in the last 50 years. They had passed the opening in the jungle now. Looking back over her shoulder, Morena found it nowhere in evidence. Had they turned the boat around, she wasn't sure that she could find it. No reports in the last 50 years, but it doesn't sound like anyone is going up there taking regular surveys about their habits. They've shot poisoned arrows at traders, Nancy said. Either they're not very good shots and the arrows have landed wide of the boats, or they are very good shots and they mean it to be a warning. If Easter were, at some point in his life, a Homoka, no one has plans to send him back. When they arrived at the trading post, it seemed less like Canada and more like Florida. A dozen or so tourists had come with their guide in an open boat from their eco-lodge to watch the Jinta children in their grass skirts as they twitched their non-existent hips in time to the thundering rhythm of drums. The drums were played by middle-aged men, shirtless and thick, who were most likely the fathers. The fathers had run stripes of what looked to be red lipstick down their noses and across their cheeks, and thrashed their heads from side to side like members of a garage band. The drummers were good, but their children were better, their wrists encircled in tufts of grass. There were 20 of them or more, ranging from very tiny to a few who were slightly bigger than Easter, and they stamped out a complicated pattern of footwork and then hopped in a large circle on one foot while sounding out the hue and cry of warriors. The tourists, enchanted, took pictures with their cell phones. A girl of 10 or 12 with a red hibiscus tucked behind her ear stepped forward to dance a solo with a boa constrictor around her neck, and so nicely did it hang and sway from her arms that one could not help but be reminded that a feather boa was made to imitate a snake. The mothers of the dancers quickly spread cloths on the ground and set out an array of small blowguns, tiny carved white herons, and string bracelets woven with red seeds. Having been given an opportunity to shop, the white women began bartering, wanting a bracelet and a necklace for the price of the bracelet alone. One of the women handed her husband the camera and then came and stood beside Morena. "Take my picture with this one," she said. "She's twice the size of the rest of them." Morena, in her Lakashi dress, put her arm around the woman's waist so that her own red seed bracelet would show in the picture. Easter went and stood beside one of the men with a tall kettle drum and put his hands on either side of the base. After a minute, he began to nod his head in time. A boy came out with a 3-toed sloth and hung it around a tourist's neck, and the animal, barely awake, tilted back its head and seemed to smile at her. The sloth, for posing in pictures, was an even bigger hit than Morena. A heavy-set woman in a dirty t-shirt and cut-off jeans then arrived with a struggling 50-pound capybara in her arms. She held it on its back, the way one would a baby, possibly thinking the large rodent would take a nice picture as well. But the animal squealed and writhed and then finally bit her, so that she was forced to drop it and watch it sprint away into the undergrowth, shrieking in fear. That was when 2 very old men in enormous feathered headdresses came skipping slowly out of a thatched hut, shaking rain sticks, and the dancing children fell into a line behind them. The elder of the 2 men, the one with no teeth, stopped and took Morena's hand, tugging at her gently. "You're supposed to dance," Nancy said. "I can't do this," Morena said. "I don't think there's any choice." Morena looked at the crowd and then at the Indians, and the message on every face was exactly the same: no choice. And so she took the chief's hand, which he then held high above his head, about the level of Morena's cheekbone, and together they did the slow skip forward, while the men beat their drums, and the tourists took their pictures, and the children followed with their dances, their snake and their sloth. In this group, Morena danced with the people who were not white while the white people watched them. It would never have been her preference to be part of a tourist attraction. One of the children handed her the sloth, and she took it. She hung it around her neck and continued her dance, feeling the soft, warm hair against her skin. Had anyone given her a choice, she would have chosen instead to be back on the porch behind the storage shed beneath her mosquito netting, reading Little Dorrit. Still, she knew it was somehow less humiliating, less disrespectful, to dance with the natives than it was to simply stand there watching them. Dollars accumulated in a woven basket, offerings to the gods. The letters were given to the tourist guide, who said he had 2 hours off in Manaus the next day and would mail them himself. Benoit had been talking to the man the entire time and receiving strong advice on the importance of English and German. He should speak Spanish as well. Portuguese was nothing more than a baseline accomplishment. On their way back from the trading post, Morena and the Saturns gave Benoit all of their attention. They looked at every bird and monkey he pointed to, and when he found the correlating picture in the book, they told him how to pronounce the words in English. Spot-billed toucanet. Alan had brought binoculars and showed Benoit how to use them. Perhaps the tourists had rubbed off on them because they behaved as tourists now. They kept their collective gaze focused on the water and the leaves and the sky, and scarcely looked at one another at all. They caught a glimpse of pink dolphins and discussed birds. They took a few unnecessary turns up very small tributaries because Benoit pointed them out to Easter, and Easter, being free of all agenda, was happy to oblige. Morena and the Saturns had burned through so much emotion earlier in the day that now they all felt remarkably placid, or perhaps only exhausted. They had not passed another living soul since they left the Jintas, and the world seemed something silent and wide, belonging only to them. On the left, there was what appeared to be a crisp field of floating green lettuce. Benoit tapped at Easter's arm, and the boy turned the wheel and took them in. Beneath the sounds of the bird calls, there was the most delicate sound of crunching, as if the boat were making its way through a lightly frozen pond in December, and the ice, half the thickness of a window pane, was breaking apart to let them pass. Morena leaned over the front of the boat and watched the lettuce compact beneath the pontoons, while behind them the plants knitted themselves back together, smoothing over the path they had made without so much as a damaged leaf. We are here, Morena thought, and we were never here. It was a green so much brighter, so much fresher than anything she'd seen in the jungle. Long-toed birds strolled across the delicate meadow with such confidence. It was tempting to think those tiny floating plants might hold the weight of a single pharmacologist. The question was whether the water was a foot deep or 20 feet deep. Benoit smacked at Easter again and held up his hand, and Easter stopped the boat. Benoit lay down on his belly then, his head and shoulders over the side. He had seen something. The Saturns came and leaned over him. Morena leaned over him. "Is it a fish?" Nancy said. "Piesci?" Benoit shook his head. "I don't see anything," her husband said. Easter kept his eyes on Benoit, who, without looking at his captain again, pointed his hand to the left, to the right, and then a little back. Easter held the throttle low and scooted the big boat around in the smallest possible increments until Benoit, every ounce of his attention fixed into the sweet spring of lettuce, abruptly raised his hand, and Easter killed the engine altogether. The silence was startling. The budding naturalist, still flat on his stomach, then dove that same hand down through the leaves and began to pull the colossus of all snakes into the boat. Human instinct dictated first that the snake must be kept away from the face. And so, Benoit straightened his arm to rigid as if wishing to cast it away from his body, while holding on too tight for the snake's comfort. The reptile's long, recurved teeth snapped ferociously into the air, diving towards Benoit's wrist while Benoit whipped the head from side to side, buying time until he could close the distance between hand and head. He rolled onto his side and then his back, managing somehow to pull the first half of the reptile on board, while it flailed like a downed electrical wire. At its neck, the snake was as big around as Benoit's wrist, and from there, its body, smooth scales of darkest green with black blotches on the back, and then creamy light underneath, swelled into a size more in keeping with his thigh. The snake kept pulling up and pulling up, more and more of itself slithering up and onto the deck in thick, muscular rolls, where it sought to make its way onto Benoit's body, extending out against him, kneading him, while Benoit struggled mightily to keep their two faces apart. Do not let the faces touch. "Put it back!" Nancy screamed in English, the language that stood between Benoit and his dream of being a tour guide. "Drop it!" "Fuck!" Alan Saturn said, and then repeated the word endlessly for good measure. He had caught it, sure enough, but he hadn't caught it close enough to the head. There was too much available snake above Benoit's hand, and the snake's enormous gaping mouth sought purchase, its jaws opening wider than such a little head should reasonably dictate. In a flash, there was evidence of many rows of smaller teeth lined up and waiting to clamp into skin. Only by swinging it wildly did he keep the snake from sinking into his wrist. Benoit seemed fixated only on the 6 inches of the snake between the top of his fist and the tip of its tongue, while completely ignoring the enormous body that was working its way heavily onto his own body now. And Benoit, who was wet with sweat and the water the snake brought on board, was laughing. There on his back, pinned like a wrestler in an unsporting match, he roared with a powerful joy while he tried to work the one hand upwards with the assistance of the other hand. Easter, ever helpful, grabbed onto the lower half of their guest and tried to pry it off of his friend. There was too much coiling and uncoiling for an accurate measurement, but the snake appeared to be 15 feet long, 18 when it stretched. Benoit appeared to be 5 feet 5 inches, and he was outweighed by as much as 50 pounds. The 3 doctors pressed away, screaming various invectives in an unhelpful language. Morena wanted to jump in the water and try to run across the lettuce with the long-toed birds. But who could say the snake didn't have a family down there? There was an odor none of them recognized. The smell of a furious reptile, an oily stench of putrid rage that sunk into the membranes of their nostrils, as if it planned to stay there forever. The back half of the snake whipped up and made itself a knot around Easter's slender waist, and wrapped, and at the moment its head swung past, Easter reached into the air, his hand a quarter second faster than the snake, and grabbed its throat, just below the head, well above Benoit's fist. Easter had caught the snake that Benoit had caught. Oh, the whooping, the triumph and revelry. They shook the jungle with their screams, Benoit and Easter, for sure enough, Easter was screaming, and the sound was so piercing, so much like the agony of death, that all 3 doctors were sure the boy was bitten, and they lunged forward with the instinct of human decency to save his life. But Easter was grinning madly as he gripped the snake while Benoit, who was considerably stronger, held fast below. They looked into the creature's mouth now like a carnival attraction, while the tongue, a silvered spark of light, licked towards them. "It's a fucking anaconda," Alan said. "He caught an anaconda with his hands." Alan's Saturn seemed to be at the perfect intersection of the thrilling achievement of the Lakashi, the terror of Morena and his wife, and the rage of the snake, whose eyes had focused into 2 pinpoints of murderous desire. Easter coughed. Maybe Morena understood before he did, but of course that would be impossible to say. In a moment, everything was clear to her, and she stepped through the wall of her own revulsion and fear and took the tail end of the snake that was pressed into Easter's hip. Its flesh was at once clammy and dry, cool despite the terrible heat of the day. She had once dissected a snake in a college biology class, a small black garter snake long dead and stinking of formaldehyde. She had cut it down the center and pinned it open on a wax-bottom pan. To the best of her memory, that was the only snake she had ever touched. She touched the second one as she worked to pull it from the boy. When she had pried a little of it loose, she moved her hands up the body, hand over hand, like she was working her way up a rope, except the end of the rope then began to wrap around her wrist. It was a muscle like nothing she had ever encountered. It did not fight against her. It did not notice her. She pulled. Easter coughed again. Benoit could now see the problem as well. His friend was wrapped inside the snake, and the snake had figured out a way to loosen the hand that held its neck. Benoit slid his hand up to cover Easter's hand, just as Easter's hand fell away. Easter tried to work his own small hands between himself and the snake, and when he exhaled to get just his fingertips in between them, the snake felt the movement of his breath and squeezed. Easter's eyes shot first to Morena, and then she saw the very soul of him in his fear, and she pulled, and Alan's hands were by her hands, and they were pulling together, all of them, Benoit from the throat, while Nancy Saturn cried for a knife, and then, "Jacques!" But Benoit could not hear her now. He was frozen to the snake that was in the business of killing his friend, who may have been 11 or 12 but was very small for his age. "Tell me there is a fucking knife on this boat," Nancy said. Easter's lips were turning blue. From either the lack of oxygen or the weight of the snake, he went down on his knees. It occurred to Morena that his spine could snap. They all went down to their knees. Morena knew there was a machete strapped to the steering column of the boat, the knife that Easter had used to trim away the branches when he tied the boat to a tree. In an instant she was up. The knife was nearly as long as her arm, as heavy as a tennis racket, and she put the blade just above Benoit's fist and with a single pass sliced off the head. It would have been the greatest moment of her life had cutting off the head killed the snake, but the beheading changed nothing. On the deck, the busy head continued to snap its murderous teeth, moving in a slow circle as the jaw opened and closed, while its body went about the business of strangling a boy. "Jesus," she said. She could see the tendons standing out on Benoit's neck. She could see his crooked bottom teeth, his open jaw jutting forward in the exertion, the blood of the headless snake running down his arm. While Benoit continued to pull the top of the snake, the Saturns continued to pull the bottom, and in the middle, Easter continued his death. Morena began to saw into the rolls of headless snake, her hand at Easter's head and the point of the machete at Easter's toes. Her objective was to cut through both coils simultaneously, as she doubted there would be time to do this twice. At no point did Easter make a sound. He would not use another teaspoon of breath. He stayed stock still inside this jacket and kept his eyes on Morena. First, there was a large vertebral column that required Morena to lean in as she sawed, as much as she would have leaned in to saw apart a human wrist with a long knife at a bad angle. She had worried about pressing too hard and cutting into Easter, but Easter was still very far away. She cracked the vertebra in the first coil and then worked the knife from side to side to break the second bend. She then cut through the ribs, the thick muscles that ran down to the belly scoot, the cloaca. When she was very close to Easter, she put the knife down and ripped the bit of the snake that was left with her hands. The heavy weight of the snake worked in her favor then, tearing itself as it fell to the deck. Nancy Saturn picked the boy up, light as air this child, and stretched him out beside his murderer and blew into his mouth and blew. Her lips reined in to cover so small a mouth. With one hand behind his neck, she tilted back his head, and with her other hand, she blocked his nose and she blew until she saw his chest rise, and none of them could tell whose breath it was. She stopped for a minute. It was his. Shallow and uneven at first, but his own. She lifted up his shirt and lightly touched the red welts across his torso, and Alan Saturn kneeled beside her and put his ear to Easter's chest. Benoit crouched away from them, his head against his knees, his back heaving with his breath, while on the other side of the boat, Easter's eyes blinked. Morena sat down beside him then in the widening pool of blood and took his hand. It was still daylight when they got back. Alan Saturn was driving the boat, and even though a couple dozen Lakashi were waiting on the shore, the branches they held in their hands had not been lit. When they saw the boat, they stood up to watch, but they did not jump or cry out. It could have been because the travelers had only been gone for half a day, and it could have been because Dr. Swenson was not among them. Either way, everyone on the boat was relieved, though there was more to celebrate now than there had been in all their lives combined. But when Alan Saturn pulled up next to the little dock and the Lakashi came on board the boat, the calling and crying broke forth in earnest. Not the theatrical display of the week before, but a deep and abiding joy Morena had not seen. 3 men picked up the 3 large chunks of the snake from the blood-slicked deck, and a 4th man picked up the head. The very head Morena had meant to kick into the water, though she had been unwilling to touch it again, even with her foot. They carried off the pieces of the snake, each as heavy as a small tree, and hoisted them about their heads to show the ebullient crowd. There would be anaconda for dinner tonight. It would be a feast to tell the grandchildren about years from now. So many Lakashis slapped their hands against Benoit they were beating him. They held out their chunks of snake in a rare offer of inclusion towards the Saturns, who leaned into each other fiercely and declined. Easter stood to walk, but when he started to sway almost immediately, Benoit lifted him into his arms, and the Lakashi cheered for them while the boy cried out in pain. Morena led them back to the porch and had Benoit put Easter in her bed, and when Benoit was gone, she crawled beneath the net herself to lie beside him. They were alive and together, and they reeked of snake. It wasn't long before Dr. Swenson came and found the two of them there in the little bed, shoulder to shoulder, holding hands, small Hansel, big Gretel. Easter had fallen asleep, taking shallow breaths through his mouth, but Morena's eyes were open wide. Even after all this time, it still wasn't completely dark. "The Saturns told me what happened." Dr. Swenson reached beneath the net and touched his hair. "I don't know what happened," Morena said, her eyes straight up to the point where the net knotted together. "It doesn't make any sense. He saw a snake in the water and he pulled it onto the boat. Why would he do that?" "Benoit wants to be a tour guide, and the stock and trade of an Amazon tour guide is the ability to pick things up. Tarantulas, caiman lizards, all sorts of ridiculous things. Pulling an anaconda into a boat is an extraordinary accomplishment. I've never seen anyone manage it, and I've seen people try. Had it ended better, he probably would have asked you to write a letter to the National Board of Tourism." "It's a miracle the thing didn't bite one of them. I'll be seeing those fangs for the rest of my life." Dr. Swenson shook her head. "Teeth," she said, "not fangs. I'm told the bite is extremely painful, and it's a monstrous business getting the head disengaged, but it isn't a poisonous snake. What that snake was doing to Easter was a much more serious business than biting." Morena turned her head to face her mentor. "What about his liver, his spleen? If we were home, I would take him for a CT. "If you were home, he wouldn't have been squeezed by an anaconda. He would have been hit by an SUV while riding his bike. His odds were better against the snake." "What?" "It's dangerous here, you don't need to tell me that, but it's more dangerous there. This is where he understands things, he knows how to get along. Maybe he's cracked some ribs, but you watch him, he'll be fine." Dr. Ekman had ideas about taking Easter home with him. He felt if the hearing loss were nerve-based, he might benefit from a cochlear implant, but you can't change people like that. You can't make a hearing boy out of a deaf boy, and you can't turn everyone you meet into an American. Easter isn't a souvenir, anyway, a little something you pocket on your way out to remind you of your time in South America. You kept your head, Dr. Singh. You saved his life. I commend you for this. But if you think the reward for saving the boy's life is keeping the boy, then I must tell you, this is not the case. A simple thank you will have to suffice. He is not available." It would have been the easiest thing in the world for Morena to tell Dr. Swenson that she had no idea what she was talking about, when what Dr. Swenson was saying was perfectly clear. She had simply put it into words before Morena had made it a complete thought. The same way she would answer the questions on grand rounds the split second before Morena had them formulated in her mind. Morena was, in fact, moments from coming to the conclusion that the thing to do would be to take Easter home with her, that it was what Anders had wanted, that it was what she wanted, that in some bizarre way this was the child of their union, the product of the 7 years Anders and Morena spent together in a cramped lab. Easter was her compensation for what she had lost. Dr. Swenson had simply seen it before Morena, and in seeing it, she cut her off at the pass. "It was horrible," Morena said weakly, wanting at least some sympathy for what she was being asked to forfeit. She meant the snake. "I'm sure it was." Dr. Swenson put her hand against the boy's forehead, checking for fever, and then dipped 2 fingers into his neck to count his pulse. "Did you ever want children of your own, Dr. Singh?" And there she was again, anticipating the next emotion, following Morena's train of thought backwards. I cannot keep this child. I should have had a child. She wondered if she were particularly transparent or if Dr. Swenson just had a special knack for reading her. There was a time, Morena said. She could not make peace with the stench of the snake. She was amazed that Dr. Swenson hadn't commented on that. And that time has passed? Morena shrugged. It was a peculiar kind of therapy, lying flat out with a child you had only now realized you wanted, while being asked if you had wanted a child. I'm 42. I seriously doubt my life will change so much in the next year or two that it would be possible. She was no longer sure about what she wanted from Mr. Fox, and hers was not an age for indecision. There will be nothing but time, don't you understand? That's what the Lakashi are offering. If I can have a child at 73, then why shouldn't you have one at 43, 45? I'll tell you the truth, Dr. Singh. What I have discovered about these trees is not what I expected. It will not be what your pharmaceutical company expects. It is something much greater, much more ambitious than anything we had hoped for. That was Dr. Rapp's great lesson in the Amazon, in science. Never be so focused on what you're looking for that you overlook the thing you actually find. Morena was sitting up now. She had disengaged her hand from Easter's, though the two were fairly stuck together from where the snake's blood had dried and sealed them into one unit. She came outside her net. You're telling me you're pregnant? Dr. Swenson blinked. For a moment, she looked more surprised than Morena. You thought I was fat? You're 73 years old. Dr. Swenson folded her hands on top of her stomach in a universal gesture of pregnancy. It was something Morena was sure she had never seen her do. Her shirt rode up and showed the roundness of her belly. I know you have seen women here who are my age or older, and they are pregnant. I've heard you comment on them. But they're Lakashi. Morena wasn't sure if what she was saying was racist or scientific. This distortion of biology is for them, not for us. She could still hear them singing by the river, beating on drums, no doubt tenderizing the snake before they held it on sticks above the fire, or whatever one did to cook a snake in these parts. They are Lakashi indeed, so that is the question. We know that if they eat the bark consistently from the onset of first menses, their ova appear not to deteriorate. But Americans wouldn't feed their daughters a monthly pill from the time they're 13 on the off chance the child will want to wait until she's 50 to reproduce. What we have to find out is whether or not the bark can reinvigorate the reproductive capacity of the postmenopausal woman. And you're the test case? You couldn't find someone else to do this? There are no postmenopausal Lakashi. That's the whole point. Then you get a jinta. You don't take it yourself. How quickly we put our medical ethics aside. I developed this drug. If I believe in it, and clearly I do, then I should be willing to test it on myself. Who is the father? Dr. Swenson looked at her with the gravest disappointment. The disappointment she reserved for first-year medical students. Really, Dr. Singh, you are not serious. Given the circumstances of the day, Morena would have sworn that there was nothing left to upset her, and still she felt her hands shaking. I understand that you are conducting an extremely limited initial trial on yourself, but the end result of this experiment will be a child, and, with all good wishes for your longevity, you may not be around as long as you might like to look after it. If there is no father in the traditional sense, then what happens to the outcome? There are plenty of children around here. Do you really think one more is going to break the tribe? I am very well regarded. Any outcome of mine, as you so warmly describe this child, would be welcomed and well cared for. You're going to leave it here? Onyx Swenson's child will be raised by the Lakashi? They are a decent, well-organized people. You went to Radcliffe. I didn't love it. Easter slept through all of it. Morena looked down on him in the bed. His shirt and arms and face were smeared with blood. Somehow, in all of this, she hadn't noticed it before. She would get a cloth and wash him. She could wash him while he slept. "Imagine Dr. Rapp fathered a child down here," she said, remembering the example of Alan Saturn in his argument with his wife and working to calm her voice. Should the son or the daughter of the greatest mind in botany just wander around in the jungle for the rest of his or her life, not having any access to their own potential? Do you think his children aren't here? Do you honestly think such things never happened? You should ask Benoit to take you to the next vision quest or whatever you want to call it. Dr. Swenson shook her head and then walked over to sit in the one small chair in the room. She sat on top of Morena's second dress and the other 2 pairs of underpants, as the chair was where she kept her things. "I am very tired, Dr. Singh," she said, and pushed back her hair with her hands. "I have sciatica in my left leg, and the child is sitting on my bladder. It begins to thrash whenever I lie down. I am glad to have conducted this piece of research on myself because it makes me realize something I might not have otherwise taken into account. Women, past a certain age, are simply not meant to carry children, and I can only imagine that we are not meant to bear them or to raise them either. The Lakashi are used to it. This is their particular fate. They can hand off their infants to their granddaughters. They don't have to raise them. That is the only reward for these late-life children. You know they won't be your responsibility." I had never felt old before this, that is a fact. I have avoided mirrors my entire life. I have no better sense of what I look like at 73 than I did at 20. I've had some arthritis in my shoulder, but nothing to speak of. I keep on. I have kept coming down here, kept up with my work, Dr. Rapp's work. I have not lived the life of an old woman because I was not an old woman. I was only myself. But this thing, this child, it has made me firmly 73. It has made me older than that. By straying into the territory of the biologically young, I have been punished. I would have to say rightfully so. Morena looked at her teacher, looked at her feet filling out a battered pair of Birkenstocks, looked at the way gravity pinned her to the chair. She asked the most ridiculous question of all, only because she had so recently asked herself. "Did you ever want to have children?" "What is it you said to me just now? There was a time?" "Maybe there was a time. To tell you the truth, I can't remember. From where I sit, I would tell you that having a child is akin to plotting your own death. But I delivered thousands and thousands of babies in my day, and it seemed at least in that moment many of the mothers were happy. I know it wasn't like this for the young." Dr. Swenson closed her eyes, and though her head stayed balanced and upright, she seemed to be asleep. "Should I walk you back to your room?" Morena asked. Dr. Swenson considered the offer. "What about Easter?" Morena looked back at him, noted the regular rise and fall of his chest. "He's not going to wake up. He's had a long day." "That's the one you want," Dr. Swenson said, bringing their conversation back to its beginning, although this time she seemed to be offering him up. "One who's older, one who's smart, one who loves you. If someone ever told me I could have had a child like Easter, I would have done it. Only, I would have done it a long time ago." Morena nodded, and using both of her hands, she pulled Dr. Swenson up from her chair. "We can agree on that. You were smart to stay with us, Dr. Singh. I kept waiting for you to go, but I'm starting to see that you are genuinely interested in our work." "I am," Morena said, realizing for the first time that she hadn't been thinking about leaving at all. Then she took Dr. Swenson's arm, and together they walked down the stairs and side by side on the narrow path back through the jungle to the lab. At the lab, Morena borrowed some soap and a pot, and when she was in the river, took off her dress and held herself under the warm, clouded water for some time. There was a complicated, ineffectual shower rigged up behind the lab that required hauling bags of water up from the river and running them through a filtering system, but it would have been no match for all she was hoping to remove. Bringing her head above the surface, Opening her eyes to the light falling at a low slant across the water, she was surprised to find that she no longer felt afraid of the river. She would have thought it would be the other way around. She scrubbed her dress and then used the rough fabric of the dress to scrub herself, then sank a final time and swam back into her clothes. She emerged, dripping from the water, still stinking, though perhaps not as much. Then she convinced the Lakashi women to let her put a pot of water down at the edge of their fire, and while she waited for it to heat up, a woman came and sat behind her, combing out Marina's wet hair with her fingers and then braiding it. If there were men in the tribe who hoped to one day escape their circumstances by becoming naturalists, the women all seemed to share a common dream of hairdressing. There was no more denying their desire to groom than one could stop those little African birds from riding on the backs of crocodiles and pecking out insects. And while Marina had fought them at first, pulling their hands from her hair whenever they gathered it back, she had finally given over to it. She had learned to relax beneath their touch. While the woman braided and tugged, Marina watched the river, counting the fish that popped the surface. She counted 8 in all. When her hair was finished and the water was hot enough, she carried it back to the porch. It was finally getting dark, and the evening was lovely and young. While the bats spun out of dead trees to announce the dusk, Marina washed the snake off of Easter. He woke up just enough to squint at her vaguely while she worked her cloth down his arms and between his toes. She wiped his face and rubbed his hair, and was very gentle as she wiped down his stomach and chest, which were already blossoming into a spectrum of purple and green. When she was finished, he turned himself over with great difficulty and let her do the other side. She spread a clean sheet beneath him the way she had seen nurses do. It was a skill she had forgotten she had. Change a bed with someone in it. So he had been a cannibal once, if only in another lifetime. In light of all that had happened, it was hardly worth mentioning. Chapter 9. It was on the 4th morning after the trip to the trading post that Marina saw Dr. Booty and the second Dr. Saturn walking through the jungle. It was very early, much earlier than she normally would be out, but something had crawled beneath the net above her bed and bitten her near the elbow, and the bite, now swollen and hot, had prevented her from going back to sleep. She used what scant morning light was available to inspect the snake's long-lasting tattoo that had deepened the color of Easter's bruises to eggplant and spread from his armpits to his groin. When she had assured herself yet again that these bruises were merely horrible and not a sign of some underlying medical catastrophe, she dislodged herself from the sleeping child and went in search of the coffee that Dr. Booty, always working, was sure to have made. It was still 15 minutes short of full daylight when she saw her colleagues on the other side of a giant termite mound, the ground between them trembling with industry. She waved and called good morning, and they stopped abruptly, looking at her as if she were the last person they had ever expected to see in the Amazon. After a pause, Dr. Saturn leaned down to whisper something in Dr. Booty's ear, and Dr. Booty, after what appeared to be consideration, nodded her approval. The 2 doctors then made their way towards her, cutting a wide berth around the termites. "How's Easter?" Nancy Saturn said. Marina gave Nancy the credit for saving Easter's life, for having the presence of mind to say the word knife when Marina was still attempting to win a wrestling match with the snake. It was Nancy Saturn who had set their salvation in motion. "He was sleeping when I left. Dr. Swenson gives him half an Ambien at night now, otherwise the pain wakes him up." "Blessings from Allah on that," Dr. Booty said, nodding. "We're going out to the trees," Nancy said casually, laying her hand on the bag of notebooks that hung across her chest. "Why don't you come along?" Before Easter's accident, if pulling a snake into a boat can be called an accident, Marina had asked several times to see the trees, but her requests had been met by a vague evasiveness. They had already been, or this wasn't the week to go. Since the anaconda, she had frankly forgotten about them. Her notions of what was important had shifted. The jungle was not short on trees, and she had seen many of them. it was difficult to imagine that some would be so substantially different from the others. Still, now that the invitation had been extended, she accepted with pleasure, feeling that her patience had been noticed and rewarded. In fact, she had written just such a sentiment last night to Mr. Fox, sitting on the floor of the sleeping porch and using the chair as a desk because Easter had already gone to bed. Since the snake, his hammock had hung empty until a marmoset took it up for afternoon naps. It was a filthy little creature. I find myself following your advice now that I have no direct way of reaching you. You would tell me to wait and observe. You would tell me there is more to this situation than I could immediately understand, and you would be right. Just as you were right to tell me to come here, and right to tell me, I know this is what you would say, to stay. Look how agreeable I've become since I've been gone. I can hardly believe how close I came to getting on the next flight home. I would have suffered through Manaus only to miss the very thing I had come for. Far to the west, Boody and Nancy and Morena heard a rustling of branches as two young women laughing and talking in what Morena still considered to be an impenetrable language passed at a distance, nodding their heads with disinterest when they spotted the doctors. One of the older women was walking from the direction of the river, holding the hand of a young girl. 3 more suddenly appeared from behind a large, dead stump. "You would think they all had alarm clocks," Nancy said, as more and more women stepped from the underbrush and headed in the same direction. They were on a path Morena didn't think she had been on before, although she couldn't be sure. Paths opened up when she studied the undergrowth carefully and then disappeared as soon as she turned her head. She had a mortal fear of following one path into the jungle and then being unable to find it again when she was ready to go out. If Morena had it all to do over again, she would have brought sacks of red yarn with her so she could tie one end of the ball to the foot of her bed every time she entered the labyrinth. "It is the Lakashi biological clock," Dr. Boody said, and Nancy and Morena laughed. Dr. Boody smiled shyly, having made so few successful jokes in her life. It wasn't often that Morena dwelled on the contents of either of her lost suitcases, but there were moments, and this was such a moment, when she would have liked a real pair of shoes instead of the rubber flip-flops. She would have liked a long-sleeved shirt that would have saved her arms at least from the smaller thorns, and a pair of pants to protect her from those random blades of grass which, when brushed past at exactly the right angle, could slice the shin like a razor. The small amount of blood that beaded and then seeped from her leg was an advertisement for all she had to offer. It felt as if they were going a very long way, but distances, like directions, were hard to measure. It could have been that this particular path, were they on a path, had more fallen trees lying across it that required clambering over, more mysterious sinkholes of standing water heralded only by a sudden sponginess underfoot. It could be that they were only 2 or 3 straight city blocks away from their destination, but that distance was meaningless given the obstacles they had still to overcome. Morena brushed her hand across the back of her neck and dislodged something with a hard shell. She had learned in time to brush instead of slap, as slapping only served to pump the entire contents of the insect, which was doubtlessly already burrowed into the skin with some entomological protuberance, straight into the bloodstream. The Lakashi women were singing now. No, they weren't singing. It was just that so many of them were talking at once, and when their voices came together, it sounded vaguely like a section of Torah, as sung by a group of bar mitzvah boys whose voices had yet to change. "Do you know what they're saying?" Morena asked. Nancy shook her head. "I catch a word every now and then, or I think I do. We had a linguist with us for a while. He had been a student of Noam Chomsky's. He said the language wasn't particularly difficult or even interesting, that all the languages in this region of the Amazon came from a single grammatical base with variations in vocabulary, which meant at one point the tribes must have been connected and then split apart. It made me wish we had a language that was a little bit more obscure so we might have kept him. He made us some charts with phonetics so we can put together some basic phrases." "Thomas is very good at it," Dr. Boody said. She held up her arm, and the other 2 women stopped and waited while a very large, low-slung lizard dragged itself across their path, its loose green skin hanging over the rib cage like chainmail. "I don't know that one," Dr. Booty said, watching it carefully. Nancy leaned over to peer at the lizard as if it were someone she could almost place. Then she shook her head. "Neither do I." It was another 20 minutes past the lizard before they came to a clearing, or, if not a clearing, a place where fewer, thinner trees stood farther apart from one another, and all the trees were the same. There was no thick coat of undergrowth covering the ground, just a light wash of grass. There were no hairy ropes of vines strangling the trees, only the smooth, straight expanse of bark. Sunlight fell easily between the pale oval leaves and hit the ground in wide patches. "It's beautiful," Morena said, dropping her head back. "Such sunlight, such pretty little leaves. My God, why don't they live here?" "Too far from the water," Dr. Booty said, looking at her watch and making a note of the time. A dozen Lakashi women were already there. Morena knew most of them by sight, even if she couldn't properly reproduce the series of tones that made up their names. Over the next few minutes, 24 more arrived and took their places against the trunks that were a buttery yellow color and ranged from 10 to 20 inches around. Without ritual or fanfare, with no apparent consideration, the women went for bigger trees, the ones already bitten, and left the saplings alone. Pressing in like a partner for a slow dance, they opened their mouths and began immediately to scrape their teeth down the bark. The jungle on this morning was particularly quiet, and so it was possible to hear them, a small sound amplified by so many women making it at the same time. A few stragglers wandered in and stopped to greet the women at the trees around them, who stopped their biting and chewing long enough to receive the greeting and return it. Two of the women who had a great deal to say to each other took opposite sides of the same tree, and from a distance they appeared to be kissing. Women who had brought their children left them in a pile in the center of the trees, and the older children herded the younger ones back when they tried to crawl away. One of the older women went into a group of children and led a girl of 12 or 13 to a tree, and the others stopped all at once, turning their heads from their trees to watch her. When the girl tilted her face to the side, looking uncertain of how she should approach it, the others hooted lightly and slapped their trees to make a kind of tree-plus-human applause. The thin branches trembled and shook the delicate leaves from side to side. The girl, whose hair was unbraided and disheveled by sleep, looked embarrassed to be the center of so much attention. She then began to nibble at the bark. After the others felt certain she was performing this primal act correctly, they all went back to their work. From the nubile to the beldam, they scraped and chewed without pleasure or distaste. They had turned the fairly exotic act of biting a tree into nothing more than factory work. "This is important," Dr. Booty said to Morena. "The girl has just completed her first menstrual cycle. The Lakashi rituals are very brief, unsentimental. You are lucky to see such a thing on your first day." Nancy Saturn turned some pages in her notebook. "I didn't realize Mara was menstruating." Dr. Booty held up her book. "I have it." There were more than enough trees for everyone, maybe 200 of them spread over 2 acres of land. The tallest climbed to a height of 60 or 70 feet, but there were plenty of new trees coming up as well. In the places where a tree had been recently eaten, the absence of bark left a mark that was soft and white. Growing back, it was the palest of yellows, and then darkened over time, so that most of the trees at the height of a Lakashi's head appeared to have been banded by decoupage. It was easier to breathe in this place, and so easy to see. In every direction the vista was open. No more wondering what might be tearing through the jungle with its wet jaws hinged open. "I never thought there would be so many trees," Morena said. "I didn't picture it like this." "It's actually just one tree," Nancy said. She was counting the women and marking them present by name in her notebook. "They're populas, like aspens, a very rare phenomenon. It's a single root system. The tree is cloning itself." "Very delicate," Dr. Booty said, nodding to herself. The root system changes the acidity level in the soil so that nothing much will grow here except for the trees and a little bit of grass. In a sense, you could say the tree poisons the area it inhabits to make sure that nothing else will survive in its space and take the nutrients out of the soil or grow taller and block out the sunlight. Except the raps, Dr. Booty said. The raps thrive right where they are. She pointed the tip of her pen towards the clusters of mushrooms that grew near the base of the trees, each cap a perfect golf ball on a tall, slender stem. The raps were a most unearthly shade of pale blue. They came so close to glowing in the light of day that she wanted to come back with a flashlight and see them in the dark. Morena couldn't imagine how she had missed them. Psilocybe livoris rapinus, Nancy said. They are considered to be the greatest single discovery in mycology. There has never been any evidence that this ecosystem is duplicated anywhere else in the rainforest, anywhere in the world. These trees you're looking at here, these mushrooms, this is it. As far as we know, these are the only raps in the world. Your passport to spiritual enlightenment. You've tried them? Nancy Saturn closed her eyes and nodded slightly, holding up one finger. Very sick, Dr. Booty said. Interesting everything you see, but too sick. So, if the mushrooms are raps, are the trees called Swensons? Morena asked. There was an inordinate number of lavender moths the size of quarters bobbing through the sunlight. Morena didn't remember seeing them before, but then it would be difficult to notice such a small moth in the workaday tangle of vines that suffocated the rest of the jungle. The trees are called martens, Dr. Booty said. Tabebuia martini. It's actually the raps we're protecting, Nancy said. All the secrecy about the work and the location, it's so no one can find the raps. Scientifically, it's the martens that have presented such remarkable potential. The martens really may prove to be one of the great botanical discoveries of our age, but people have been trying to get their hands on the raps ever since Dr. Rapp started writing about them. If the greater world knew where they were. Dr. Booty covered her eyes with her hand and shook her head. Exactly. This place would be overrun. Drug dealers, the Brazilian government, other tribes, German tourists. There's no telling who would get here first, and what sort of a war would ensue. The only thing I know for sure is that the Lakashi would be destroyed. Their entire existence is built around raps, and while they have easily 100 times more mushrooms than they need for their rituals, they have no interest in drying and storing them. The raps present 365 days a year, and so the Lakashi just assume they're always going to be right here under the trees. I've been trying to grow martens and subsequently raps for 3 years now, and I'm not talking about growing them back in Michigan. I'm talking about growing them in the lab from root dissections, the same soil, the same water, and I can't do it. You will, Dr. Booty said. Nancy Saturn shook her head. It's too soon to say. Dr. Saturn and Dr. Booty announced that they were talking too much, and the window of time for work would not stay open indefinitely. They excused themselves and began going tree to tree, asking the women questions that involved the use of 4 or 5 words of Lakashi. Nancy took a cuff out of her bag and was checking Mara's blood pressure. Morena took the opportunity to look at the trees. A small plastic placard, numbered and dated, had been staked in front of each one. She ran her hands over the scarred bark, sniffed at the wood. Had she seen them by a lake in Minnesota, she wouldn't have given them a second look, or maybe one glance back, just because she had no memory of seeing such yellow bark. The raps she would have noticed, looking down at the small clump near her feet. They were like a cluster of exotic sea creatures that had washed up 1,000 miles inland. How in the world had Dr. Rapp found this place? How had he known to look past the fire-waving tribe on the shore and go a mile into the jungle? Morena cut a path between the trees. What a pleasure it was to walk. What a pleasure to take a large step and be able to see where her foot was landing. She raised her arms above her head and stretched. One by one, the women stepped back from the trees and began scratching out whatever splinter of bark had lodged between their teeth with their fingernails. Booty picked a handful of women out of the crowd and wiped down their fingers with alcohol swabs, and then pricked them to draw the small pipettes of blood. After making notes, she carefully pressed the tubes into a small metal case. On the other side of the stand, Dr. Saturn went through a more challenging interaction as she handed 3 of the women long cotton swabs and waited while they reached beneath their dresses, made a quick flick of the wrist, and handed the swab back to her. Dr. Saturn then tapped the swab on a slide and on a piece of litmus paper. "What in the world are you doing?" Morena asked. "Checking the levels of estrogen in the cervical mucus." Dr. Saturn's carrying case was a more complicated affair, and she sat down on the ground to make her notations on the test tube where she deposited her swabs. "The slides are for ferning." "No one does ferning anymore," Morena said. It was the slightly arcane process of watching estrogen grow into intricate fern patterns on slides. No ferns, no fertility. Dr. Saturn shrugged. "It's very effective for the Lakashi. Their estrogen levels are quite sensitive to the intake of bark." "How in the world did you convince them to—" She wasn't sure of the appropriate word. Self-swab? "That," Dr. Saturn said, "is Dr. Swenson's genius. The training was in place a long time before I arrived. I cannot imagine how terrified of her they must have been to have gone along with it. These days, it doesn't even seem to register as an invasion of privacy." The 3rd Lakashi woman handed over her Q-tip without fanfare, and Nancy bowed her head as she accepted it. When the Lakashi had finished what had been asked of them, they walked off in groups of 2 and 3 and 4. Not looking back at the trees or acknowledging the scientists. They picked up the children who were too small to walk reliably and let the others trail behind as best they could. They were done. "Do they come every day?" Morena watched as the entire lot of them receded into the thickening woods as if a school bell had been rung. They left without so much as a glance back to the doctors or the trees. Their work was done. They chew the bark every 5 days. Though the entire female sector of the tribe doesn't come on the same day. Their visits are regular. How they figure the 5 days is beyond us, as they have no apparent system for marking time. I can only assume that it has at this point become a biological craving. They don't come when they're pregnant. In fact, the bark repulses them from what seems to be the moment of conception. Dr. Swenson confirms this. Because of this, pregnancies seem especially long out here. We know about them for a full 39 weeks. They also don't come when they're menstruating, though conveniently they're pretty much on the same cycle, so we get a few days off every month. "All of them?" Nancy nodded. "It takes the new girls a while to get it straightened out, and no one is perfectly regular after giving birth, but other than that..." Dr. Booty walked over to a tree near her and looked to find a place where the bark was darkest yellow and dry, and then she leaned towards it and bit, her teeth making the same scraping sound. "You'll try it?" she said, looking back at Morena. "I should take her vitals," Nancy said, pulling out the blood pressure cuff again. "Booty, take her temperature." "Why would I?" Morena said. "We need to test people who aren't Lakashi. We do it. But I'm not going to get pregnant." Nancy velcroed a cuff around Morena's arm and began to pump it tighter and tighter. Dr. Booty held up a flat plastic thermometer, and Morena, sure of nothing, opened her mouth. "You would not be alone in that," Dr. Booty said. "Believe me, there are plenty of things to test you for. You don't have to get pregnant." "Thomas will tell you," Dr. Booty said, and then, as if on cue, Dr. Nkomo broke through the thicket outside the stand of martens and was walking towards them. "I see I am sufficiently late," he said, bowing his head to the 3 women. "Men and women don't come to the stand at the same time," Nancy told Morena. "The women chew the trees and the men gather the wraps." "Division of labor," Dr. Booty said. Nancy removed the blood pressure cuff and pressed 2 fingers to the side of Morena's wrist to find her pulse. "First time, yes?" Thomas said. Morena nodded, keeping her mouth fixed to the thermometer. "Ah, very good. Just remember to keep your tongue pushed down, otherwise you can get splinters." "Although we're geniuses at taking them out," Nancy said. "Pulse 64. Well done, Dr. Singh." Thomas brought his mouth to the tree beside him and, far above the band of scarring, began to scrape down the bark. Morena took the thermometer out of her mouth. "Wait a minute," she said. "The martens have many purposes," Nancy said. For years, Dr. Rapp thought that part of the hallucinogenic qualities in the mushrooms must come from the root system of the tree, that it must in some way be leached from the trees themselves. So he assumed that by chewing bark, the women were, in essence, giving themselves a little bump. It was Anik who made the connection between the trees and extended fertility. Apparently, he never noticed that they kept getting pregnant. "She still is always giving Dr. Rapp the credit," Dr. Booty said. Not as a correction, simply as a statement. "If you look at their notes from that time, it's quite clear." Thomas took a handkerchief out of his pocket and touched it to the corners of his mouth. It wasn't until 1990 that she made the connection between the martens and malaria, Nancy said. That was definitely her discovery. Dr. Rapp was barely in the field by the 90s. "She still gives him credit," Dr. Booty said. "Says he had mentioned it before." Thomas Nkomo shook his head by way of acknowledging the sadness of a woman who was so quick to assign her achievements to a man. "This is the greatest discovery to be made in relation to the Lakashi tribe, not the Rapps or the fertility, but the malaria." "I don't understand," Morena said, and she didn't, not any of it. "Lakashi women do not contract malaria," Dr. Booty said. "They have been inoculated." "There is no inoculation for malaria," Morena said, and the other three smiled at her, and Thomas bit the tree again. Nancy Saturn pointed out the small purple moth resting on the white inner bark of the tree. It was the spot that Dr. Booty had recently chewed, and there was still the slightest glimmer of saliva on the surrounding outer bark. The marten is a soft bark tree. Once the bark is broken, the Lakashi have no trouble scraping through the inner bark and down into the cambium where the living cells are. This creates an opening, as you can see, a sort of wound in the tree. And into that wound comes this moth, the purple martinet. "You can't be serious," Morena said, leaning in for a better look. "Is there anything he didn't name for himself?" The Lakashi tribe was not a Martin Rapp discovery. If it had been, this place would surely have been Rapp Town. Nancy put a finger just beneath the moth which, like the Lakashi, seemed impervious to the invasions of its privacy. Agaricus purpurea martinei. It takes liquid from the pulp of the marten, not the sap, which is deeper inside the tree. The insect subsists on the moisture in the wood itself. It ingests and excretes almost simultaneously, processing the proteins from the pulp. Once a year, it lays its eggs. "In the bark?" Morena asked. When the moth opened its wings, it showed two bright yellow dots like eyes, one on either side. Then it folded back up again. A butterfly rests with its wings open, and a moth rests with its wings closed. She had read that somewhere years ago. Nancy nodded. Like the martens and the Rapps, the purple martinets seem to exist right here. You'll see one in camp from time to time. They'll go as far as the river, but we have no record of it feeding outside this area. The key to fertility is found in the combination of the marten tree and the purple martinet. Although we haven't isolated the moth's excretions from the proteins in its larval casing, what we know is that it works. Dr. Booty wiped an alcohol swab over her own finger and then pricked it herself. "What about the blood samples?" Morena asked. "Can you actually read hormone levels on such a small amount of blood?" "Nanotechnology," Booty said. "Brave new world." Morena nodded. "We've isolated the molecules as they are metabolized in the bark of the tree," Booty continued. "But we are still charting the impact of the Lakashi saliva, their gastric juices, plasma. What we don't know is what combination of factors is also giving the women protection against malaria." Morena asked if the men in the tribe were susceptible to malaria, and Thomas nodded. "After they have completed breastfeeding, the male babies are as likely as any member of comparable tribes to contract malaria, as are female children between the ages when they cease to be breastfed and the onset of their own first menses, when they begin chewing the trees." "So They aren't actually inoculated. The tree and the moth act as a preventative, like quinine. Dr. Booty shook her head. Preventative while breastfeeding, inoculated when eating the bark. The question is why the entire tribe hasn't evolved to eat the bark in their youth, but considering how many children die of malaria, there could be a terrible population explosion among the Lakashi were they all to live. But how do you know? Marina asked. Her head was swimming with this. Had they convinced some men to eat the bark? Had they tested the children? Could you get some of the women to stop eating the bark? She looked up again at the trees. She could see now, far away against the ceiling of sky, the clusters of pink flowers that hung as heavy as grapes. There have been a few cases of women who were unable to conceive, who after a while stopped participating in the group visit to the Martins, Nancy said. But because they had already eaten the bark, they were inoculated. Mostly we have experimented on ourselves, Thomas said. With what? Dr. Booty looked at her, blinked. Mosquitoes. So what drug is being developed exactly? Marina asked. A purple martinet dipped past her and then landed on the front of her dress, its purple wings opening and closing twice before flying off again. There is enormous overlap, Thomas told her. In exploring one, we learn about the other. They cannot be separated out. Nancy Saturn was a botanist. She could be playing for either team. But Dr. Booty and Thomas and Alan Saturn all seemed to be on the side of malaria. Is Dr. Swenson the only one working on the fertility drug? That is certainly her primary project, Thomas said. But we believe the answer to one is the answer to the other. It's a lot to take in, Nancy said. We understand that. Just give the bark a try, see what you think. You probably won't be here long enough to be part of the tests, but you should at least give it a go. The number of non-Lakashi who have had the chance to chew the martins is very small. It is an honor, Dr. Booty said, leaning forward to take another bite herself. What was it Anders had said to her? Pretend for a moment that you are a clinical pharmacologist working for a major drug development firm. Imagine someone offering you the equivalent of Lost Horizon for American ovaries. Marina closed her eyes, pressed down her tongue, and opened her mouth. It was not as natural as it appeared. It was more like milking a cow, easy as long as someone else was doing it. The secret seemed to be in the angle of the head, not coming at the tree straight on. In truth, the bark was nearly soft, yielding. It offered up the slightest amount of pulpy liquid that tasted of fennel and rosemary, with a slightly peppered undertone that she could only imagine had to do with the excrement of the purple martinet. It wasn't bad. But then, it couldn't be bad. Generations of Lakashi women and a handful of scientists would not persist in chewing a foul-tasting tree. How had that first Lakashi woman thought to break the bark with her teeth? And how did that first moth, who must have been eating something somewhere before this, flutter in behind her? Marina pressed in somewhat harder and felt a sharp stab in her upper gum line, but she was not deterred. She was not 73. She was not so old at all. And there were plenty of women who had children at her age, women who certainly never went as far as this. As ambivalent as she was regarding her own ability to reproduce, she was not the least bit ambivalent about the science of the experiment. Now she wanted that global satellite phone. She would have called Mr. Fox from where she stood and told him what was possible. Dr. Booty tapped her shoulder. Enough now, she said. Too much at first affects the bowels. Nancy handed her a swab sealed inside a test tube. For later, she said. You could just drop it off on my desk. Marina touched her fingers to her lips and nodded. Did Anders come here? Did he try this? There was a look that passed between the other three, a very brief flash of discomfort. He was interested in our work, Thomas said, from the beginning. He was with us here for as long as he could be. I want to see where he's buried, Marina said, hoping it was here in the field of martins. She hadn't asked before because she wasn't sure she would be able to bear the sight of it, looking down at all the ungodly growth and knowing that Anders was beneath that weight forever. But it would be easier to remember him in a beautiful place. She could describe all of this to Karen. She could explain the openness. Even if he wasn't here, this is what she would tell her. "Ah," Nancy Saturn said, pressing the toe of her tennis shoe against the root of a marten. "We don't know," Thomas said. "Who does know? Dr. Swenson knows." After a period of silence, it was Dr. Booty who spoke up. She was not one to leave a difficult job for someone else. "The Lakashi bury people during a ritual. They take the body away, they take the wraps. It is a private matter for them." "But he wasn't one of them," Marina said. She saw him laid out on a makeshift bier, being carted off into the very trees he hated. Gulliver, dead and dragged away by the Lilliputians. "It makes a difference. It makes an enormous difference," she said, knowing full well it made no difference whatsoever. He was dead, and that was all that mattered. "They were very fond of Anders," Thomas said, patting her shoulder. "They would have given him every care." "It was raining hard that week," Dr. Booty said. "It was very hot. The Lakashi would not bury him where we asked, and we could not bury him ourselves. So you gave him up." She saw Karen so clearly in her mind, sliding down to her kitchen floor, taking the dog in her arms. Karen had felt it fully even then, never having seen this place. It was the only thing Dr. Swenson said in her letter, that he had been buried in keeping with his Christian traditions. I don't even know if he had any Christian traditions, but I doubt he planned to be buried in a jungle by a group of people eating mushrooms. "She said it to comfort you," Dr. Booty said. "Let's go back," Nancy said, and put an arm around Marina. There was no one clear point of loss. It happened over and over again in 1,000 small ways. And the only truth there was to learn was that there was no getting used to it. Karen Ekman had wanted Marina to go to Brazil to find out what had happened to her husband, but now that she was here, she understood what Dr. Swenson had told her in the restaurant that first night after the opera. It could have been anything, any fever, any bite. It never was remarkable that Anders had died. The remarkable thing was that the rest of them were managing to live in a place for which they were so fundamentally unsuited. Karen had wanted to believe that knowing what Anders had died of and where he was buried would make a difference, but it wouldn't, and it didn't. At some point, Marina would have to figure out a way to tell her that. Marina went back to the porch with the taste of martens still on her tongue and found that Easter was up and gone. She looked through the sheets to see if there was a letter from Anders, but there was nothing. Easter was no doubt showing off his bruises to the other children. She had already seen him laying 2 sticks in the mud very far apart to show them how long the snake had been. She wondered at what point he had lost his hearing, and if he understood enough about language to miss it when there was so great a story to tell. She would have loved to know how the snake had lodged itself in his memory, if he thought of it as the terror it was, or as a great adventure, or maybe he didn't think of it at all, except as the source of the dull ache in his chest. Marina had to admit she really didn't know what Easter thought about anything. His nightmares had abated since the snake. He no longer cried out in the night, though that could have been the Ambien or the comfort of sleeping the entire night in her bed. It could have been that once an anaconda had squeezed him half to death. There really wasn't anything left to be afraid of. Outside, Marina heard Dr. Swenson calling her name, and she went and leaned over the porch railing. "You've been gone half the morning, Dr. Singh," Dr. Swenson said. She was with a Lakashi man wearing shorts and a gray t-shirt that he had sweated through. The men wore t-shirts as a means of dressing up. Certainly, anyone coming early in the morning to seek an audience with Dr. Swenson would find a shirt to put on. He was holding a small red canvas duffel bag with both hands. From this particular angle, looking down on the two of them from a height of 8 or 10 feet, she couldn't imagine that she had ever missed Dr. Swenson's pregnancy. She was nothing but Belly. There was a lot to talk about, Marina said, and she had every intention of talking to Dr. Swenson about it as well, Anders' burial, and who was funding the research for the malaria vaccine. But the man standing next to Dr. Swenson was bobbing up and down on the balls of his feet and twisting his hands back and forth against the straps of the bag, and it was difficult to concentrate on anything but him. He twitched like he was trying unsuccessfully to conceal the fact he was crawling with ants. "Talk we will, Dr. Singh. It's not a short walk. There's plenty of time to catch up, but I need you to come with me now." "What's the problem?" Obviously, there was a problem. The man was moaning. She could hear him now above the din of the insects, though he seemed to be making a concerted effort to be quiet in the same way he was trying his best, she could tell, despite all his movement, to stay still. It wasn't just that Dr. Swenson had convinced the Lakashi to submit to her tests. They were as afraid of her as any group of first-year interns. The clear accomplishment of the man in the gray t-shirt was that he wasn't screaming. "You'll like this," Dr. Swenson said, and turned back to the path they had come down. "This will be right up your alley." Morena was out the door and down the steps. Dr. Swenson did not wait for her and had continued to carry on their conversation alone. "I know how much you've been looking forward to practicing medicine while you're here. I think we've found you an opportunity." Even with Dr. Swenson 6 or 7 months pregnant, Morena had to rush to keep up with them. The man was setting the pace, and the pace was quick. She kept a close eye on the ground. Morena had a particular fear of breaking her ankle. "I didn't say that." Dr. Swenson stopped and turned to Morena. The man now looked petrified. It was imperative they continue their forward motion. He raised up the bag in case she had forgotten it and began a quick monologue in Lakashi, but Dr. Swenson held up her hand. "You did. You remember, on the boat? We were discussing the girl with the machete in her head?" "I do remember," Morena said, marveling at how the panic rising up in her was obliterating all of her questions. Why did you give Anders over to them, and why did you lie about it? And there was something else after that, but now she couldn't remember. "I thought it was right for you to attend to the cases that presented themselves." "That presented themselves to me as a doctor, or you as a doctor. Either way, you waved the Hippocratic Oath above our heads like a flag, so now you'll have the chance to bask in its glory." "I'm a pharmacologist." To the man's great relief, Dr. Swenson started walking again. The sun was high and bright and very hot. "Yes, well, I can't get on the floor, and in this village, things happen on the floor. And if you're planning to tell me that they should bring his wife to the lab, I've already suggested that. She can't go down the ladder. As much as I'm opposed to hosting a medical clinic in my office, I am considerably more opposed to house calls." "What's wrong with his wife?" Dr. Swenson passed a dead log covered in bright red butterflies, and the breeze that she made caused them to startle and disperse upwards into a bright red cloud. "It has something to do with the birth of a child. If you are ever betting on the nature of a local tragedy, you'll never go broke putting your money on that one. For the most part, they do it remarkably well, but the sheer volume in which they reproduce brings forth a certain number of errors." "Do you know what this error is?" Morena was walking faster and faster when everything in her was saying she should stop. Dr. Swenson shook her head. "No idea." "But you said you didn't want to interfere." Interference in the medical needs of an indigenous people suddenly struck Morena as the worst possible idea. She could see now the virtue in leaving them alone, of observing without imposition. "You distinctly said there was someone—" "The county witch doctor, yes. His malaria has flared again. He's running such a fever we've been asked to go by and check on him later. There is also, you will be pleased to know, a midwife, who is presently in labor herself. She is being attended by the midwife in training, who is her daughter. The daughter would feel much more comfortable if we stopped in." "Who told you this? It isn't possible." "The messages are collected by Benoit, who brings them to Dr. Nancy Saturn. Benoit and Dr. Saturn can stumble along together in Portuguese. Frankly, the chain of communication is so weak that we might arrive and find out none of this is true. I do a better job of communicating with Easter than I do most members of the tribe." In the jungle, they passed the stilted huts of several families who leaned against the railings and waved. An enormous fallen branch blocked the path for a moment, but their scout dragged it away before they had the chance to wonder how they might crawl through. Morena began again. Dr. Swenson, you have to listen to me. I am not the person for this job. There are other doctors here, and any one of them, I promise you, is better qualified. Shall we ask the botanist? Dr. Swenson said sharply. Or one of the other three? I doubt they have ever been out of a lab in their lives. You forget, I have worked with these doctors for several years now. They have a real talent for breeding mosquitoes, and that is all the credit I will give them. You may be a pharmacologist, Dr. Singh, but before that, you are a student of mine. You know how to do this, and if you don't, I will be standing there reminding you. I cannot get down on the floor anymore. My leg won't allow it. I will not go to the trouble of telling you that you can turn back now and leave this woman to her fate, because it would be a waste of my time and yours. You will do this, regardless of how you feel about it. That much I know about you now. Morena felt such a sudden weight in her feet that she looked down at them, sure she must have stepped in something. Cheer up, Dr. Singh. It's your chance to do good in the world. Morena's scalp was wet with sweat, and it ran down the sides of her face and the back of her neck. She was going over notes in her mind and finding that entire pages of them were missing. Of course, there was a chance that everything was fine, that they would arrive to find nothing but a long labor and a nervous husband. If it were only a matter of delivering this child because everyone else was indisposed, well, she could do that. Anyone could do that. She was only hoping there would be no cutting involved. Where was the bladder exactly? When she walked away from her last C-section, it had never occurred to her that this was a skill she might someday be called to use again. Why should she have stayed current, attended the conferences, read the journals? She wasn't even boarded in obstetrics. Any fireman or taxi driver could be called on for a vaginal delivery, but the unqualified were never asked to cut. Somehow, this thought calmed her, and for a moment she allowed herself the pleasant picture of a baby slipping easily into her hands while her teacher watched. There was no reason to think this wasn't the way it would go. "You're very quiet," Dr. Swenson said. "I thought you would have so much to talk about while we walked. Everyone back at the lab this morning was anxious to discuss your feelings." "I'm trying to remember how to deliver a baby," Morena said. "The brain is a storage shed. You put experience in there and it waits for you. Don't worry, you'll find it in time." With these nearly encouraging words, they reached their destination. Had the Lakashi lived in a city, this particular hut would have been located in the outskirts of the farthest suburb. It was for the native who wanted privacy, who wanted a view of the river without a view of his neighbors. They knew it was the right house by the pitifully weak screaming that emanated from it. The man and the duffel bag bounded up the ladder ahead of them and was gone. Dr. Swenson looked behind him, gauging the logistics. "When I think of finishing this project and going back to the States, the thing I picture is a staircase. I suppose if I were more ambitious in my daydreams, I would think of elevators and escalators, but I don't. All I want is a nice set of stairs with a banister. You are my witness, Dr. Singh. If I make it out of this country alive, I will never climb another ladder again." At 73, it was hardly a shocking oath to swear. Morena considered the length of Dr. Swenson's arms and legs against the width of her circumference. It did not seem possible. "Is there any way for me to help?" "Not unless you strap me to your back. I believe I can go up, but the coming down concerns me. I don't want to get stuck up there and wind up having to give birth in this hut myself." "No," Morena said, though the thought of going up there alone was not without problems. Dr. Swenson rubbed at her temples. "What do we know for certain, Dr. Singh? I am a 73-year-old woman who is pregnant and short. But women who are older and shorter and more pregnant than I have made it up and down these ladders every day of their lives, including the day of their delivery." The T-shirted man leaned over the floor and looked at them with expectation. Veer, he said. "Oh, good," Dr. Swenson said. "He has a little Portuguese. He says we should come." She looked up again. "I suppose we should." "We also know for certain that none of those women was having her first child at 73, Morena said. "They had a lifetime of experience in climbing the ladders, pregnant or not. They were used to it." Dr. Swenson turned to her and nodded her approval. Well said, and I admire your willingness to argue against your own best interests. Now, stay one step behind me and prepare yourself to be an ox. You are very strong, aren't you? Very, she said, and so they climbed, Morena stretching her long arms around her professor, her hands just beneath Dr. Swenson's hands, her strong thighs beneath Dr. Swenson's thighs, and up they went, towards the wretched weeping and the husband's calls of, "Agora! Now!" Benoit had been sent ahead with instructions that the family should have waiting a large quantity of water that had been twice boiled and twice strained. And the first thing they saw were the buckets, which were not clean themselves, sitting in a row. Benoit, who had avoided Morena since the incident with the snake, was nowhere in evidence. The woman lay on the floor in a pile of blankets, and both the woman and the blankets were so wet they looked like they had been dredged up from the river. Spreading across the floorboards beneath her was a dark, soaking stain. Their guide was kneeling beside his wife, holding her hand, rearranging her wet hair with his fingers while the other members of the household went about their business. An elderly man with no shirt stretched out in a hammock while two small children, a boy and a girl, pushed him back and forth, laughing ecstatically every time he swung away. 3 women, one with a baby on her breast, were tying strings of red peppers together while a man in the corner sharpened a knife. When Dr. Swenson arrived at the top of the ladder, she was panting, and they all snapped up their heads in attention. She pointed to a wooden crate, and one of the younger women ran to bring it to her. She sat down and was offered a gourd full of water, which she accepted. Even the woman on the blankets quieted herself to acknowledge the honor she had been shown. To think that Dr. Swenson had come to her house. Morena didn't know if she should first attend to the patient or the doctor, when in fact she wasn't sure she had the skills to help either one of them. "There's the bag," Dr. Swenson said, and gave a nod towards the floor. "You'll find what you need, I tell you. I'm impressed to have managed this." She covered her heart with her hand. "I haven't gone up a ladder since this whole ordeal began." Morena unzipped the bag and ran her hand in circles inside, heartsick to see how little she had to work with. There was a bar of soap in a box, no scrub brush, some packaged disinfected towels, packaged gloves, a prepackaged surgical kit, some various medications that rolled around the bottom of the case looking paltry. There were 2 silver shoehorns with their ends bent back. Morena held them up. "What are these?" "Shoehorns," Dr. Swenson reported happily. "Rodrigo got a whole box of them once years ago. They make brilliant retractors." Morena put the shoehorns in her lap and bowed her head. "How can I sterilize them?" "How can you sterilize anything? You can't, Dr. Singh. This is what it is. Go ahead and wash up in the first bucket," Dr. Swenson said. "I'm catching my breath." The water in the first bucket was tepid, and Morena ground the soap into her skin over and over again, wondering how it was possible that she was where she was, that what was about to happen was in fact happening. Surely she had participated fully in every step it took to get to this place, agreeing whenever she had meant to decline, but still, it wasn't such a long time ago that she was back at Vogel, charting lipids, and Anders was alive. She was trying to dig out the dirt from underneath her fingernails when the woman on the blanket let out such a cry she jumped. What Morena needed was to deputize a nurse. Someone had to open the packages. She called to one of the 3 women, jerking her head until the woman reluctantly laid down her peppers and came over. Morena handed her the soap and did a pantomime of washing and opening the packages while the woman stared at her as if Morena had lost her mind. She wondered if she would have to act out every stage of the surgery, but now she was getting ahead of herself. No one had said there would be a surgery. Dr. Swenson had situated her crate next to the woman on the blankets. Morena came over with her nurse, who continued to scowl at the bother of it all until Dr. Swenson made eye contact with her, and the eye contact settled her at once. Morena pulled on her gloves, got down on her knees. When the woman on the blankets looked at her, Morena pointed to herself. "Morena," she said. The woman gave her a weak nod in return and said a name no one could hear. Having made the introductions, Morena soaped the woman's genitals and thighs, bent up her knees, and showed the nurse how to hold them. It would be nice to have a clean blanket to put her on. If you had a clean blanket, you would want a sterile one, and a sterile blanket makes you think you can't do anything without a table and a light, and from the table and the light it is a very short step to needing a fetal heart monitor. I know this. Check and see how dilated she is. Again, Morena looked at the woman as she slid in her hand to check the cervix. There was enough room for a well-placed baby of normal size to make an easy exit, and Morena felt a great wave of relief come over her. She's wide open. She moved her hand around, feeling for the baby. As it happened, the basic construction of the female body had not changed since she had done this last. Having the patient on the floor made no difference. There was the baby, though she was quite certain that was not the baby's head she was feeling. "It's breech," she said. It wouldn't have been her first choice, but she could manage it. "I'm going to have to try and turn it." Dr. Swenson shook her head. "That takes forever, causes a great deal of pain, and half the time it doesn't work anyway. We'll do a section." Morena removed her hand from the woman. "What do you mean, it takes forever? Where do we have to go?" From her perch on the wooden box, Dr. Swenson dismissed the suggestion out of hand. "There's no point in putting her through all of that if in the end you'll have to do the section anyway." Morena sat back on her heels. "The point is, we don't have anything approaching sterile conditions. The chance of her dying from a post-operative infection is enough to indicate that turning the baby is worth a try. I don't have a nurse to help me with the surgery. I don't have an anesthesiologist." "Do you think we keep an anesthesiologist around here?" "What do you have?" Morena pulled off a glove and poked through the bag. "Ketamine. And don't go throwing gloves away. This isn't Johns Hopkins." "Ketamine? Are we planning on sending her out to a disco later? Who in the world uses ketamine?" "Here's the news, Dr. Singh. You get what you get, and I was lucky to get that." "I'm going to try and turn the baby," Morena said. "You're not," Dr. Swenson said. "It is enough that I had to go up that God-forsaken ladder. I would appreciate it if you did not make me get down on the floor as well. Even if it were possible to take my leg out of the equation, I have edema in my hands." Dr. Swenson held up her hands for exhibition. Her fingers were swollen out straight, and the skin was pulled tight, 10 little sausages. "Dear God, when did that happen?" Morena reached up for a hand, and Dr. Swenson jerked it away. "I would have a difficult time with a scalpel. I have a difficult time with a pencil. All that said, either you are going to do the cesarean or I am. Those are the choices." "What is your blood pressure?" Morena asked. "I am not your patient," Dr. Swenson said. "You would do well to keep your attention on what is in front of you." The man in the gray T-shirt looked from Dr. Swenson to Dr. Singh, holding his wife's hand. Clearly, their disagreement concerned him. It did not concern his wife, who took the opportunity to close her eyes for the 2 minutes she had between contractions. Had someone asked Morena whose opinion was more valuable on the question of whether or not to proceed with a cesarean, the former head of obstetrics and gynecological surgery at Johns Hopkins who had not touched the patient, or the obstetrics and gynecological surgery dropout who was touching her first patient in 13 years, Morena would cast her lot with the former. Still, being the latter, she was sure she was right, and equally sure she wasn't about to physically prevent her mentor from taking over the case. That left her one option. "Tell me how to use the ketamine," she said. The ketamine was put in a syringe, which, once the needle had been inserted into the vein, was taped to the inner arm so that it could be slowly tapped in as needed, and with that tapping, the patient ceased to whimper. Morena washed and dried the woman's belly, straightened out her legs, and, putting on clean gloves, showed her nurse how to hold the skin taut. She had her nurse's attention now. The woman was wide-eyed and still while Morena slid the scalpel into the skin. Once she felt the knife insert, it occurred to her that this was not her first surgery after so many years. It wasn't a week ago she had cut through the snake. The subcutaneous fat welled up through the line of the incision, like clotted cream dotted with the first bright beads of blood. That cut, which passed without a sound save a small gasp from the husband, drew the sudden attention of everyone in the hut. Even the old man pulled himself out of the hammock and brought the 2 children over to see. The other 2 women, and the man with the knife, all gathered round for the show, leaning forward and pushing a little to get the best view. Morena felt someone's knees against her back. "This isn't helping," she said. Her nurse, hands steady on either side of the incision, barked out an order, and the circle immediately took one big step back. "Now we're looking for the fascia," Dr. Swenson said. "I didn't bring my glasses. Do you see it there under the fat?" "I've got it," Morena said. She took the nurse's hands and put a shoehorn in each one. She dug the horns into the incision and showed the woman how to pull. There was the uterus. Despite the drowning flood of adrenaline, she recognized it all. Bowel and bladder, it was perfectly familiar. Why was that so surprising? She had given up her profession, not her knowledge. Morena, half blinded by her own sweat, turned her face to Dr. Swenson, who picked a shirt up off the floor and wiped her down. Dr. Swenson then leaned forward and blotted off the face of the nurse, who was wrestling mightily to keep the cavity open wide with her shoehorns. "Now take the bladder down," Dr. Swenson said. "Don't nick it. You see the bladder, don't you?" "I do," Morena said. It was a miracle to see anything without direct light. She cut into the uterus carefully, avoiding everything that was not meant to be cut, and the blood boiled up into the cistern of the belly. Blood, combined with the great slosh of amniotic fluid, made a dark and raging ocean Morena could not get past. The hot liquid broke over the floor and pooled beneath the doctor and her patient. "How in the hell do you do this without suction?" "There's a bulb in the bag," Dr. Swenson said. "I need another set of hands." "You don't have them. Make do." Morena grabbed at the bulb, which shot out of her bloody glove and skidded across the floor, where it was caught, like all balls, by a 5-year-old boy loitering nearby. "Christ," Morena said. "At least get somebody to wash it off." And Dr. Swenson, without a word, motioned for the bulb to be run through the bucket with soap and water, and so it was returned to Morena, who used it to pull up half a pint of liquid that she then shot onto the floor beside her. She did it again. There, beneath so many layers, she could see the baby, face down, feet to the head, bottom lodged firmly in the pelvis. Morena tried to sit the baby up, but it was stuck. "Lift the breech," Dr. Swenson said. "I'm trying," Morena said, irritated. "Just tug it up." Morena moved the shoehorns to the inside of the uterus and motioned for the nurse to pull, to really pull, which this woman, who was herself doomed to a lifetime of constant reproduction, did with all her might, while Morena reached in and tried to pry the baby out. It was wedged into the mother like a child who had shoved himself into the tiniest cabinet during a childish game and could then not be coaxed out. The muscles in Morena's shoulders and neck strained, her back pulled. It was a physical test of strength. 142 pounds of Morena Singh against 6 pounds of baby. And then, with a great sucking sound, the baby dislodged. The man with the knife put his hand on Morena's back to keep her from falling over. Red and white and shining, one entire boy flipped over onto the mother's chest. "Look at that! Could that have been easier?" Dr. Swenson gave a single decisive clap. "Give the baby to them now. They know all about this." No sooner were the words spoken than the slippery child was out of her hands, the thick liver of placenta going with him. The entire crowd bore him away. The old and the young made off with the astonishingly new. They had proof of something spectacular happening now. As many births as there had been, no one was completely inured to the charms of infants. "Do you remember the rest of it? Massage the uterus now. This is the part I always liked. Reconstruction, restoring order to the chaos." Dr. Swenson leaned forward for a better look. "The baby is gone. He's someone else's problem, and you can pay more attention to the details. There isn't the same sense of urgency." From the other side of the room, the baby was crying now, and the husband, still fixed to his wife's hand, craned his head towards the sound. "Tap the ketamine," Dr. Swenson said. "There's no point in her waking up now." Marina suctioned out the belly again and set to work on the heavy stitches, a procedure as delicate as closing a Thanksgiving turkey with kitchen twine. The nurse, so much braver than one would have imagined, moved her shoehorns back knowledgeably while Marina reassembled everything she had taken apart. The uterus sewn, the bladder placed back on top. "This is a good man," Dr. Swenson said, nodding to the husband. "He stayed right with her. You don't see that? They like to go fishing. Sometimes when they hear it was a son, they'll come in for a look, but that's about it." "Maybe it's their first," Marina said. Dr. Swenson shook her head. "I should know that. I can't remember." Marina was making her last knot when the baby was returned. She slid the ketamine out of the woman's arm and lay the baby there in its place, though the mother, who was just barely flicking her eyelids, did nothing to hold it. It was a good-looking baby, 2 furry eyebrows and a rounded mouth, swaddled in striped yellow cloth. He gave half a cry and half a yawn, and everyone seemed to find this charming. Marina was stiff coming up off her knees. "See?" Dr. Swenson said, pointing. "It's hard enough for you." Marina nodded, taking off her gloves, and looked at the blood on her arms, the blood on her dress, the tidal pool of blood in which she had been sitting. "Good Lord," she said. She looked in the bag for a blood pressure cuff. Dr. Swenson shook her head. "You don't realize how much blood there is when you have all those other people waiting there to sop it up for you. This is a perfectly reasonable amount. You wait and see. She'll be fine. They'll both be fine." The nurse came over and covered the woman with another blanket. "It would be good if we could just move her to some place that was dry," Marina said. "I can't leave her lying in all of that." "There are certain things we cannot expect the Lakashi to do," Dr. Swenson said. "They cannot perform cesarean sections. That is a matter of training and equipment. They do know that a sick woman should not be left to lie on a sodden blanket, and they know perfectly well how to clean up. You will come back tonight and check on your patients, Dr. Singh, and come back again to check on them tomorrow. You'll see how well they manage without you." The woman who had been nursing the baby when they arrived had handed that one off and was now nursing the new one while his mother slept on the floor. The father came to Marina, who was putting the contents of the used surgical kit back in her bag, and very lightly slapped her back and arms with his open hands. Then the others came over, all except the woman nursing and the woman sleeping, and did the same. The 2 children hit her legs, and the old man reached to slap her ears. Marina, in turn, pounded the back of her nurse, who had never flinched or turned her head during the surgery, and in return, the woman gently slapped Marina's face with the back of her hand. "Come now," Dr. Swenson said. "Once you get started with this, it can go on for hours. You'll come home with more bruises than Easter." It took some navigation to get Dr. Swenson down the ladder, but there were so many Lakashi waiting for her at the bottom with their arms stretched up that they would have simply caught her had she fallen and borne her aloft all the way back to the lab. She gave herself a few minutes to catch her breath, and while they waited, a crowd assembled. Clearly the news of their success had spread. The natives made a thick ring around Marina and Dr. Swenson, chattering and clapping their hands together once Dr. Swenson made it clear they were to keep their hands to themselves. "Everyone is admiring you," Dr. Swenson told Marina in a raised voice. Marina laughed. There was a woman behind her holding on to her braid, staking out the territory as her own. "You're just projecting. You have no idea what they're saying." "I know their happiness. I may not know the details of every sentence, but believe me, there are many ways to listen, and I've been listening to these people for a long time." The crowd was moving forward, and the 2 doctors moved with them. "They think you will replace me," Dr. Swenson said to her, "the way I replaced Dr. Rapp. Benoit told them you were the one who killed the snake to save Easter, and that you brought the snake back for them. Now they've seen you cut out a child and keep the mother alive. That's a heady business around here." "They didn't see that," Marina said. "They most certainly did," Dr. Swenson said, and lifted up her hand towards the sky. "They were in the trees. The entire surgical theater was full." Marina looked around at the faces of all the beaming Lakashi. What would have happened if the woman hadn't lived, if the child were dead? "I didn't look up," she said. "Just as well. Too much pressure. You did a fine job. I could tell you were a student of mine. You made a classic T-incision. You kept the opening in the uterus small. You have very steady hands, Dr. Singh. You are exactly the person I want when I deliver." What a thought. Delivering the child of the person who taught her to deliver children. "I won't be here when you deliver," Marina said, and took comfort in the knowledge. "How far along are you?" "Just over 26 weeks. No, she said, "that's not even possible. Who were you planning on delivering the baby?" "The midwife. I'll be honest, I had envisioned an experience as close to the Lakashis as possible, but as time goes by, I'm thinking more about the need for a section. I'm doubting that my pelvis will spread. Chewing the martens does nothing to reverse the aging of one's bones. I'm going to need a section, and there's no one else here I'd trust for that." "Then you'll go to Manaus." "A woman my age can't go to the hospital to have a baby. There would be too many questions." "I would think a woman your age couldn't avoid going to the hospital." Marina looked at Dr. Swenson, and seeing that she wasn't listening, began again. "Even if I was going to be here, and trust me, I'm not. You don't know what kind of complications you might have. You're breaking ground here. You can't just expect to have the baby on your desk. You just saw me perform my first surgery in over 13 years. That hardly qualifies me to deal with anything that could come up." "But you could. I saw you work. At some point I realized I should have made better plans for this inevitability, but now you're here. You're a surgeon, Dr. Singh, and all the pharmacology in the world isn't going to change that." She shook her head. "Pharmacology should be reserved for doctors who have no interpersonal skills, or doctors with uncontrolled tremors who are prone to making mistakes. You never did tell me why you changed your course of study." Some members of the crowd around them had begun to sing, and some others to tap their tongues against their palates, making a noise of cheerful wailing. The children cleared the path ahead like a pack of hungry goats, snatching up every leaf and twig, ripping out vines, knocking down spiderwebs with a stick, until the trail was as neat as anything found in a national park. "You never told me why you changed yours," Marina said. "I had no choice. I saw the work that needed to be done, and I had to do it myself. You can't draw the world a map to this place and have everyone come running in, trampling the Raps, killing off the Martinets, displacing the tribe. By the time they understood what they were doing, it would all be dead. The conditions for this particular ecosystem have yet to be replicated. Eventually, yes, but for the time being, if it is going to happen, it's going to happen here. For years, my study was strictly academic. I wanted to record the role of martens in fertility. I had no desire to synthesize a compound. I've never believed the women of the world are entitled to leave every one of their options open for a lifetime. I believe it less now that I am pregnant. Give me your hand, Dr. Singh. This leg is killing me. Yes, we can walk a little slower than the rest of them." With that, the Lakashi, who had at times an uncanny ability to understand English, cut their pace in half. "But when I discovered the link to malaria, all of that changed. No scientist could be on the threshold of a vaccination for malaria and not make an attempt at it. I've been very careful about the people I've brought here. They are all extremely committed, respectful. I wouldn't have asked any of them to take out my appendix, but as far as the drug's development is concerned, they have made remarkable progress." "How do you know it works?" Dr. Swenson used her free hand to pat her stomach. "In the same way I know the fertility aspects work. I test them. I've been regularly exposing myself to malaria for more than 30 years now, and I've never had it. Dr. Nkomo, Dr. Booty, both of the Saturns, we all have regular exposures. I've exposed the Lakashi. I can show you all the data. It's the combination of the marten bark and the purple martinets. We know it now. It's just a matter of replicating it. And what about Vogel? Morena asked. Vogel pays for it. I would have said I had been careful in choosing Vogel as well, but Mr. Fox has grown too restless for me. He isn't interested in what can be accomplished. He only wants to see where the money's gone. Not that I think some other company would have been better. They all claim to support science without any real understanding of what science entails. Dr. Rapp spent half of his life down here. He did the most important work in the history of his field, and he only scratched the surface of the mycology that was available to him. These things take an extraordinary amount of time. They can take lifetimes. You would think they would be grateful that I've given them my life. But someone like Jim Fox would be incapable of understanding that. Sending Dr. Ekman here was a disaster for all of us. His death was very bad for morale. For a week or two, I thought I might lose all of them. But then you came, Dr. Singh. And as much as I've fought the intrusion, I can see you have a place here. You get along well with everyone. Your health seems excellent, and I think you'll be able to soothe Mr. Fox. Convince him that things are progressing nicely and will just need a little more time. But why would I do that? I work for Vogel. They're paying out enormous sums to develop the drug that you brought to them, that you proposed. You haven't even told them about the malaria vaccine, and that seems to be all you're working on. Why would I want to cover for you? Morena balanced the weight of Dr. Swenson on her arm. The farther they went, the more Dr. Swenson leaned against her. It isn't a matter of covering anything. This isn't a lie told in school. The drugs are intertwined. We have not been able to separate them out. Look at me. I am clearly pursuing my work in fertility, even if my interests lie in how it relates to malaria. What I'm interested in personally really doesn't matter. When either way, we end up in the same place. When we get one drug, we'll have the other. And I don't see the harm in making an American pharmaceutical company pay for a vaccination that will have enormous benefits to world health and no financial benefits for company shareholders. The people who need a malarial vaccine will never have the means to pay for it. At the same time, I will give them a drug that will, if anything, undermine the health of women and make them a truly obscene fortune. Isn't that a reasonable exchange? 800,000 children die every year of malaria. Imagine an extra 800,000 children running around the planet once this vaccine is in place. Perhaps, instead of trying to reproduce themselves, these postmenopausal women who want to be mothers could adopt up some of the excess that will surely be available. Morena, as usual, felt that she was 5 steps behind in the conversation. It seems you should give Vogel a chance. You may find they're as interested in the vaccine as you are. Your trust would be charming if it weren't so simplistic, Dr. Swenson said, without a trace of rancor in her voice. Because if you're wrong, and I am fairly certain you are wrong about an American pharmaceutical company wishing to foot the bill for third world do-gooding, then we lose everything. That is not a risk you are allowed to take when the outcome of an incorrect assumption amounts to such a significant annual loss of lives. They were back in the village, having picked up a great many more Lakashi on the way. It looked to Morena like almost the entire tribe was assembled. "Come to the lab," Dr. Swenson said, patting the arm that she held with her other hand. "Dr. Nkomo will show you our mosquitoes." "Let me take a swim first," Morena said. "Get the blood off." Dr. Swenson shook her head. "Use a basin. I'll have some men bring some buckets of water over for you. No sense getting into the river all covered in blood. You never know who might mistake you for dinner." "I went into the river when I had half an anaconda on me," Morena said, looking down at her dress which had stiffened as it dried. Dr. Swenson nodded her head. "We're being more careful with you now." When Morena went back to the sleeping porch, the sheets on the bed had been straightened and there was a letter lying on top of the pillow. She reached carefully into the netting and took it out. She didn't want to touch anything until she'd had a bath, and still, she slid a finger around the edges of the envelope, turning it back into a sheet of paper. All that was there was her name: Karen Ekman, Karen Ellen Ekman, Mrs. Anders Ekman, Karen Smithson, Karen Ekman. The letters were scrawled and uneven. A few times the pen had torn the paper. He had printed the words, but his hand was shaking. Maybe he had folded this one up and kept it with him in the bed. Maybe this was one he had never even thought to mail. Chapter 10. Every morning, Morena extricated herself from the sleeping limbs of the lightly drugged child and took the path to the field of martins. She didn't follow the native example and wait for 5 days to pass. She was thinking it was possible that 5 days from now she would be out of this place, and so she wanted to stuff herself with the bark, to turn herself into medical evidence before she went home. Her goal was to make up for all the bark she hadn't eaten in the past and anticipate the bark she would never eat in the future. This was her moment, the perfect now. She didn't mind making the trip deep into the jungle by herself anymore, though there was never a morning when she didn't run into other women eventually, both Lakashi and the doctors. Dr. Booty said there was a scientific precedent for going to chew the trees so often at the beginning. They said they'd had a loading dose as well. Maybe it was just the excitement of the discovery, or maybe it was something the body had been starved for all along. Dr. Booty told Morena that even at this early stage she would be inoculated against malaria, and that her window for monthly fertility would be extended from 3 days to 13. Beyond that, Morena had begun to wonder if there wasn't something mildly addictive in the fennelled bark, something that kept the Lakashi women trudging back to the trees long after they were sick to death of babies, something that kept the doctors at their desks for years after they were ready to go home. Maybe Dr. Rapp had been correct in his original assessment that there was some mild connection between the mushrooms and the trees, the smallest touch of narcotic in the bark that kept the women leashed to the forest. As for herself, Morena dreamed of martins. They were there, slim and stately, in front of her eyes before she opened them in the morning, and when she drifted off at night, she was walking towards them. It was the thought that she could become addicted to anything in this place that first made her realize it was time to leave the Amazon, though everything was pointing towards departure. In 1 week, she had sewn together the eyelid of a girl who had been bitten by the very monkey she had worn around her neck. It took both of her parents to hold the child down, while Morena worked with a too heavy needle and too thick a thread to reassemble the delicate tissue. When she asked Dr. Swenson about getting some human rabies immunoglobulin, Dr. Swenson said she would first need to see a slide of the monkey's brain. She had removed a 6-inch wedge of wood from between the 3rd and 4th toes of a man who was cutting down trees to make boats to ride to Manaus. 3 men had dragged him down to the lab without so much as a tourniquet, leaving Morena to do her best to piece together muscles and bones whose names she could no longer remember. The terror of the jungle was now redefined by the work it could dream up for her. While the other doctors, no doubt relieved that they had not been asked to perform the task themselves, praised her to the point of ridiculousness. The Lakashi peered over her porch railing at night and raised up on their toes to sniff her neck whenever they were close. It was clear to Morena that no good was going to come of this. She was tired of her 2 dresses, tired of waking up in the middle of the night trying to figure out how she could take Easter with her when she left. She was unnerved both by Dr. Swenson's repeated references to our delivery date and by the letters from her dead friend that she found waiting in her bed at night. She wanted out of all of it, but still, it was just now light in this beautiful, singular stand of trees, and she cupped her hand around the slender trunk of one of them and leaned in. Morena had never seen the rooms where the other doctors lived. There was a small circle of huts behind the lab, but the lab was where they worked and ate and stayed to talk in the evenings. She had known for some time that one of the huts contained the mice that were forced into repeated pregnancies, their heavy bellies bumping against their exercise wheels. And now she knew that another hut was full of mosquitoes. Their larvae grew in tepid water inside of plastic trays that stacked into a tall rack of metal shelving. When they were ready to hatch, they were transferred into large plastic buckets with a piece of pantyhose stretched across the top that was held in place by a rubber band. From there, the mosquitoes were infected with malaria. It might have been because everyone felt so confident in the success of their vaccinations that they could afford to be so sloppy in their protocol. But when Alan Saturn first showed them to Morena, she did not feel comfortable with the hundreds of flying insects per bucket banging their minuscule weight against a web of nylon. "Feeding time at the zoo," Alan said, and soaked a large wad of cotton in a cup of sugar syrup. "Go on and give them a taste of what they really want. Breathe on them. Just lean over and exhale." And so she did, and they flung themselves upward in one ineffectual black fist. Morena stepped back. "Mammalian breath, that's what draws them. It's only the females that bite, you know. The males neither contract nor spread the protozoa." He dropped the cotton onto the hosiery, and the mosquitoes went in like sharks for bloody chum. He watched them for a minute. They always hold up their end of the bargain. There were 2 plastic fly swatters tacked to the wall, their wire handles rusted. "How do you test yourself?" she asked, not entirely certain she wanted to know. "We take 5 mosquitoes out of the infected bucket," he said, tapping the lip of the bucket she just breathed into. "When I first came here, you should have seen what we went through. We'd put on hazmat suits, seriously, face masks, gloves, as if every 10th mosquito outside isn't carrying anyway. Now, I just stick a net in there. I know what I'm doing. I put those 5 in a cup with a piece of nylon over the top. Then I hold the cup on my arm, on my leg, it doesn't matter. When I have 5 bites, I kill the mosquitoes and run them under the microscope on a slide to make sure they were all infected. That's pretty much it." "That's it?" "Well, then you wait. The malaria will present in 10 days. But it doesn't present. It hasn't for any of us." "So how can you be certain your mosquitoes are good?" "The microscope tells us that. And then, from time to time, we infect one of the men in the tribe from the same batch. 10 days later, clockwork, he has malaria. We bring in some of the women, and the same group of mosquitoes can bite them all day long, and it's nothing." Alan was leaning over another bucket. He blew in before giving them the cotton. "And this man who contracts malaria, how does he agree to this?" He stood up and shrugged. "I suppose if this man had a lawyer, it could be said that he hadn't agreed, or that he hadn't been made fully aware of what he was agreeing to. I've got some cokes in here. Don't tell Anik that. They love them." "You give them a coke for getting malaria?" "Don't make this out to be the Tuskegee Institute. Chances are excellent that these men have had malaria before, or that they would have had malaria eventually. The difference is that when they get it in this room, we're also going to cure it. Curing malaria isn't the problem, you'll remember. The problem is figuring out a way to vaccinate against it. If they get sick for a couple of days in the name of developing a drug that could protect the entire tribe, the entire world, then I say, so be it." "Yes," Morena said, feeling a little uncomfortable with the argument, "but they don't say so be it." Alan Saturn picked up his buckets and began to arrange them on the counter. "It's good to get out of the American medical system from time to time, Morena. It frees a person up, makes them think about what's possible." He took an empty plastic cup off the table and held it out in her direction. "Do you feel like trying it? At least you can count yourself as fully informed to all the risks, and you will have saved one unfortunate native from standing in your place. The best part is, all you'll wind up with in the end is 5 itchy bumps." Morena considered her larium, long gone. She considered her father. She looked inside the cup and shook her head. "I think I'll wait." "Research doesn't happen in a petri dish, you know, and mice only go so far. It's the human trials that make the difference. Sometimes you have to be the one to roll up your sleeve." But Morena didn't stay. She wanted more bark before she became part of the experiment. Dear Jim, I see how this could take years, how no amount of time would ever be enough to figure out everything that's going on here, but I'm going to begin the business of trying to get home. The first thing I'll have to figure out is the boat. Given Dr. Swenson's investment in keeping me, I doubt she'll be quick to offer hers. But boats do go by, and I know the direction of Manaus. Some days, I think I'll see one and swim out to it, and if Easter swims with me, then who would stop us? Morena wrote more letters now. She wrote them every day. Dr. Booty left her pack of stationery open on her desk, and Nancy Saturn was generous with her stamps. She would take Easter with her to the river, and they would skip rocks from the shore or go for a swim. Boats did go by. A child in a canoe. A rare river taxi on its way to the Jinta. But then 2 or 3 days would pass with nothing. She made Easter keep watch when she was working, leaving him alone with the letters. It would never have occurred to her that it was possible for the system to work, except that it had worked. Anders had mailed letters. Who knew how many letters? And some of them found their way to Karen. Yet as often as she wrote to Mr. Fox, she hadn't really told him anything. She hadn't told him about the malaria, or Dr. Swenson's pregnancy, or Anders' burial. Those things she needed to say to him herself. Easter and Morena liked the river best at 6 o'clock, when the sun was spreading out long across the water, and the birds had just begun to make their way home for the night. They sat on the damp banks, as far away as they could from the heat of the Lakashi's fire. It was too early to eat, and still she wanted to leave the lab for a while, stretch her legs and roll her neck. Sometimes she would sit for 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and other nights she would stay until it was dark. She had never seen a boat go by once it was dark, but it was such a pleasure to sit and watch the hot red ball of the sun sink fully down into the jungle that she made the excuse that one might come. Easter pointed out every fish that broke the river's surface, and she pointed out the bats swimming through the purple evening sky. She had gotten very used to spending her time with someone who said nothing at all. She found that watching the coming on of night without feeling any need to comment on it brought about a sense of tranquility that she had rarely known. It was in that tranquility a boat was spotted in the distance. She heard it before she saw it, the sound of a well-maintained engine pushing effortlessly ahead. That was itself worthy of notice, as the boats she was familiar with here came in 2 varieties: the completely silent canoe, raft, floating bundle of logs, and anything with a grinding motor. She got to her feet with 4 letters in her hand, 1 for her mother, and 1 for Karen, and 2 for Mr. Fox. The boat was coming on fast, a small round dot of light fixed to the front that was pointing upriver, and Easter, ever the thinker, jumped up and grabbed 2 long branches from the edge of the fire, 1 for Morena and 1 for himself, and they stepped into the water until it was up to their knees, and they waved the branches overhead. A boat that fast was surely headed to Manaus eventually, even though it was going in the wrong direction for now. She wanted that boat. She swung the fire over her head and let out a high, bright sound, a sound she never would have guessed she had in her. She hoped it would encompass every language in which the words, "Stop the boat," could be spoken. Whether the people on the boat heard her, it would be impossible to say, sitting as they were just on the cusp between near and far. But the Lakashi heard her, and they ran through the jungle faster than any boat could travel, and picked the fire apart, and lit sticks from one another's sticks, and then let out a giant howl, their own particular shibboleth. And all of this so Morena could send off her mail. Bless the Lakashi, and for this one night, bless them for watching her too closely, because suddenly their shoreline was ablaze and the noise they made was deafening, and the boat, which was almost on them now, was certainly slowing out on the dark river, though it wasn't slowing enough to give the impression of stopping, and Morena, buoyed up on the energy of the people, called out with the lungs of a soprano, "Stop the boat!" All sound stopped. The Lakashi startled into a brief silence by the intensity of Morena's voice. Even the frogs and insects for an instant held their breath. She wasn't used to it herself, the power of her own voice, and so, in the new silence, she called again, "Stop the boat!" The boat, which was past them now, stopped. It turned and slowly came towards the dock, its spotlight sweeping the crowd on the shore slowly, left to right. "Correspondencia!" Morena called. She had been reading a Portuguese dictionary at night along with the Dickens. "Obrigado, obrigado." She came out of the water and ran down the planks of the dock, the letters in one hand, the burning branch in the other, and the light from the boat leaped across her and then returned. It hit her squarely in the face and froze her in mid-step. In her own defense, she closed her eyes. "Mirena?" a voice asked. "Yes?" she said. Why did this not seem strange, someone calling her name? It was because of the light she could not make sense of what was happening. "Morena!" The voice was happy now. She did not know the voice, and then she did. The second it came to her, he spoke his name. "It's Milton!" The enormity of Morena's happiness was caught in that light. Of all the tributaries in all of the Amazon, he had wandered onto hers. Milton, her protector, Milton, who would know exactly how to set everything to right. She threw her branch into the water and let out a scream of joy which took the shape of his name. "Milton!" But the scream that met hers was high and entirely female, and there, bounding over the edge of the boat and into her arms, came Barbara Bovender, wearing a short khaki-colored dress with a stunning number of pockets. Milton was driving the boat for Barbara Bovender. The light of every Lakashi torch was caught in the reflective sheet of her wind-tangled hair. Morena embraced the narrow back of her friend, who clung to her neck and whispered in her ear too softly to be heard above the cries of the Lakashi. She smelled of lime blossom perfume. "How are you here?" Morena said. There was no sensible way to say it. "How did you find us, and why did you come, and how long can you stay, and will you take me with you when you leave?" Easter bounded down the dock on a wave of childlike glee and straight into Barbara's arms, burying his face in her hair. Morena felt the smallest ping of something. Jealousy? That couldn't be right. There was so much to take in, and it was all too wonderful and confusing. The Lakashi were continuing to sing, and the smoke from all the fires was as blinding as the spotlight from the boat. Morena was climbing over the edge of the boat to throw her arms around Milton, her feet bare, her dress torn at the left side seam, her hair neatly combed and braided because she had been sitting for a long time watching the sunset. She put out her arms to Milton, and he took her hands, his arms out straight, and turned her entire body so that she could see there was, in fact, a third person there. And because that person was not catching the light, it took her a moment to understand. It should have been Jackie, and it was not Jackie. "Mirena," said Mr. Fox. It was just that one word, her name, and suddenly she was certain of nothing. Could she embrace him? Did they kiss? In the torchlight she could make out that all three of the visitors wore a similar expression, a look that was hollowed out and exhausted, possibly terrified, a look that Morena no doubt must have had on her own face that first night she came down the river to see the burning Lakashi torches. The other doctors would be walking down from the lab by now. They would have heard all the ruckus and come to see why this night was different from all other nights. Could she kiss Mr. Fox in front of Dr. Swenson? In front of Barbara Bovender? She had never mentioned that part to any of them, that Mr. Fox was the person in all the world she kissed. "I've been writing to you," she said, and held out the letters to him like a defense. He was wearing a white cotton shirt like Milton's, and she wondered if he had come down in a wool suit. Had Milton taken him to Rodrigo's late at night to buy him clothes? "I was flagging down the boat to see if it would take my letters to you." He took the letters. He took her hand. "I haven't had any letters," he said. His voice was hoarse. "I haven't heard from you." The time she had been gone had aged him. The boat trip had aged him. How long had he been in Brazil? How long had it taken him to wear the Bovenders down? "I didn't know what had happened to you. Are you hurt?" "I'm fine," Morena said. "There's blood all over your dress." Morena looked down, and sure enough there was, but she couldn't remember who it once belonged to, or how much of it was just a stain she hadn't been able to scrub out. The Lakashi were coming on board now, and they grinned as they slapped Mr. Fox, who flinched at first, and then raised his hand in what appeared to be self-defense. Morena pulled him back. They were slapping Milton and Barbara Bovender, pounding out their particular and aggressive form of welcome. Already, 2 women had their hands deep in the white gold of Barbara's hair, and she struggled hopelessly to get away. A suitcase was held aloft and then passed overhead, and Morena leapt up to grab it. "Milton," she called out, "don't let them take the bags." Milton managed to wrestle the remaining duffels and totes away from the natives. He waved to Easter, who came on board and gave Milton a hearty slap at the waist and then began to loop his arms through the various handles of bags. Morena took Mr. Fox's hand and held it tightly. "We have to keep an eye on Barbara. She won't be able to manage this." "I wouldn't worry about Mrs. Bovender," he said in a flat voice. This was not the reunion they were supposed to have. She wished he would have waited in the Minneapolis airport for her to come back. It wouldn't have been too much longer. Once they were on the dock, he let go of her hand. Maybe it wasn't a good thing the boat had come at all. There was no aligning Minnesota to Amazonia. There was no explaining one world to the other. Dr. Swenson was walking towards them. "Enough of that," she said, clapping her hands. "Leave her alone now." The 2 Lakashi women who fought over Barbara's hair had settled their differences, leaving her in under a minute with 2 long braids already tied off at the ends with pieces of thread pulled from their own dresses. Dr. Swenson walked by Barbara with barely a glance. "We'll be talking about this," she said as she passed, and Barbara dropped her head. When she got to the end of the dock, her full attention turned to Milton. "Whose boat is this?" "It belongs to a friend of Rodrigo's," Milton said. "Rodrigo's friends don't have any money like this." "One of them does," Milton said. "The man who bottles Inca Cola. Rodrigo sells it in the store." Dr. Swenson nodded. "Did you bring supplies or only guests?" "Rodrigo put a list of what you must need by now, plus some things you'll like. He had just gotten in a full case of oranges, and he sent them all to you. I think he did a very good job." Having dealt with 2 of the travelers, she turned to the 3rd. "You, no doubt, moved heaven and earth for this, Mr. Fox." Mr. Fox stood on the dock and stared at Dr. Swenson, and stared at the entire flaming tableau that spread behind her. A bat spun down perilously close to the top of his head, and he did not flinch. "We have had a difficult trip. There is clearly a great deal to discuss, including the heaven and earth I have moved, but for now, you should tell us where we will be sleeping." "I don't know where you'll be sleeping," Dr. Swenson said, making no concessions to civility. "We are working here, not running a Hyatt." The Lakashi, sensing there was no further call for celebration, began stacking their burning sticks into a single raging bonfire that threatened to spread to the dock they were standing on. Thomas and Como stepped forward, waving his hand and bowing quickly to the guests. "Let us work this out away from the fire," he said calmly. "We will make sure everyone is accommodated." Once he had herded them gently to shore, he told Barbara Bovender that she would follow Morena, and Mr. Fox would bunk with him, and Milton— "I can sleep in the boat," Milton said. Thomas shook his head. "There is a cot in the lab near Dr. Swenson's station. She will be happy to have you sleep there for tonight." "Let's leave your assumptions of my happiness out of this," Dr. Swenson said. As she turned and walked back up the dock, Morena could see that Dr. Swenson was limping badly and wanted to go to her and lend her an arm. And she wanted to go with Mr. Fox, because Thomas, of all people, would give them a moment together without asking questions. But instead, she took Barbara Bovender's hand and led her through the jungle towards the storage shed. "Do you know where we're going?" Barbara asked. "I do," Morena said. Jackie had left for Lima 5 days before, this being the season when the surf rose along the Peruvian coast with such ferocity that it cleared the lesser surfers from the beaches and brought forth the greater ones from other continents. The Bovenders had talked it over at length and decided this would be a good time for both of them. Barbara could work on her novel, and he could spend a couple of weeks curled in the lip of a giant wave. We went over everything that could possibly happen and decided there was nothing I couldn't handle myself. She was sitting in the chair on top of Morena's extra dress. She closed her eyes and shook her head. We didn't take Mr. Fox into account. I told him I didn't know where Onik was. That lasted about 3 minutes. He's better at it than I was. Mrs. Bovender's blue eyes went round at the thought of it. He's better at it than anyone. Vogel holds the lease on the apartment. He said I would be on the curb in an hour. He got Milton, Milton got the boat. I said, fine, good luck. And then he said I was coming with them. Milton's never been out here before, and I'd only come with Jackie. Half the time I came with him, I was asleep. Jackie gets seasick unless he's the one driving the boat. I was supposed to tell them how to get here? Oh, God, it was awful. We'd pass one river, and then I'd start to think a half an hour later that that was the river we were supposed to turn on. But you got them here, Morena said. She wasn't sure she could have done it. Morena, we left 2 days ago. All those rivers, all those trees. I get turned around in Manaus. Her hands were shaking, and so she sat on them. Do you have a cigarette? I would really love a cigarette. I'm sorry, Morena said. Thank God Milton was there. At first, Mr. Fox asked me a lot of questions, mostly questions about you. But once he was convinced I really hadn't heard from you, he stopped talking to me altogether. There was something about Barbara's hair, the 2 yellow braids hanging over her shoulders, that had robbed her of her considerable sophistication and left behind a 14-year-old girl. I was staring out at the riverbank every second. I felt like I was trying to intuit where you were, like it was my responsibility to know, and I didn't know. Mr. Fox wouldn't believe me when I told him I didn't remember. He thought I was still trying to throw him off Onik's trail, like it would be great fun for me to take us all out on the river and get us lost. And then I saw another river, a small one, and all of a sudden I was sure it was the right one. The opening would have been so easy to miss. If I had been looking on the other side of the boat for just a minute, we would have kept going. Mr. Fox and Milton didn't see it at first, and they both perked up then because I was so sure. We went up that river for half the day, and everything was quiet. Most of the time, I was still thinking I'd gotten it right, and then I started to think we had gotten it wrong, and I was just about to say that. I was getting up my nerve when we came around a bend, and there were all these people on the shore in loincloths with their foreheads painted yellow. It was like they'd been standing there forever, waiting for us. And I didn't remember exactly what the Lakashi looked like. I was so tired by then, and I was so confused by all the wrong choices I'd already made, that I honestly didn't remember. Morena leaned forward from the bed where she was sitting. She put her hands on Barbara Bovender's knees. All of the rivers in the Amazon, and she knew which one this story had taken. So, I said, there they are. And Milton was slowing down the boat, and he was whispering to me, Are you sure? Are you sure? He's met the Lakashi before. They come down to Manaus selling timber. Sometimes they've come with Onik. He knows this isn't right, and then I know it isn't right, and the river is narrow there, and they all raise up these bows and arrows, and they're huge. She is crying now, and she takes her trembling hands out from beneath her legs and begins to wipe her eyes. You're okay, Morena said. You found me. Milton got you out. She nodded, but her fingers could not get far enough ahead of the tears to wipe them all away. There were simply too many of them. He did. He was so fast. Milton deserved some sort of medal. He'd never driven that boat before, and he slammed it around so fast we nearly went over. When I looked back, the air was full of arrows. Arrows? How can that be possible? And then I saw something. I thought I saw something. What? Morena said. She shook her head. It was worse than anything, worse than Mr. Fox or us getting lost or those people shooting at us. She looked up at Morena and blinked her eyes, and for a moment the crying stopped, and a look of utter seriousness crossed her pretty face. She took Morena's hands. I saw my father running through the trees, she whispered. I don't know what you'd call it. A vision? A visitation? He was coming straight towards me, coming down to the water, and I threw myself on the bottom of the boat. There were arrows in the boat, and Milton said not to touch them. I tried to look back for him, but Milton said to keep down. Morena, my father is dead. He died in Australia when I was 10 years old. I think about him all the time. I dream about him, but I've never seen him. He came there for me because he knew I was going to die. Did Milton see him, or Mr. Fox? She shook her head. Mr. Fox was on the deck and Milton was driving. I don't think they would have been able to see him anyway. I think he was only there for me. Who would have known you were missing? Dr. Swenson was saying to Mr. Fox when Barbara and Morena walked into the lab. Dr. Booty could not stop shaking her head, and the two doctors' Saturns stayed very close together. The misery that comes from having a good imagination was writ large on Thomas and Como. I suppose the Inca Cola man would have wanted his boat back at some point. When Jackie Bovender came home from his surfing expedition in 2 or 3 weeks, they would have come here together. Don't you think so, Barbara? He would have come looking for you then. Barbara Bovender, now the center of everyone's nervous attention, made the slightest gesture towards a nod. Dr. Swenson held out a hand towards this confirmation. 1 man missing a boat, 1 man missing a wife. What do you think I should have told them when they arrived? I wouldn't have had any idea where you were. If you had a telephone, no one would have to risk their lives to find you, Mr. Fox said. How was it possible that Morena could not go to him? Why didn't he come to her now, having survived a rain of poison arrows? How could he not take her in his arms regardless of who was in the room? He looked so out of place in his lightly embroidered white shirt and khaki pants, as if he had dressed up for a party whose theme was the Amazon. This is about my not having a telephone? Do you think Dr. Rapp came to the Amazon with a telephone? I am trying to finish my work. First you send a man down here who dies, and when you decide to follow him, it seems you are determined to die yourself and take 2 of my people with you. It is disruptive, Mr. Fox. Can you understand that? You do not advance your own case by continuing to throw these tragedies in my path. I was looking for Dr. Singh, he said, tapping his glasses up the bridge of his nose with his index finger, a nervous tic Morena knew to be the slightest outward manifestation of simmering fury. I hadn't had any word from her. I couldn't take the chance that another one of my employees was sick or in danger. Another one of your employees, Morena thought. Well, there you have it. But you endanger them yourself, Dr. Swenson said. You throw a person in the river and then make a spectacle of jumping in to save them. Before Mr. Fox had a chance to answer, Dr. Booty stepped between them. I must ask that you stop this now, she said, her voice unexpectedly strong. Dr. Swenson, this is not right for you. This argument has ended. You must sit. The room fell suddenly silent, and in the silence they could hear the unexpected sound of Dr. Swenson struggling to catch her breath. There was no ignoring Booty's advice. Dr. Swenson sunk down heavily in her chair and put her swollen feet up on a box in front of her. Nancy Saturn came over with a glass of water, and Dr. Swenson waved her away. When she spoke again, her voice was calmer. Look at as much data as you need to reassure yourself, Mr. Fox. The 2 doctors Saturn will help you. Tomorrow, when it's light, Dr. Booty will take you to see the Martins, and after that, you will get back on the Inca Cola and go to Manaus. That is all the hospitality I am capable of extending. Dr. Singh is coming with us, Mr. Fox said. It was not a romantic gesture, but the first counteroffer in an ongoing negotiation. Dr. Swenson shook her head. That will not be possible. Dr. Singh has agreed to stay until I deliver my child. She put her swollen hands on either side of her belly. The big reveal, Mr. Fox. 73 years old, and I am pregnant. If you trouble yourself to look around in the morning, you will see that I am not alone in my condition. We are very close to being able to bring you what you want, if you could only control your impulse for disruption. I'm keeping up my end of the bargain. I expect you to start keeping yours. For a moment, Mr. Fox was too far behind. He had missed the rodent trials, the studies in higher mammals. He had no knowledge of a first efficacious dose or the multi-dose safety studies. He had seen no reports on the probability of technical success. And then, suddenly, he was 6 months into the first human dose. First in man. That's what it would always be, no matter how inherently sexist the implications. Given all there was to absorb, it took a moment for the news to settle in. But when it did, the look on Mr. Fox's face was as tender and pleased and surprised as it had been on a night 35 years before when his own wife Mary had made a similar announcement. He took a few tentative steps towards Dr. Swenson. He softened his voice. How far along? Nearly 7 months. I'm not qualified to do the section, Marina said to her. I've told you that. You need to go to a hospital. I would feel more comfortable with Dr. Singh, Dr. Swenson said. We can't afford any breaches in security at this point. I can't go to the city to have a child. I've seen her operate several times now. She does a brilliant job. I have no questions as to her complete competence. While Marina had come far enough to contradict Dr. Swenson when they were alone, she still lacked the skills to do so publicly. There was no way to point out that these compliments were her road to perdition. We could bring in an obstetrician from Rio, Mr. Fox said. We could bring in one from Johns Hopkins if you'd like. He had already forgotten about the trip from Manaus, about Mrs. Bovender, about the Hamoka. The drug worked. That was all he had ever needed to know. He didn't care about the paperwork, the trees. He didn't need to see Marina. He could get back on the boat tonight. What I would like is what I have already said. I trained Dr. Singh myself. You can spare her for a little while longer. I can, Mr. Fox said. Marina started to say something, but Dr. Swenson cut her off. Dr. Booty is right. I am tired. Walk with me back to the hut now, Dr. Singh. I've done enough for tonight. She held up her hand, and Marina took it. The skin between Dr. Swenson's fingers was cracked and bleeding. Mr. Fox touched Dr. Swenson's shoulder before they left the room, and she nodded at him in return. Once they were safely under the cover of darkness, the stars spreading their foam over the night sky, Marina started in. I told you I wasn't going to stay, she whispered sharply over the grind of insects' wings, over the endless repetition of frogs croaking. Did you think you could just lease me out from my employer? Hold on to yourself for 2 more minutes, Dr. Swenson said. Dr. Swenson's hut was the one closest to the lab. It was a small room with a single bed and a dresser, a folding table with 2 chairs. Dr. Swenson struggled up the 4 stairs, leaning her weight against Marina, and when she came inside, she sat down heavily on the bed. I'm going to have to lie down, she said, and with that, she stretched over the bed, her stomach pointing up. She sent forth a low moan, though whether it was pain or the relief from pain, Marina could not be sure. Be a friend and pull off my sandals, Dr. Singh. Marina struggled with the Birkenstocks but managed to get them loose. Dr. Swenson's toes were sunk halfway into her swollen feet, which had an unnatural purple cast. Don't make me feel sorry for you, Marina said. The more I worry about you, the more certain I am that you need to go to a hospital with doctors who know what they're doing. You know what you're doing, Dr. Swenson said, and you will feel sorry for me because that is your nature. There's nothing I could do to prevent that. Marina sat down on the edge of the single mattress. Who's the man in the picture? She took Dr. Swenson's wrist between her fingers. Her pulse was almost too rapid to count. Dr. Swenson turned and looked at the frame on her bedside table. It was a black and white photograph of a tall, thin man with a very fine nose standing in the jungle. He was wearing a white shirt and seemed to be looking over the shoulder of whoever was holding the camera. "Never ask a question if you already know the answer. I find that the most irritating habit." "He's very handsome," Morena said. "He was," she said, closing her eyes. "Where's the blood pressure cuff?" She pointed down to the red bag on the floor, and Morena got the cuff and a stethoscope. "The baby is dead, Dr. Singh. It died yesterday, maybe the day before. I was going to tell you tonight, but then the company arrived. You can go on and try to listen, but nothing has moved. I'm not certain when it moved last. I haven't been able to find a heartbeat." Morena put her hand on her teacher's arm, but Dr. Swenson shook her off. "Go on," Dr. Swenson said. "Try." Morena put the scope in her ears, ran the drum across Dr. Swenson's belly, trying one spot and then another and then another. "There's nothing there," Dr. Swenson said. "No," Morena said. She took her blood pressure then, and then took it again to make sure her reading was correct. 172/115. Dr. Swenson nodded. "I have preeclampsia. There is no Pitocin. There is a syrup the locals use to bring about labor in these circumstances, a boiled-down extract of crickets or some such thing, but for the time being, I am finished with my own human experimentation. I don't think I'd survive labor anyway. So, the bad news is you will have to do the section, and the good news is you won't have to wait 2 months to do it. Mr. Fox will leave tomorrow with the proof he needs that the drug is viable, and that in itself will buy us a great deal of time. If you could stay here just a little while after the surgery to make sure there are no complications, I would appreciate it. Later, I'll have Easter and the Saturns take you back to Manaus in the pontoon. Can you do that? I can put you on that boat in the morning, and we can go to a real hospital with real medicine and a sterile surgical room and an anesthesiologist. I'm not going to operate on you with a syringe full of ketamine." Dr. Swenson waved her hand. "Don't be ridiculous. We have bags of Versed for special occasions." There were things to say about that, but Morena let them go. "These are serious circumstances. I know it isn't what you want, but you have got to think like a medical doctor and not an ethnobotanist. If you go with Milton and Mr. Fox, you'll be there in half the time. You could be there tonight, which, considering your blood pressure, is what you should be doing anyway. You'd never put this off if it were someone else." "Listen to what I'm saying the first time, Dr. Singh. I don't have the energy to keep repeating myself. I'm not going anywhere tonight. So if I die before you have the chance to save me, the onus will be completely my own. You can't have Mr. Fox take me to the hospital. Then all of his dreams will be shattered, and subsequently my dreams will be shattered as well. I will not sacrifice a potential malaria vaccine for a hospital bed in Manaus. I am asking you to do this surgery as a way of saving myself from having Alan Saturn do it. I don't know that I have asked you for so much in the past that you would find this single request something you are unable to grant." Morena waited, considering the horror of it all. In the end, she could do no better than a nod of the head. "There is, of course, every reason to think that this will kill me in the end." She opened her eyes and looked at Morena. "It's difficult to say if this is an outcome of the drug or the circumstances of age. Whether or not I am finished remains to be seen. But I want you to know that the drug is finished. At least the fertility aspect. Mr. Fox can go and cry in his cups. With a little luck, we'll be able to keep that news from him for a few more years while he finances a malaria vaccine." Morena shook her head. She wrote it off to the circumstances. In a couple of months, when all this was behind her, Dr. Swenson would feel differently. "You shouldn't say that. You've worked on it for too many years to let it go." "And how shall we test it further?" I've been eating this bark for years. I've seen my own menstruation return at 60. I've lived through the pimples and the cramps, and I will tell you there was nothing there to enjoy. I did not need to see that aspect of my youth again. That's why they have NHV, normal, healthy volunteers. No one expects that you should do all of this yourself. We would have to find a great many childless 73-year-old women who were willing to be impregnated in order to evaluate safety. Chances are we would kill the lion's share of them in the course of the drug trials. Chances are, Morena said. She brushed down the insane wires of Dr. Swenson's hair with her hand. Don't be tender, Dr. Singh. We're fine the way we are. I only tell you this because I want you to know that if anything happens to me now, anything, it is not your fault. I've brought this on myself in the interest of science, and I don't regret any of it. Do you understand that? This has all been to the positive. We are very close to securing a vaccine, and in addition to that, we know what the body has told us all along. Postmenopausal women aren't meant to be pregnant. That is what we had to learn. It might not work at 73. That doesn't mean it couldn't work at 50. This isn't the time to throw everything away. Let the 50-year-olds console themselves with in vitro as they have in the past. I have no intention of unleashing this misery on the world because I trust women to stop trying at a sensible age. She shook her head. So it's good then, she said. It's good. I am going to sleep now. I want you to get some sleep, too. We'll do this tomorrow in the afternoon when everyone has left and there's plenty of light. Do your best to get them off early. Milton and Barbara would swim out of here, I'm sure of it, but Mr. Fox may try to linger. Once you get them on the boat, go and ask Dr. Booty to assist you. There's no sense in telling her tonight. All right, Morena said. She pulled the mosquito netting down over the bed. She turned down the flame in the lantern, but she couldn't seem to make herself go. You're still here, Dr. Swenson said finally. I thought I'd wait until you fell asleep. I know how to sleep, Dr. Singh. I don't need you to watch me unless it's something you are trying to learn to do yourself. When Morena got back to the lab, Dr. Nancy Saturn was explaining the relationship between the martin trees and the purple martinets to Mr. Fox, and Thomas Nkomo was showing him the charts of pregnancies, birth weights, live births, and they were all lying to him in everything they chose not to tell. Milton and Barbara made sandwiches out of the store-bought bread they had brought with them. Everyone was helpful. Everyone was getting along. Have you seen all of this? Mr. Fox said to Morena when she came over to them. I have, she said. I've been here a long time. It's remarkable work, truly remarkable work. He was smiling at her now, without the slightest trace of collusion. He was simply happy. The drug would soon be in hand, the stock would exceed expectations, his risk would be lauded by generations of board members to come. Dr. Booty handed her a sandwich on a plate, potted chicken after so many weeks of potted ham. Dr. Swenson? She asked. Her blood pressure is high, Morena said. Mr. Fox looked up and Morena shook her head. She's tired. She just needs rest, that's all. There should be as little stress as possible. It was a line of dialogue she remembered from meeting with patients years ago. It always comforted them. Anyone could embrace the idea that the answer was rest. We'll leave in the morning, Milton said. After we've seen the trees, Mr. Fox said. Morena waited another minute for old time's sake. Mr. Fox bent back over the data, and she wanted very much to put her hand on the crown of his head. It was probably better that he didn't look at her, that he didn't take her aside and whisper his true plan in her ear. If he loved her now, it would only be sadder later when he realized that she had lied to him all along with all the others. He would leave her once the whole thing fell apart. It might be years, but once he understood that he was holding a malaria vaccine instead of a drug for fertility, and that she had known it and done nothing to stop him, nothing to save him, he would break with her in every possible way. That loss would be infinitely harder to take if he had ever loved her. "Let's go to bed now," she said quietly. Then he did raise his head, looking at her as if to say that surely he misunderstood. "I'm with you," Barbara Bovender said, slipping the second half of her sandwich into one of the many pockets on her dress. The two of them took Easter with them, while the rest of the group called good night, while Mr. Fox said good night. "How does this work?" Barbara asked, looking again at the configuration of the sleeping porch. "I have the cot and Easter has the hammock, but Easter sleeps with me, so I guess that leaves you with the hammock. I'll grant you that it isn't much, but it's better than winding up on the floor somewhere." Easter was sitting on the floor, wiping off the bottoms of his feet with a rag. It was the one bedtime ritual Morena had taught him. "Look," Barbara said, twisting a fat yellow braid around her fingers. "I know this is your place, but if you wouldn't mind terribly, could I sleep with Easter? It's just for tonight. I've been half out of my wits all day. Frankly, if he wasn't here, I'd be asking to sleep with you, and I don't think the two of us would fit in that bed." She looked sadly at the child. "It's been a bad time for Jackie to be gone." Morena nodded. She understood completely the calming powers of Easter. Still, as she shook the marmoset scat out of the hammock, she thought of how, on this particular night, she would have preferred not to sleep alone herself. That night, Morena dreamt not of her own father, but of Barbara Bovender's father as he ran through the trees towards the river. When she woke up, she had one leg and both of her arms hanging over the edges of the reeking hammock, and her first thought was of the Martins. There was only the smallest bit of light coming onto the porch, and Barbara and Easter were still sleeping. Easter in the nylon shorts he'd worn the day before, and Barbara in a white cotton nightgown. For a moment, Morena looked at them and marveled that such things as nightgowns had ever existed, and that the people who owned them thought to wear them to bed. She took her flashlight and walked out into the jungle, keeping the beam pointed low to the ground as it was still so early the tarantulas would just now be making their slow crawl home. She wanted to get to the trees and back before anyone else was out. She was fairly certain there was some other quality in the bark that no one was talking about, and she knew she wasn't going to make it through this particular day without it. She thought of how she would come out here on her last day and saw off a few branches from the trees on the farthest edge of the perimeter. She would saw them into smaller and smaller pieces and tie them together with twine, and she would bring them back with her, a little something for herself. She pictured herself in her kitchen, a freezer full of twigs, taking them out only when she needed one, sitting alone in her living room, scraping the bark down with her teeth. And while she was thinking about this, she came perilously close to putting her foot into a nest of ants. She stopped and watched them cut a determined path through the leaf litter. She was walking too fast. She kept her eyes down for the rest of the way, and when she finally looked up again, it was to see the morning sun coming through the martins at an easterly slant, the full illumination of the thin yellow trunks, the high crowns of pink flowers brushing the edges of the barely blue sky. Maybe she wasn't sorry not to be going back on the boat today. As she touched her mouth to an already soft opening in the bark, a feeling of peace and well-being spread through her veins. She wondered if, in fact, it was really time to go at all. She saw the first 3 Lakashi women coming towards the trees in the same dresses they wore every day, the same dress she wore every day, and they raised their hands to wave to her. Morena waved back and moved quickly to the side of the stand. In the distance, she could hear the disembodied voice of Nancy Saturn lecturing on the purple martinet, the digestion and excrement versus the larval sac. Morena only knew one way out of the trees. One would think she could walk out in any direction and make a circle back around the edge, but that wasn't the case. She needed a path. She had to leave the same way she came in, or she would get lost. She had a distinct desire to run straight into the jungle. But why? What was there to run from? Mr. Fox was her lover. The Saturns were her friends. Either way, she had already stood there too long. "Morena!" Alan called. She went to them. The Lakashi were busy at their trees, and the gentle sound of their mastication was a comfort to her. One of the women patted her bottom as she walked past, her mouth firm to the bark. It was her nurse. Morena patted the back of her head. "She's gone completely native," Alan said to Mr. Fox. Like everything else around this place, Mr. Fox looked better in the light of day, standing between the trunks of the martens. He had on a blue shirt this morning and a darker pair of pants. She couldn't quite believe that in his rush to find her, he had brought a change of clothes. "I was meaning to ask about the dress last night." Morena brushed off the front of the coarse fabric. "It's the local uniform." "What happened to your clothes?" Morena shook her head. "A misunderstanding," she said. "Really, the dress has been fine." "If my legs looked as good as yours, I'd wear one too," Nancy Saturn said. While Morena's legs were of sound, basic construction, they were also bruised, unshaven, scabbed, and covered in a fierce topography of insect bites. It struck Morena then that it wasn't only Mr. Fox she was lying to. She was lying to the other doctors, her friends, who would certainly have wanted to know that she had more than a professional relationship with the man they were trying to snow. A small Lakashi woman who had finished her requisite amount of bark came up behind Morena and gave her shoulder 2 hard taps, and Morena sat down on the ground with thoughtless obedience. She didn't mind sitting down in the martens. All of the insects, save the purple martinets, cut a wide berth around this part of the jungle. The woman untied the end of Morena's braid and combed out her hair with her fingers. "Is this a service?" Mr. Fox asked. "You can't stop them," Morena said. "There is absolutely no fighting this." "I had long hair the first month I was here," Nancy said, nodding at Morena. "They were all over me. As soon as I cut it off, I was invisible to them." "They fix Booty's hair every morning," Alan said. "They come to her hut." "So you've gotten used to the place?" Mr. Fox said, and for the first time he sounded as if he were speaking to Morena as if she were someone he had met before. She nodded. "Finish your tour, and then I'll take you back. You can catch me up on everything I've missed at work." Mr. Fox agreed to this and went off with the Saturns. Morena listened to their voices, martins and martinets, and not a single mention of raps. She leaned forward from where she was sitting and picked one, the smallest, bluest mushroom that grew at the base of the tree. It was hardly bigger than her little finger. She brought it to her nose and sniffed it like a daisy, and the woman who was braiding her hair began to laugh. She leaned over Morena's shoulder and sniffed the mushroom herself. Then she put her arms around Morena from the back and hugged her, giggling into her neck until Morena had to laugh herself. When the woman finished Morena's hair, she took the mushroom from her fingers and, giving a quick furtive glance to either side, popped it in her mouth and walked away. The Saturns stayed behind with their litmus paper and their cotton swabs while Morena walked Mr. Fox back to the lab. The Lakashi trickled past, raising their hands to her. "You're popular here," he said. She stopped and turned to him. She took his hands. They had gone to Chicago together once, gotten a fancy room at the Drake, and stayed in bed until noon. "I wrote to you. Some of the letters will get there eventually. The second suitcase was lost and I didn't have the phone." 3 more women came by. One of them reached down and slapped Morena's thighs, and Mr. Fox let go of her hands. "Don't worry about them," she said. "They don't report back to anyone." "Still," he said. "It doesn't matter," Morena said. "No one cares what we're doing. It didn't matter before, either." She kissed him then, because she didn't know if there was ever going to be another chance. She remembered that she must smell horrible, although she could no longer smell much of anything herself. The snake had burned it out of her. He stayed with the kiss for only a second. There were too many women walking past, and they were laughing quietly with each other. "You're fine," he said, pulling away. "You're going to be home soon, and we'll have time to talk about everything. All of this is better than anything I could have imagined, and I have you to thank for much of that. It was very brave of you to come down here alone, I see that now." He turned away from her, and then took a step forward, and Morena saw the snake, his foot coming down right on top of it as she grabbed him and pulled him back, pulled him into her with not inconsiderable strength. It was a little lancehead, small enough to be immature. She had seen the picture in one of Anders' books, and she recognized it an instant before it darted away into the high grass. "Morena!" he said sharply. But she had hold of him now so tightly he could not get away, and she did not immediately let him go. Instead, she put her lips very lightly to his ear. "Snake," she said. As soon as they were back, Morena went to check on Dr. Swenson and found Barbara coming up the path. Her eyes were red and cheeks were flushed. Morena didn't know if she had just now been crying or if it was left over from all the crying the night before. "She's all right," Barbara said and stepped in front of Morena. "But you shouldn't go in there. She said she wanted to rest now." "You're back to guarding the gate." Barbara was wearing white linen pants and a tight navy top, and Morena wondered if she had packed, thinking the outfit had a certain nautical look that was appropriate for river travel. "Maybe you could put in a good word for me then. Tell her I'm still doing my job." "Is she going to fire you for bringing out Mr. Fox?" She looked back towards the door she had just come out of to make sure Dr. Swenson wasn't standing there watching. "I don't know. She may just be trying to scare me. She says she hasn't decided. I think she looks awful, by the way. I had thought the idea of waiting until later to have children was such a good one. And now I'm not so sure." "It isn't a good one," Morena said. Mrs. Bovender put her arm through her friend's arm, and together they walked towards the water. "I don't know how you've lived out here. You were so miserable in Manaus, but this is 1,000 times worse. Maybe I'd be lucky if she fired us. I want to go back to Australia. I hate this entire country. Jackie hates it here." "Then you should go." Morena found herself wanting to comb and braid the yellow hair which spread around Barbara's shoulders like a loose blanket. She was thinking that maybe the desire to groom was yet another component of the Martins that had yet to be traced. "The thing is," Barbara said, "we'll never find a gig as easy as this one any place in the world." Barbara Bovender gave Morena much of what was in her suitcase before she left. 2 pairs of lacy underpants and a matching bra, and the white cotton nightgown and a jar of face cream that smelled like jasmine. Mr. Fox gave her the white shirt he had worn the day before, and his extra pants, which she planned to tie up with a piece of twine. Milton gave her his straw hat. "But you wear this hat," she said. He shrugged. "I can wear another hat." She held it for a minute, looked at the thin red ribbon band. She put it on her head and immediately felt braver for it. "I'll bring it back to you," she said. "Then it would be so valuable to me I could never wear it." It occurred to Morena then that she should have run off with Milton that first moment she saw him in the airport. She should have begged him to take her to Rio, where they could have vanished together into the crowds of dancing girls and handsome men. She and Easter went down to the dock and said goodbye to their 3 friends. She kissed all of them, and only Mr. Fox was embarrassed. Then she slapped each one on the waist. The Lakashi came down and stood with Morena and Easter, and together they watched the beautiful Inca Kola boat pull away. Morena put her hand on Easter's head to comfort herself. Everyone waved. Long after the particular details of their features became small and blurred down the river, she could still make out the gleam of Barbara Bovender's hair, which had turned into a great flaxen flag in the wind. The future was a terrible weight, and Morena stood on the dock for a long time after the boat was out of sight and felt it press down on her. Finally, she went to the lab to look through the surgical supplies and talk to Dr. Booty about assisting, and take whatever means were available to forestall the inevitable. But Dr. Swenson was there at her desk in front of a large spread of paper, file folders and typed reports and handwritten notes pulled from spiral notebooks. "You aren't really going to fire the Bovenders, are you?" Morena asked. "Since when do you care about the Bovenders? They were the ones that kept you in Manaus for so long." "You're the one who kept me in Manaus," Morena said. "They were just doing their job." So, in the case of Mr. Fox, they didn't do their job well, or I should say, she didn't do it at all. But in the end, it served your purpose, their coming here. It all turned out for the best. We are not in a rush, Dr. Singh, but neither is there an endless amount of time for what needs to be accomplished. You'll forgive me if I don't care to focus myself on the matter of the bow vendor's employment with the time that I have. There is so much to do here. I've been trying to organize some things, just in case. Her thick fingers cut and recut the stacks in front of her like a deck of oversized cards. But I see now there's no doing it. It would take a solid 3 months of work to make them even passingly useful to anyone other than myself. I realize now I've been too cryptic. I've kept too much in my head. There are some things here I can hardly make sense of myself. I can see now I've been very optimistic. I should have taken failure into account. The failure of what? Morena said. How far away was the boat now? Was it possible that one of them could have had a change of heart? If not Mr. Fox, then Milton or Barbara? Couldn't they insist on turning around to go back for her? Dr. Swenson looked over the top of her glasses. I think it is safe to say we will be making surgical history today, though God knows we won't be getting credit. I can't imagine there have been any other women my age having cesareans. Morena sat down heavily and put her elbows on the table, and in doing so, frightened a small handful of bats that nested inside the table's lip. 5 or 6 of them went spinning around the room, lost in the bright light of day, until one by one they stuck to the walls and flattened out like thick daubs of mud. There could certainly be a problem with bleeding, but Dr. Nkomo has offered himself for a transfusion if we need one. He's A positive, that's a stroke of luck. Do you have a bag? Morena asked. What they had and what they lacked was a source of great mystery. 1 line, 2 needles, gravity does the rest. You must be kidding me. Dr. Swenson shook her head. You would be amazed at all the things that are possible in a state of deprivation. It's only a matter of thinking things through. Just take your time, Dr. Singh. There's no reason to rush this. That was your downfall in Baltimore. Rushing is the greatest mistake. Morena sat up, a sound like a bell ringing in her head. Baltimore? Dr. Swenson looked at her without bemusement or compassion, 2 of the things that Morena might have hoped to see. Then she glanced back at her papers. You thought I didn't remember that? Because you didn't remember that. When I met you in Manaus at the opera, you didn't know me. That's true, I didn't. It came to me later, not long after we were back, and by that point it didn't make any difference. She plucked a thick article out of the stack, scrawled a note across the top in illegible writing, and placed it in a blue cardboard file. I only bring it up now because I don't want it weighing on you going into surgery. That's why I had you do that cesarean, you know, not just to see if you could do it. I wanted you to get your confidence up. You made a very common mistake that night at the General. You rushed. Nothing more than that. Had it not been the eye, you would have forgotten all about it in a week. Everyone at some point nicks a skull, nicks an ear. It was just your bad luck that the head wasn't positioned another centimeter in either direction. In retrospect, the real loss was your quitting the program. If I had known you better, then I would have stepped in. At the time, though, she shrugged, it was your decision. This will be easier for you. There isn't the pressure of a baby to save. Morena sat down in a chair beside the desk, and there it went. The burden of her lifetime, taken. She wondered if she could have turned the Lakashi baby. She looked down at her hands. She wondered what they might have accomplished. It would have been remarkable if it had worked out. To have had a child at this age, to have had the chance to see myself in a child. I wouldn't have ever thought about it except for the fact that we came very close. She made another note, equally unreadable, and put it on the other side of the desk. Be sure to freeze it, Dr. Singh. There are some tests that I'll want to do later. I want to see what levels of the compound are in the tissues. Morena nodded. She would have liked to know what any of it meant, especially the part that concerned her, but she was lost. Mr. Fox was speeding down the river now, and she wanted him to come back. She would tell him everything. She would start with her internship and bring the story right up to today. Dr. Swenson looked at her watch, and then she took it off her swollen wrist and laid it on the desk. When she stood up from her chair, she struggled, the great and looming failure of her pregnancy going before her. "We should get to work now, don't you think? There's nothing else here that I can do." Chapter 11. Many hours after the surgery, and well after dark, Easter and Thomas took the mattress off the cot on the sleeping porch and carried it to Dr. Swenson's hut. They had to take out the table and push the 2 chairs against the wall, but in the end, there was enough room for Easter and Morena to sleep. Not that Morena was sleeping. She was watching Dr. Swenson, watching the parade of every nocturnal creature in the Amazon as it wandered through the room. It seemed that they were all attracted to the light, which made her think of that first night in Manaus and Rodrigo's store. The next day, she sent Benoit over for the cot frame and the mosquito netting. Easter brought his strong-box with him. For a moment, Dr. Swenson opened her eyes and watched while they rearranged the furniture again. "I don't remember asking the 2 of you to move in," she said. But before Morena could launch her explanation, Dr. Swenson had fallen back to sleep. Aside from her quick morning trips to the Martins, Morena stayed close to her patient, watching her pass in and out of fevers. In her lucidity, Dr. Swenson was demanding, wanting to talk to Alan Saturn about mosquitoes, wanting briefings on the data that had been collected since her surgery, wanting Morena to take her blood pressure. Then, just as quickly, the fever came back, and she cried in her sleep, great, flooding tears. She would ask for ice, and Morena would go and get the small block she kept in the freezer where they stored the blood samples, chipping it into shards with a knife. It was the same freezer where she kept the child with the curving tail, Siren Amelia. It was 2 days before Morena remembered the name for it. The only time she had ever heard of it was in a lecture on birth abnormalities Dr. Swenson had given at Johns Hopkins. It flashed by in a single slide. Siren Amelia, mermaid syndrome, the legs of the fetus are fused together into a single tail, no visible genitalia. It is nothing you're likely to see. And there it went. With a click and a brief flash of blackness, they were on to the next slide. The only person who ever stood to know what it would have been like to have Dr. Swenson for a mother had not lived to meet the experience. A life of such extraordinary beginnings had, in the end, amounted to little more than a science experiment. Morena had rested her hand on the tiny head for a moment when the whole thing was over, just before Booty covered it over to keep it from the insects and took it off to the lab. In her fevered dreams, Dr. Swenson often gave bits and pieces of lectures, and sometimes it was a lecture Morena remembered. Ectopic pregnancy and the damage to fallopian tubes. She fell into another broken sleep, the blood of Thomas and Como making a slow loop through her veins. Morena gave her fluids and tinkered with the antibiotics. For all that they lacked in the jungle, their assortment of antibiotics was as comprehensive as any hospital pharmacy. She checked the incision, watched for excessive swelling. She sat in the small room with the door open and read the copious notes on malaria. As the days went by, Dr. Swenson's fevers would stop and then start again. Morena upped the dosages, beat them back. It was days before they could sit her up and then stand her up. Morena worried about clots. With Easter on one side and Morena on the other, Dr. Swenson walked halfway down the path to the lab. When she was safely back in bed, too tired even to sleep, Morena read to her from Great Expectations. That became their new routine. And if the chapter was particularly good, or the day particularly dull, Dr. Swenson would ask Morena to read her some more. Easter sat on the floor with his paper and pad and practiced bending straight lines into the alphabet. Morena wrote out, Dr. Swenson, and put it on Dr. Swenson's chest. She wrote the word, Morena, and put it in her lap. "Did you think I'd forget?" Dr. Swenson said, looking at the piece of paper when she woke. "I'm trying to give him a few new words," Morena said. Dr. Swenson put the piece of paper back on her chest and patted it there. Good, let him remember this. Dr. Ekman was always trying to teach him to write Minnesota. That was never going to do him any good. You never know, Marina said. I do know. I think about Dr. Ekman now. There is something very specific about having a fever in the tropics, very unlike having a fever at home. Here, you feel the air burning into you, or you are burning into it. After a time, one loses all parameters, even the parameter of skin. I think he couldn't possibly have understood what was happening to him. Probably not, Marina said. It had been almost a week since Easter had left one of Anders' letters in the bed. He must have run out of them. Easter was sitting shirtless by the door, and the sun fell over exactly half of him, one leg and one arm, the left side of his face. The bruises had in time faded down to a dull green. How well do you think I am now? You're through the worst of it, but I wouldn't say you're well. That will take a long time. You know more about it than I do. Dr. Swenson nodded. That's what I've been thinking myself. Dr. Booty, Dr. Nkomo, even the botanist could look after me now. In fact, they came to visit every day. Just that morning, Dr. Booty brought a bouquet of pink blossoms from the martin trees in a drinking glass. Who knows how she managed to get them? They were there on the bedside table, the heavy blossoms crossing the face of Dr. Rapp. The Lakashi came too. The women kept a silent vigil outside the window while they unbraided and rebraided one another's hair. Any one of them would have taken care of her if given the chance. Marina told her as much. None of them would do the job like you. I trained you myself, after all. You do your follow-up the way it's meant to be done. I would like to keep you on, Dr. Singh. You certainly could manage Vogel, keep them happy while everyone else did their work. The other doctors like you. The Lakashi have bonded to you in much the way they bonded to Dr. Rapp. Someone is going to need to look after them once I'm gone. I don't think any of the others could do that. The Lakashi can look after themselves. Dr. Swenson shook her head. Not if the world comes in to take the Martins, to take the Rapps. I will get over this surgery, or I won't. Other people can take care of me, but who can take care of them? The truth is, I could just keep thinking up reasons you had to stay. I understand you well enough for that. You've done a good job so far, Marina said, wringing out a cloth to wash Dr. Swenson's face and neck. Sit still for a minute, Dr. Swenson said, pushing her hand away. Sit down. I'm trying to tell you something important. This is a conflict I am facing. I am telling you I want you to stay and at the same time giving you a reason to go. You aren't giving me any reason to go. That's because you won't be quiet. You won't stop moving all the time. Marina sat down and held the wet cloth in her hands. It was cool. She'd let the extra ice melt in the bowl. Dr. Swenson, small in her bed, looked up at the ceiling. There was a fly circling over her head, and Marina disciplined herself not to shoo it away. Barbara Bovender came to see me the morning that she left. She was worried that I was going to fire her, and because she was worried, she told me the story of her visit to the Humaka. It was a story that Milton had already told me, but she wanted to tell it again to show me how she had suffered for the cause. She sat in that chair where you are now, and she cried. She told me she was so close to death that she had seen her father running through the jungle towards her, waving his hands, her father who had died when she was a child. It was Barbara Bovender they were talking about? Not the child with the curling tail? Not Vogel? Not something that had happened 13 years ago at Johns Hopkins? She told me the same story, Marina said. She told you the same story? Then I would imagine you have come to a similar series of assumptions. Dr. Swenson looked at Easter sitting in the doorway. She kept her eyes on him for a long time. I didn't realize she had told you. What assumptions? Marina asked. It was a quiz of some sort, and she had no idea what the answer was. Dr. Swenson looked at her the way she always looked at her, as if everything was obvious. Mrs. Bovender is a very tall, pale blonde. Wouldn't her father be the same? I can't help but think that what she saw was a white man in the jungle. A man who was not her father, but from a distance, in her fear, might have looked something like him. He was running through the trees towards her. She was in a boat. She couldn't have seen him for more than a few seconds. I asked her if he had said anything, if he'd spoken to her in English. She told me that her father had called for her to wait. For the first time since she had left Manaus, that last morning when she had woken up standing in front of the air conditioner having dreamed about her father, Morena Singh was cold. She was so cold she thought her bones would break. She put the wet cloth back in the bowl. She felt as if there were ice around her heart. "He isn't dead." "I would swear to you, with everything I understand about this place, that he was dead. But no, I did not see it for myself. Sometimes, when Dr. Ekman was very sick, he would wander off. He never went very far. We found him in the storage room once. Once he fell over the railing of the sleeping porch and hurt his shoulder. I left Easter there to watch him. Dr. Ekman would start to get up, and Easter would put him back to bed. Easter was a very good steward of Dr. Ekman. The boy had grown attached to him, the way he's grown attached to you. Then, one night, he came into my hut well after midnight, and he was frantic. He pulled me out of bed. I barely got my feet in my shoes, and he was pulling me back to the storage hut. It was pouring rain that night, a blinding rain, and Easter was crying like it was the end of all the earth. I assumed that Dr. Ekman was dead. I remember feeling surprised. As sick as he was, I had thought he would pull through. We came onto the porch, and Easter had a flashlight. He showed me the bed. He showed me the room. Dr. Ekman was gone. While Easter was asleep in the hammock, Dr. Ekman had wandered off in the night. I went to wake Benoit, and he rounded up a group of Lakashi, but no one could find him. Not that night or all the next day. We never found him. You've been out there. It isn't so hard to imagine that a man who was very sick would last about 20 minutes in the jungle at night. He would step on a spider. He would crawl into the hollow of some rotting tree and never wake up. Something had eaten him. Something had dragged him away. I didn't know what it was, but he was gone, Dr. Singh. He was as gone as any man who had died. And so that's what I said. I told the other doctors the Lakashi take away their dead in the middle of the night. I wrote a letter saying we had buried him, and I believed I had handled the situation with as much humanity as was possible, until Barbara Bovender turned up the wrong tributary and saw her father. Morena had thought she understood this place. She had spotted the lancet after all. She had cut apart the anaconda. She had performed surgery she was neither licensed nor qualified to perform on a dirty floor, and had eaten from the trees and swum in the river in a bloody dress, only to find out that none of those things were on the test. There was, in fact, a circle of hell beneath this one that required an entirely different set of skills that she did not possess. She would have to go there anyway. She had been foolish enough to think that she had given up everything, when in fact she could see now that she hadn't even started. Anders Ekman could still be alive. Anders, her friend, Anders, father of 3, was down the river with the cannibals waiting for another boat to go by. "Is there any safe way for me to do this?" she said finally. Dr. Swenson covered her eyes with the heels of her hands. "No. In fact, I imagine they'll kill you." Anders took off his lab coat and put on his jacket that was hanging on the back of the door. He retied his tie, took his briefcase off the desk. "If I have to go to one more meeting, it is going to kill me," he said to Morena. Morena looked out the open door. Somehow it was still morning. It wasn't 2 hours ago that she had been eating the martins. "I should go now," she said. "After we've thought it through," Dr. Swenson said. "First, there has to be a plan." Morena shook her head, thinking of Karen Ekman and what she had said about Anders not being comfortable with the trees. She would have walked off the path at that moment. She would have gone straight into the jungle to find him. I don't think tomorrow's going to be any better. And with that, she left, Easter trailing behind her. She could hear Dr. Swenson calling her name as she went past the lab, but she didn't go back. They could have talked it over for the rest of their lives. Morena only wanted to be on the boat, out on the water, heading towards Anders and her own fate. She was floating now, caught in a current that pulled her ahead, and to her surprise, she did not mind it. She was content to float, to be pulled under or tossed up. She would give herself over to the force of the river if the river took her to Anders. She would have gone straight to the dock, but she needed to take something with her. She was trying to think of what she could offer the Humaka in exchange for her friend. She looked around the storage room, opening boxes, and found 10 oranges left in the bottom of the crate. She took them along with the peanut butter. She put the white nightgown Barbara Bovender had given her around her neck like a scarf, thinking, if there was, in fact, a universal language of surrender, it would at least give her the means to do so. She wished for buttons and beads, knives and paint. She wished for something other than syringes, litmus papers, glass tubes with rubber stoppers, bottles of acetone. She sat down on a box of fruit cocktail and closed her eyes. She saw Anders sitting on his desk, looking through birding guides to the Amazon. She tried to think of something that was as valuable as Anders' life. And then, Morena remembered the wraps. Easter stayed with her, though he had never followed her out to the Martins before. The sun was high and hot, though it was not yet 9 in the morning. She carried a very large basket that she had found in the storage room, something the Lakashi had woven out of heavy grass. She had never come so late. In the 2 hours since she had last taken this trail, the jungle had installed an entirely different set of birds, screeching out an entirely different hue and cry. The mid-morning shift of insects replaced their early morning brethren and clicked and vibrated a new and distinct set of messages. Morena kept her mind on the snakes that wrapped around trees and tangled themselves into vines, and she placed her feet down carefully. She could not afford to make a mistake now. She stopped for a minute at the edge of the Martins, leaning forward to wipe the sweat off her face with the hem of her dress. The way the bright sunlight came into the field now turned the bark a softer yellow, and she stood there, making a point to notice everything. She picked a wrap and held it up to Easter. Then she put it in the basket. She picked another, and he followed her, going to other trees, taking just a few from every individual community of mushrooms, thinning them out while the basket rounded into a pile of pale blue jewels. No matter how many they picked, the plants did not appear to be diminished. Maybe that was part of their secret. She had never realized how many of them there were. Protecting the wraps meant protecting the Lakashi, and the Martins, and the fertility drug, and the malaria vaccine. No one could ever know where the wraps had come from. But who had thought to protect Anders? If this is what was available to her, then this is what she would use. When she picked up the basket, it was scarcely heavier than it had been empty, and she covered the whole thing up with a nightgown and made her way back. The mushrooms, she knew, were her best chance, but she had Easter carry the peanut butter and the oranges just in case. She loaded all of it onto the boat. Thomas met her on the dock. Benoit was beside him. "I cannot believe what Dr. Swenson has told me," Thomas said, the panic rising in his voice. "What must Anders have thought that in all this time we never came to look for him?" Morena shook her head. "We didn't know." Thomas took her hand. "I am going with you to find him." The Lakashi were there now, waiting to leap aboard. It was all a setup. Dr. Swenson would have called out for Thomas as soon as she was gone, telling him everything, telling him he had to go with Morena, and Thomas, guilt-stricken in his ignorance, played right along. But it was not his destiny to see this thing through. "Anders was my friend," Morena said, and squeezed his thin fingers. "He's the reason I came here. I think I should be the one to go." "I understand that," Thomas said. "But he was my friend as well, and so it is equally my right, and you have no language with which to ask for him back." You don't speak Humaka, Marina said. What Benoit and I have between us will be closer to Humaka than your English. I will not wait on this dock and wonder what's become of you. I will not wait to see if Anders is alive. His face shone with such bright earnestness it was nearly unbearable. I have already made a promise to Dr. Swenson. We are going along. Benoit nodded his head without understanding exactly what was being promised. Marina thought it was a nod of considerably less conviction. If you wait much longer to decide, Alan Saturn will hear about this, Thomas said. He will insist on going. He has always been interested in the Humaka, and Nancy would never let him go without her, you know this, so factor her in as well. I do not imagine Dr. Booty would agree to stay behind to watch Dr. Swenson, but I could be wrong. If she insists on coming as well, then we will need to put Dr. Swenson on the boat. We could make her a pallet on the deck out of some blankets. If Anders were in fact alive in a tribe downriver, he had been there for more than 3 months. Marina would not have him there another night. All right, she said finally. It only mattered that she left right away. It mattered less who was with her. All right. Thomas nodded gratefully, glad that this part of the negotiations was complete. When he told her their next step was to find a gift, she told him about the oranges and the peanut butter, but didn't mention the mushrooms. I wish we had more, he said, looking at the 10 lonely oranges with discouragement. But we will make a good presentation. We will say to them, we have brought gifts, and let us have the white man. Thomas said the 2 phrases to Benoit in Portuguese, and Benoit gave back the closest approximation in Lakashi. Standing on the dock, the 3 of them repeated the words over and over again. Marina prayed the linguist was correct, that this was an uninteresting language that came off the same predictable route as the languages of all surrounding tribes, though it seemed doubtful the linguist had ever found the Humaka. The Lakashi interrupted them as they practiced their lines. Benoit tried to explain that the gifts and the white man did not concern them. Marina's mind clamped down on every syllable, embedded them in her brain. I have brought gifts. Let us have the white man. We should go now, Thomas said. Before the others arrive, we can practice when we're on our way. I need to get some water, she said, looking around the boat, and a hat. Thomas stepped onto the dock. I will go, he said, and then he nodded towards the Lakashi. You keep them off the boat. He turned back and raised his hand to her, and at that moment, Marina realized how easily she could lose Thomas on this trip. Suddenly, she pictured him dead, an arrow in his chest, his body slipping over the side of the boat. She shuddered, blinked. How could she risk the life of Mrs. Nkomo's husband while going off to find Mrs. Ekman's husband? She tapped Easter hard on the shoulder, motioning for him to start the ignition while she untied the line. As they pulled back, Benoit yelled at her, pointing to the place where Thomas Nkomo had so recently stood, and with that, she pushed Benoit backwards into the water. Easter seemed to think this was hysterical, Marina pushing his friend into the river, and he gunned the engine so the 2 of them could get away. For hours they saw no one. No men on floating logs, no children in canoes. Occasionally, a tree full of monkeys would scream at them, or a silvered pack of sparrows would sweep past the bow, but other than that, they were alone. Marina opened up one of the oranges and gave half of it to Easter. They had peanut butter and a bushel basket of hallucinogenic mushrooms. Marina kept her eyes trained to the right-hand side of the boat, trying to remember which slight parting of branches marked the turn they were supposed to take. You see that river there? Alan Saturn had said to her. You follow that river to the Humaka tribe. When finally she saw it, or saw her vaguest memory of it, she tapped Easter on the shoulder and pointed out the turn. The river that went from the Lakashi tribe to the Jintas was itself a tributary of the Rio Negro. It was a modest river, half the width of the Negro and a fraction of the Amazon. But the tributary they had turned on was lesser still. A wide creek, really, narrow and nameless. Marina had felt certain about leaving Thomas and Benoit behind, until they made that turn, and now she was wishing for all of them, the Saturns and Booty, and even Dr. Swenson on the deck in a pile of blankets. She wished she had filled every available dugout with Lakashi and had them paddling along behind her. If there was safety in numbers, she and Easter were perilously unsafe. The jungle closed over the entrance, and after a few minutes she could no longer see the way out. In some places the trees touched leaves from either side and knit together a canopy, cutting the light into leaf-shaped shadows that covered over the water. Morena imagined Barbara Bovender and Mr. Fox standing silently in the back of the boat behind Milton, all three of them wondering if the turn they had taken could possibly have been the right one. Easter took down the speed, and the boat glided quietly ahead, the trail of purple smoke vanishing 10 feet behind them. Morena couldn't understand how this part of the jungle could be so much worse. Those were the same trees. This was the same water. They went along for an hour before the river widened, and then another hour before it narrowed again. Morena stayed close to Easter now. She kept a hand on his back. "I'd like to be out of here before dark," she said to him, because the sound of a voice, even her own voice, was a comfort. And that was when the arrows came raining down on either side of them, half of them making sharp clicks as they hit the deck, while the others parted the water like knife blades and slipped inside. Easter leapt to push the boat ahead, but Morena caught his hand. She pulled the throttle down to stop the engine and put her arms around the boy. This, she thought, was the outcome of the letter Mr. Fox had brought into the lab that she and Anders had shared. This moment, these arrows, this heat and jungle. Together, she and Easter stared into the matted leaves. There were no more arrows. She opened her mouth and cried out in Lakashi, the series of pitches she sincerely hoped she had remembered correctly. She had a gift. She said it again as loud as she could. "We have brought gifts." It was ridiculous. They were not words, they were sounds. They were the only sounds she knew. The wall of trees sat before her silently. She eased the throttle forward to counteract the current of the river that pulled them back. The arrows had fallen at least 3 feet away from them, and Morena was willing to take this as a good sign. It wouldn't have been so difficult to hit the target had they meant to. She kept her hands on Easter's back and counted the seconds by the regular beat of his heart. Minutes passed. She called out to the jungle again, a sentence without meaning, and it echoed through the trees until the birds called back to her. She saw a movement in the leaves, and then, slipping out from between the branches, a single man came forth, and then another. They were created wholly from the foliage, one and then one more stepping forward to watch her until a group of 30 or more were assembled on the bank of the river. Loincloths and arrows, their foreheads as yellow as canaries. The women came behind the men, holding children, their faces unpainted. Morena thought of her father extolling the virtues of the pontoon boat, but while it was steady in the water, it was nothing more than a floating stage. She and Easter stood on an open hand offered to the humaka, and though she waited for her own fear, it did not come. She was finally here. This was the place she had been trying to get to from the very beginning, and here she would wait for the rest of her life. She tapped at the throttle to hold her place. They watched her, and she watched them. Morena pushed Easter behind her and picked up the basket of wraps. She tried to throw a few mushrooms as far as the shore, but they fluttered into the water like a handful of blue feathers. She put down the basket and very slowly took an orange out of the box, holding it up first as an exhibit, and then pretending to throw it, and then throwing it so that it landed close to the middle of the group of them. They took a step back from it, making a wide half-circle, and watched the orange where it lay in the mud until a man stepped forward from the back of the group and reached over for it. His hair was long and the color of sunlight, his beard ginger and gray. He looked to be thinner by half, and yet he was there, still himself. Anders Ekman, just as his wife had speculated in the insanity of her grief, had only been missing. When Morena called his name, he flinched as if someone had fired a gun. "Who is it?" he called out. "Morena," she said. He stood there for a long time, the globe of the orange caught between his hands, his shirt filthy and torn, his pants torn. "Morena?" "I've brought a gift," she said in English, and then said it again in Lakashi. There was a low murmuring on the shore, and Anders seemed to be listening to it. "What is it?" Anders said. "Wraps. I've got some peanut butter and some oranges and a very large basket of wraps." One of the men raised an arrow towards the boat, and Anders walked over and stood in front of him until he lowered it again. He was saying something now, and then he pressed his thumbs into the orange and pulled it in half, taking out a piece for himself and holding it up to them before putting it in his mouth. Then he divided up the fruit into sections and handed it out to the men who were standing around him. "Do not, under any circumstances, give them the wraps," he said calmly. "It's what I've got," she said. "You've got peanut butter. If these people find out about the wraps, they'll gut every last Lakashi by sundown and clean them out. How did you find me?" he called to her. One by one, they cautiously laid the slices on their tongues, and as they bit down, they turned to Anders in their startled pleasure. "I'll tell you some other time," she said. It was all she could do not to jump over the side of the boat, to swim to him. Anders pointed back at the boat, and after further conference, he called to Morena. "The orange is good. They want to know what you want in return." She wondered if he was serious, if he really didn't know. "You," she said, and then added to that the second sentence she knew, "Let us have the white man." She wondered if a syllable of it made sense to them. She could feel Easter's breath through the fabric of her dress. His mouth was pressed against her back. She was an idiot to have brought him. She knew enough to leave Thomas and Benoit behind, and then took Easter with her without a thought, like he was nothing more than her talisman, her good luck. No mother would have brought her child into this, even if he was the one who understood the river and the boat. On the shore, Anders was pointing to his chest. He was pointing to the boat. A single heron skated down the river. After a long discussion, he called again to Morena. "They want you to bring in the boat." Once again Morena waited for her fear, but somehow it held back. "Should I?" "Do it," Anders said. "They have you anyway. Just give them a little bit, a jar of peanut butter to start." Morena nodded and reached for the throttle, and when she did, Easter came around from behind her. He put his hands back on the wheel. She put one hand on his head and pointed for him to go into shore, and he nodded. "Is that Easter?" Anders said. "I don't have my glasses anymore." "I made a mistake," she said. It was only 15 feet, and they came in slowly. The men waded out, and the women kept to the shore behind them. Anders was very close now, and she could see the hollow of his cheeks beneath his beard, and she could see his eyes. When the hamaka came to the boat, Morena could see the shape of their heads was, in fact, slightly different from the Lakashi, just as Dr. Swenson had said. They were not as tall as the Lakashi, and Anders towered over them. She handed the one who looked like he was in charge the jar of peanut butter, and for a moment he struggled with what to do with it, his hands squeezing the jar. He looked up at Morena. Maybe he had meant for her to help him, or maybe he meant to kill her. But what he saw there on the boat was Easter. The man with the yellow forehead stood there, waist deep in the water, his chest against the pontoon, and the look on his face was the same look that had been on her own face a moment before when she first saw Anders, a cross of joy and disbelief, a look that was willing to accept that which was not possible. He turned and called to a woman on the shore, who put the child she was holding on the ground and walked out into the water. Once she had seen Easter from a distance. She tried to move faster, and the water held her back. She called to him, stretching out her arms, the trembling in her body sending out a ring of small waves into the water. And then she was there, pulling herself onto the boat, and Easter shrank back behind Morena, his hands around her waist as tight as a snake. Anders was out in the water, and then his hands were on the boat. He was calling out to the Humaka with 2 sharp syllables. The woman scrambled up on the deck, her short legs muddied and wet. She knelt behind Easter, her wet arms covering his arms, encircling Morena's waist. She wailed a single word again and again, while Easter stayed perfectly still, holding fiercely to Morena. The woman behind him was rocking. The man with the peanut butter jar was saying something to Anders that was not said in rage. "They want Easter," Anders said. He was holding onto the side of the boat now, his hands on the deck. He was nodding at the other men in the water who were talking faster and faster now, one hand holding up an arrow, the other making circles in the air. Anders looked at Morena. For the first time she could see his eyes very plainly. "Give them Easter, and we can go." "No," she said. That could not be possible. She had brought gifts. She had come for Anders. She put her hands over the woman's hands, over Easter's hands. Their arms made a structure that held her up. She shook her head. "We'll give them the wraps." "This isn't a choice. They can keep all of us and the boat. Do it now while they're confused. We have no bargaining power at all here." Anders helped himself slowly onto the boat and, bending before Morena, he unlocked the layers of hands. Only then did Easter see him clearly and understand why they had come here at all. He reached for Anders' neck and made the sound he made in his sleep, a high, trenchant cry that stood in place for the words, "Not dead. You are not dead." The Humaka looked up from the water and were amazed to see their boy knew this white man and that clearly he loved him so well. "Not this," Morena said. "If we stay with him, we'll all be together." "Go get the oranges and the peanut butter," he said, one hand on the back of Easter's head, his face in Easter's neck. Anders kissed the boy, his hair and ear and eye. They would have less than a minute together. The woman was standing now, her hands on Easter's back. Morena got the fruit and the peanut butter and handed it over the edge, filling up every hand that was raised to her. Then Anders held Easter out by the waist. The boy's feet were bare, and he was wearing dirty yellow shorts and a blue t-shirt that read Jazz Fest 2003. Morena made a note of all of it, as if there was someone she could describe him to later on, an agency that went to look for missing children. Anders handed Easter to the upreached hands of the man in the water, and the woman slipped over the side of the boat to stand with him. The look on the boy's face as his eyes went from Morena and Anders and back to her again was one of terrified misunderstanding. It was something worse than she had seen when the snake had him, because the snake he had understood. He stretched out his hands to her, and Morena closed her eyes. She left him there. She let him go. The boat was turned around now, and Anders was driving. In a minute, they were full speed down the narrow turns of the river, and Morena kept her eyes closed. One hand fixed to the pole that held the ragged cover over the center of the boat. She had accounted for her own death, and certainly she had accounted for Anders, but she had not been ready for this. "They would have taken him," Anders said. "If they killed us, if they didn't kill us, Easter would have stayed with them." He took a turn too fast, and the basket of wraps bounced twice and then sailed off the back of the boat and spread out over the water, an offering of little blue corks. Morena just caught the edge of the nightgown before it flew away, and she tied it in a knot around her waist. She wished she had eaten a handful of the mushrooms herself. She would have been glad to have lost her mind. She would have been grateful to see God. There were so many things to say to Anders that she said none of them. She wanted to know what had happened to him all this time, and how he had gotten there, if he was still sick. But Easter stood in front of every question. She had not lost him, or killed him. She had taken him into the jungle and given him away, and there was nothing that anyone could say in the face of that. Once they were far enough away, Morena drove the boat, and Anders lay at the front of the deck with his eyes closed and his hands folded across his chest. When she looked at him sleeping, she remembered that he had been dead for months now, and that in order to bring him back, she had given up everything she had known in the world. Anders, who she had worked with every day. Anders, who she knew very well and not at all, was once again alive. He slept as if he had stayed awake the entire time he had been gone, and there were moments she wondered if he were dead again, but she wouldn't stop the boat to see. From time to time it rained, and when it didn't rain, the light thinned in the tops of the trees and the bats began to loop out across the water. It wasn't hard to drive the boat. Why had she ever thought she needed Easter to come with her? Morena wrapped the nightgown around her head and face and squinted through the insects of early evening. When Anders finally woke up, hours later, it was from a nightmare. His hands shot up into the air and he gave one short cry and then sat. It was pitch dark by then, and Morena drove slowly, shining the light of the boat onto shore. She was worried she would drive past the Lakashi, then she would turn up some tributary and be lost all over again. Anders looked at the river and then the boat. He looked at Morena. From a distance, they could just make out some small spots of fire down the river. "I had a lot of time to imagine my rescue," he said. "Army rangers, soldiers of fortune, even the Lakashi. Mostly, I thought it would be Karen. It should have been Karen. She wanted to be the one, but I told her she had to stay home with the boys." Anders closed his eyes so that he could see them more clearly. "How are the boys?" "Everyone is fine. In all the times I dreamed of this, I never once saw you as the one coming to get me." "I thought you were dead," she said to him. "I was dead," Anders said. It wasn't long before the voices of the Lakashi spread over the water and pulled them in. Morena was grateful for their fire, their enormous noise. For the first time in weeks, she wondered what time it was. There were men swimming out to the boat and then men pulling themselves on board, and as soon as they stood on the deck, they were silent. Two unimaginable things had happened. Anders was with her, and Easter was gone. Morena killed the engine, afraid she would run over someone in the dark, and the swimmers pulled the boat up to the dock. The men leaned in towards Anders, the burning branches high above their heads. They did not slap him, but set their branches in the water where the fire hissed out. One by one slipped over the edge. Voice by voice, the singing ceased. In the darkness, Anders caught hold of Morena's hand. Thomas in coma was standing on the dock with a flashlight, as if he had been waiting there all day for Morena to remember him. Her first thought when she saw him was of the arrows that had fallen on the boat, but she did not bother to tell him that she had saved his life as well. Thomas went to Anders and took him in his arms, and the two tall, thin men held one another. Dr. Booty came up behind him, and then the Saturns, and each one took their turn. "Easter?" Nancy Saturn said, looking around her. "We left him there," Morena said. The Lakashi were walking away from them, and the lights from all those burning sticks trailed into the jungle in every direction while the doctors walked to the lab. Morena took the path back to Dr. Swenson's. She didn't have a flashlight, but the moon was bright. When she went inside, she saw that her cot was gone. "I had them move it this afternoon. I didn't think you were coming back." Dr. Swenson was lying in bed, a lantern burning on the table beside her. "Anders is here," Morena said, standing by the door. Dr. Swenson raised up her head. "Barbara Bovender was right?" "He's in the lab." "I don't know another story to match this," Dr. Swenson said, shaking her head. "I will be glad to see Dr. Ekman. Easter must be thrilled. I always thought he blamed himself for letting him get away. Dr. Ekman must have gone down to the river. I've been thinking about it all day, and that's what I decided. One of the canoes was missing. He must have crawled inside and floated away. Then somewhere out there, the Humaka found him. Easter is gone." "What do you mean, gone?" "The Humaka took him. That's how I got Anders back. A man and a woman took him off the boat. They seemed to think that Easter belonged to them. They were very definite about it." There came across Dr. Swenson a wild look, and she pushed herself up to sitting with her hands. Her nightgown was old and torn at the neck. "You have to go back there. You have to go and get him." Morena shook her head. "I can't." I won't accept that you can't. Obviously you can. You got Dr. Ekman and you will get Easter. He's deaf. He doesn't understand what's happened. You can't just leave him there. But Morena had already left him, and she understood that in life a person was only allowed one trip down to hell. There was no going back to that place, not for anyone. "Where did you get him?" she said. "I told you." "Tell me again," Morena said. Dr. Swenson sank back into the pillows. She waited a long time before she spoke. "I didn't tell you because you wouldn't have liked the story. But that matters less now, doesn't it? No one tells the truth to people they don't actually know. And if they do, it is a horrible trait. Everyone wants something smaller, something neater than the truth." "Where did you get him?" "They gave him to me. He came here. In the jungle, one tribe knows what another tribe is doing. I told you that. Tribes with which they have no obvious means of communication. One day, the Humaka sent for me. This was probably 8 years ago, I'm not positive. 2 men came in a canoe to get me, but I wouldn't go with them. I knew who they were. Dr. Rapp had had some dealings with the Humaka 30 years ago, nothing that was good. The next day, the same 2 men came back with a child between them in the bottom of the boat. He was fantastically sick. There was pus and blood running out of both of his ears. Children die out here constantly. That's why so many of them are needed. I can only imagine this child belonged to someone who was very important, because they had brought him to me. They got their point across without benefit of a mutual language. They wanted him saved. And after that, they left him here. I certainly didn't ask them to. He had a fever of 106, a bilateral mastoiditis, probably meningitis. He was already deaf. There was nothing I could have done about that. 3 days later, the same 2 men were there again, wanting him back. He was on IV penicillin, 50,000 units Q6H. It wasn't as if I could send him off in the canoe. So you kept him? I told them the boy was dead. That would have been the case if it hadn't been for me. The fact of the matter is, had they waited a few weeks, I would have given him back. But they came too early, and he was too sick to go. I couldn't explain any of that, but I knew enough to tell them he was dead. You could have sent him back later. He was sick for a month, as sick as anything I've seen. By the time I brought him back, they would have forgotten about him. A deaf child. They wouldn't have known what to do with him. Do you think you wouldn't have done the same thing? He was Easter even then, you know. After a month of feeding him and washing him and staying up all night with his fevers, you really think you would have taken him back to the cannibals? I wouldn't have taken someone else's child, Morena said. Of course you would, Dr. Swenson said. You would take Easter from me now. You never had any intention of leaving here without him, and I never had any intention of letting him go. He was mine. He was my boy, and you gave him away. Were he here, she would have put him in a canoe tonight and rowed the boat herself in the dark all the way to the Amazon River. I would have taken him, she said. You're right. Except that now I don't have the chance. Why did you let me take him back there? Why didn't you tell me it wouldn't be safe? He didn't belong to them, Dr. Swenson said. He was mine. Morena sat with this, but there was nothing to say. She would have sworn that Easter was hers. Anders and I are leaving in the morning. Take Dr. Ekman back to Manaus if you have to, or let someone else take him, but I still need you here. I'm going with him, Morena said. Dr. Swenson shook her head. It doesn't work like that, trust me. You won't fit in there anymore. You've changed. You've betrayed your employer, and you'll keep on betraying him, and that won't sit well with someone like you. I changed myself once. It was a long time ago, but I changed. I followed my teacher down here, too. I thought I was coming for the summer. I know about this. It isn't the same. Of course it isn't the same. Nothing is ever the same. I wasn't like Dr. Rapp, and still I took his place. You're not like me, but you wait. You'll go back there, and nothing will make sense to you anymore. Morena came and stood beside the bed. Good night, she said. You'll come back, Dr. Swenson said. But don't make me wait forever. There isn't an infinite amount of time to get this work done. Easter will come back, you know. He may even be back in the morning. He'll steal a canoe while they're sleeping. He knows how to get home. He won't hold it against you, what you've done to him. He's a child. He'll forgive us." But Mirena had seen the look on his face when Anders handed him over. She wasn't sure Dr. Swenson was right. "Good night," she said again, and closed the door. When she went back to the lab to find Anders, Alan Saturn told her he had gone to take a shower. Thomas was off looking for the box where they had put his things, hoping that not all of his clothes had been taken. Nancy and Booty sat staring at the floor in front of them. "He says he still has intermittent fevers," Alan said finally. "Make sure he looks good when you get him on the plane. If they think he has malaria, they won't let him back in the country." "Could he have malaria?" Mirena asked. Dr. Booty looked up, but she said nothing. "It's the tropics," said Nancy. "Anyone could have malaria." Dr. Booty shook her head. "Anyone but us," she said. Mirena went back to the sleeping porch. She washed herself standing in a basin and put on Mrs. Bovender's nightgown. It was no longer particularly clean, but it was a veritable blossom of Edelweiss compared to the dress she'd been wearing. She felt sick to be in this place without Easter. She opened his strongbox, which had been returned with the cot, and there, beneath the feathers and the rock that looked like an eye, was the letter from Anders announcing a reward for Easter's safe delivery. In that box, she found not only Anders' passport, but her own. He had had a picture of both of them. She also found her wallet, her plane ticket, and her phone. She sat with the phone in her hands for a long time before trying to turn it on, and when she finally found her nerve to push the button, nothing happened. The battery was dead. She put it back in the box. "This was my room," Anders said. Mirena looked up, and there he was. His beard was gone, and he ran his hand over his face. It was the face she remembered. "Some Lakashi woman shaved it off for me. It seemed to make her inordinately happy. I never had a beard before," he said. "I hated it." "You look like yourself," she said. "I slept here," he pointed to the bed. "Easter was in the hammock." "I know," she said. "I figured it out." She looked at the strongbox. "He slept with me. He had terrible nightmares after you were gone." "So did I," Anders said. He turned off the 2 lanterns and put the strongbox on the floor. "Move over," he said. Mirena stretched out on one side of the cot, and Anders lay down beside her. Their noses were touching, and he put his arm over her shoulder. "I'm sorry," he said. "No," she said, "it's better this way." "Tomorrow we'll go home." She leaned into him. She nodded into his neck. If they fell asleep, they would have to fall asleep at the same minute. They would have to hold each other very close and stay very still until they woke up again. Until this point, they had embraced every year when she came to his house for the Christmas party. He would open the door wearing a red sweater, and she would be standing out in the snow holding a bottle of wine, and he would give her a quick hug and then usher her inside. "How was it you?" he said. "I don't know. Karen wanted me to go, and Mr. Fox. I was supposed to find out what had happened to Dr. Swenson and find out how you died. I was so sorry when I heard you had died." "No one thought I was missing," he said. "No one thought it was strange that my body was gone?" Mirena shook her head very slightly against the pillow they shared. "Dr. Swenson said they'd buried you. She thought you were dead. She was sure you were dead." "But you didn't think I was." He put his hand on her shoulder. "I did," Mirena said. "Karen didn't. She held out a lot of hope for you, but I didn't believe her. I thought she just couldn't accept it." "Then why did you come out there to find me?" "Barbara Bovender," she said. And that was when she kissed him. Because their mouths were so close, because he was in fact alive, because she could not explain any of it. She was in the Bovenders' living room, and Barbara was asking her, did she love him? She loved him now, but only now, on this one night, after a day of the most extraordinary circumstances that either of them would see for the rest of their lives. She kissed him to prove to herself that all of this had happened, and he kissed her because it was true. He was here. And when they pulled their bodies closer still, it felt like a necessity, trying to lie together in such a small space. When she cried, it was because she saw the tributary again, and she saw again how easy it would have been to miss it. Had she missed it, had Barbara Bovender missed it, Anders would never have been found, and Easter never would have been lost. Anders knew this. He said as much when he held her head in his hands. When they made love, it was only to calm the fears they had endured. It was a physical act of kindness, a comfort, a sublime tenderness between friends. She would have made love to Mr. Fox if he had been there, and Anders would have made love to his wife. But for this night, what they had was one another, and anyway, after all that had happened between them, how could they not press themselves together, press through each other with their bodies to show how deeply, if only until the plane landed in Minneapolis, that they were intertwined. Without the scant weight of what was left of him to pin her down, she might have gone to stand in the shallows of the river to see if Dr. Swenson was right about Easter rowing his way home to them in a stolen canoe, maybe the same canoe Anders had floated away in. Without the warmth of her, he might not have believed the reversal of his fortunes. This would be the only part of the story that they would never speak of again. The part where he lifted her on top of him, his arms as thin as sapling trees, and she put her face down on his chest, and she kissed him and cried. In the morning, miraculously, they were both still balanced in the bed, two thin plates leaning against one another in a rack, Morena on her side, wearing Anders Ekman over her back like a blanket. She would have thought that she would go to the Martins one last time before leaving, but now all she wanted was for this to be over. She was finished with the trees. The fact that she had ever considered bringing back a bag full of branches struck her now as ridiculous and slightly repulsive. The only thing to bring home was Anders. She was naked, in bed with her office mate, and in sliding out from under him, she woke him up. "Oh, Morena," he said, but she shook her head and leaned forward. For the last time in her life, she kissed him. "Let's go home," she said. And so they did, Morena wearing Mrs. Bovender's nightgown with a pair of her pants underneath it and one of Mr. Fox's shirts over it. She wore Milton's hat on her head and carried Easter's strongbox like a very small suitcase. The Saturns took them in the pontoon boat to Manaus. They were only an hour away from the Lakashi when an enormous eagle sailed over their heads, low enough that they could see the expression on the face of the small monkey that dangled from its curving talons. "That's a harpy eagle," Anders said loudly, tilting himself over the side of the boat to watch it pass. "Did you see that?" "No one could miss that," Nancy Saturn said. The jungle was suddenly silent in the bird's wake, as if everything with eyes had the sense to hold its breath. "That was the bird I most wanted to see when I came down here. They're almost impossible to find." Anders' body still strained forward in the direction of the raptor. "I can't believe I saw a harpy eagle." When they arrived in Manaus, they called Milton from the payphone at the dock. Milton, forever resourceful, had a friend at the ticket counter at the airlines who was sympathetic to their case, and while they waited for him to arrange the details of 2 seats on the last flight out to Miami, connecting to the first flight out to Minneapolis, they went to see Barbara Bovender, to tell her that it was not her father she had seen running through the trees, and how, in making that wrong turn on the river, she had saved Anders' life. In telling the story to other people, they told it to one another, about how they each had come to find Dr. Swenson, how Anders in his fever had wandered down to the river and gotten into a canoe, about the Humaka who had found him half dead and floating in the bottom of his little boat, though where he was he would never know for sure, as all of those memories came from a place that was now fully under water. like a town that had been flooded into a lake, about the poultice they painted on him for weeks that smelled like horseradish and tar, and how it blistered the skin on his chest. They became so good at talking that at one point Morena told Milton of her vision of Thomas and Como shot through with an arrow, and Anders told Barbara about Easter being lifted from his hands, though both Barbara and Morena had cried to hear it. By the time they boarded the plane, they had talked about everything except the thing they would never need to talk about. They drank Bloody Marys and watched as the Amazon grew farther and farther away on the in-flight map screen in front of them. In their reclining seats, they both fell into a sleep that was deeper and more refreshing than any sleep either had had in months. There was a good case to be made for calling Karen from the airport in Miami, and a good case to be made for waiting, for going right to the house. Morena could see that there were equal parts of love and cruelty either way it was reasoned, and though she voted to go to the house, she said the decision was, of course, unequivocally his to make. Anders stared at the clock and the rare bank of payphones near the gate until finally the flight was called to board. Anders and Morena both agreed they had lost their skills on the telephone. Every mile they went backwards, they felt themselves turning into the people they had been, two doctors who shared an office in a pharmaceutical company outside of Minneapolis. Minnesota. It smelled like raspberries and sunlight and tender grass. It was summer, and everything was more beautiful than any picture she had carried with her. By the time they were in the taxi, they still knew that something extraordinary had happened, but they found themselves distracted, first by the tall buildings, and then later by the trees that were fully leafed, by the wide stretches of prairie that let the eye sweep so easily in any direction, by the remarkable lightness of the air. Anders leaned over the seat and gave his directions to the Nigerian cab driver one turn at a time, while Morena rolled down her window and let the wind press back her fingers and pull at her braided hair. For some reason, she thought of driving with Milton and the bow vendors to that beach outside Manaus and the goat that Milton managed not to hit. There had never been a place in the world as beautiful as Minnesota. When they got to the top of the cul-de-sac, they passed a boy on a bicycle, but Anders was looking in the other direction. He had by then caught sight of two boys in the front yard, boys who from a distance moved and played like Easter, and his hand was on the Nigerian's shoulder and was calling for him to stop the car, to stop. The door of the taxi opened like the door of a cage, and Anders leapt out, calling their names. For a few moments the cab was stopped, and Morena watched this world that had nothing to do with her, even though she had made it herself. She saw the boy on the bike swing a wide, arcing turn and come careening back down the street towards his father. The front door opened at the sound of so much screaming. The boys were screaming like Lakashi, and the neighbors opened their doors. She didn't see Karen open her door, but there she was, flying into his arms, her feet never touching the lawn. She was as small and golden as a child herself. It was as if they had waited for him every day he had been gone, holding their burning sticks above their heads, pouring their souls up to heaven in a single voice of ululation until he came back. And Morena brought him back, and without a thought that anyone should see her, she told the driver to go on. This is Hope Davis. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged recording of State of Wonder by Ann Patchett. This program was directed by Robert Kessler and produced by Kessler Media Productions. Executive producer, Karen Zhikonsky. Text copyright 2011 by Ann Patchett. Production copyright 2011 by HarperCollins Publishers. All rights reserved.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.